When Queenslanders decide it's time for a change, the swings can be seismic.
But the LNP's hopes of a crushing win tonight have been tempered at the close of a hard-fought campaign. Both sides are now bracing for a nail-biter.
Labor's Stephen Miles has been Premier for less than a year after the resignation of Anastasia Palaszczuk. He started the campaign well behind in the polls, but in the last few days, this race has tightened considerably.
The LNP leader David Crisafulli is determined to end his party's governing drought in a state that Labor has dominated for more than 30 years. The opposition has campaigned hard on law and order, but struggled on abortion.
With a federal election due within the next 6 or 7 months, tonight's results will be watched closely by Prime Minister Anthony Albanese and the Queenslander who wants his job, Peter Dutton.
The time for pundits and opinion polls is now officially over. The voters of Queensland have had their say and we're about to hear their message.
Live from the ABC Election Centre on the banks of the Brisbane River.
Welcome to Queensland Votes.
Hello and welcome to the ABC Election Centre in Brisbane. We're live throughout Queensland on ABC TV and across the country on the ABC News channel. I'm David Spears.
And I'm Jessica Van Vonderen. Well, polls have now closed across Queensland, which means that counting will be underway in school halls, town halls and community centres across this great state. And we will bring you the results as soon as they're reported.
Great to be with you, Jess. Now, this time last week, he was going through all the numbers for ACT votes, but we've packed him and his trusty touchscreen in the truck, made it up the highway, and here they are. Anthony Green, it's worth noting that 4 years ago, you couldn't enter the state for the Queensland election night. It was back in the COVID border closure era, so it's great to see you back in the Sunshine State. Tell us what the state of play looks like before the count gets underway tonight.
Well, we'll start with the results of the last election. At the last election, the Labor Party was re-elected with an increased majority during that COVID lockdown era. Labor Party won 52 seats, the LNP 34. There were 3 Katters Australian Party candidates, a One Nation candidate, 1 independent and 2 Greens. Now, there have been 2 changes to the chamber since. First, the One Nation candidate, Stephen Andrew, was disendorsed by his party. He's joined Katters Australia Party, gets them to 4. And we had the Ipswich West by-election, which reduced Labor to 51 when the LNP picked that seat up. So there's now got 35. So the government can afford to lose 4 seats. The LNP needs 12 for majority government.
Yeah, Anthony, the opinion polls have had the LNP ahead, although it seems to have narrowed down a bit. As you said, they need those 12 seats to win majority. What kind of swing does David Crisafulli need to achieve that?
Well, let's start by looking at the government side of the pendulum. These are the seats ordered by margin on the government side. So Bundaberg, Nicklin, Hervey Bay, Caloundra. There were those 4 surprise gains by the Labor Party at the last election. But beyond that, you've got Barron River, you've got 3 Townsville seats. You get Redlands and Aspley, Palmerston, which are closer to Brisbane, or on the edge of Brisbane. But then you've got Cairns, Keppel, up north, Redcliffe, then Cook in the north, Mackay. You've got a whole series of seats in the north of the state. Now, the swing needed is 5.7%, which is down here to Redcliffe. So there's all the seats up to that point. If it may be that the LNP picks up some seats beyond 5.7 in the northern parts of Queensland, or if they miss out on those, they need to break into Brisbane. But if the LNP wants to form a stable government, it'll probably need to get into Brisbane itself, starts to win seats like Mansfield, which was once a Liberal Party seat. So that's the sort of margin we need, 5.7 for majority government. But will it be patchy, and will it be in Brisbane as well as the north of the state?
Now, as the count begins, Anthony, I think something really important to bear in mind, if you can give us the context, high early vote. That won't come in until later in the evening. So what do we need to bear in mind as we see the early results?
Of the total votes at this election, maybe as much as 60% has already been cast before today. There may only be about 25% or so, maybe a little bit more cast today. Some of it will be absent votes. But it may be once all polling places are in, the count may only be 25 or 27% of the vote. Now, at the last election, Labor polled 55.6% two-party preferred. At the end of the election, there were 53.2. So between the polling day votes and the final result, there's a 2.4% drop. Now, that we've factored that in our results tonight, so we will be showing projections of figures which take into account that drop. But the question is, with the way the opinion polls change toward the end of the campaign, will that be a bigger drop? Will Labor do even better on the day compared to the pre-poll votes, because so many votes were cast last week before we started to see that narrowing. So we are using projections. We will take account of it. And the one warning to people is we may get a real rush of votes. We may get all the polling places in early, and then the count may stall for a while because the polling places may be only 1,500 votes. These pre-poll centres might be 4, 6, 8,000 votes each. And they're only counting within districts. They're not counting pre-poll votes outside of districts, which in some areas will have an impact and lower the count.
All right, well, Anthony, we will be in your very capable hands. Also, we'll be joined throughout the evening by two of the state's most experienced politicians, the Deputy Premier and Treasurer Cameron Dick. Welcome.
G'day, Jess. Nice to be here. Hello, David.
And the Shadow Treasurer, David Janetsky. Hello.
Thanks, Jess. David, thanks for having us.
Next hour, we'll also be joined by the Federal Aged Care Minister and Member for Lilly, Annika Wells, and LNP Senator Susan McDonald.
Now, the pictures you're seeing there live on screen are actual votes being counted. This is what it's all about, democracy in action. You can see there at one of the, I think that's Brisbane City Hall, where they've got into those ballot papers already and that count has begun. We'll bring you those results as soon as Anthony can report them to us. State political reporter Rachel Stewart also with us on the desk. And Rachel, what are the party insiders on both sides telling you about their expectations tonight?
Well, I'm hearing the Labor camp is definitely more optimistic than they were at the start of the campaign. They feel Stephen Miles performed really strong on the hustings, that they have gained momentum. Look, I was told by one person they could be picking up some votes in pockets of Brisbane, maybe even in the far north and Cairns, but obviously still very, very worried about those marginal seats. I guess the overall feeling is Labor feels like it won the campaign, and now it's just a matter of how much can they pull back that predicted swing. For the LNP, look, I've been told there's no major surprise that the race has tightened. The abortion issue has had cut through. People are talking about it at pre-polling. I guess the general mood is nervous but hopeful. The LNP is also saying they do feel like there is this mood for change, and you know, particularly pointing to those extraordinarily high pre-polling numbers. More than 1.6 million Queenslanders have already voted early. So I think we're in for a very interesting night.
I guess the question too is, did they vote early enough that it missed some of this tightening in the contest that we've seen over the last few days? I guess we'll see. Cameron Dick, you know, campaign's over. Don't need talking points anymore. What are you genuinely expecting to see tonight?
As difficult as it is for me to say, I think it would be a surprise for Queensland Labor to win the election. That's my belief, but Queensland politics is very volatile and unpredictable, and anything is possible. But I do think it is a challenge for us to get over the line tonight. But from where we were to where we have come has been an enormous improvement for us. We were facing an absolute wipeout last year. We're talking 2012 territory. And Stephen and I formed the view, as did our parliamentary party, that we weren't going to take this lying down. We were going to fight every day for every vote until the final vote was cast, and as we've heard from Anthony, until the final vote is actually counted. And so we were uncompromising in what we did. We were absolutely uncompromising in putting costs of living relief centre to the budget I did in June, which is the #1 issue for every Queenslander, in fact every Australian. We fought the LNP every day during the campaign. And I think, you know, Rachel's right. And I think those observations are right, that we won the campaign. And so it's tightened up enormously. But I think it's tough for us to get over the line.
But it begs the question, if last year you and the Premier thought, or Stephen Miles at the time, the Deputy Premier thought, you were headed for a 2012 wipeout, why was that? Was it because Anastasia Palaszczuk was sticking around too long?
I think when I say that, I say when you look at the polling numbers late last year, that was the indication.
But why? Why was that the situation?
Oh, I think we've been a long-term government. I think that's the reality. I think we've been in power for a long period of time, and I think that creates some challenges for all governments of long duration. And I think that was a challenge for us. But I think we grasped the nettle of leadership. We took on that responsibility, and we've shown, particularly through the Premier's energy and enthusiasm over those 10 months, and I think the positioning that we've taken on a whole range of issues, we've shown Queenslanders we're absolutely doing what matters to them, focused on the key issues. We refocused the government, and I think that's what you're seeing through the campaign. I do think Factor X was how badly David Crisafulli performed in the campaign.
Okay,
I
well,
do
we
think
might get to
that's
that.
Factor X.
I think we'll get to that. David Janetsky, if I can bring you in, having taken David's advice and thrown out your talking points, how are you feeling sitting here at 6:09 in Queensland with the vote counting just beginning?
The weight of history's against us. You look back across the last 30, 35 years in Queensland political history, and we've won once on the night since 1986. The Conservative forces in Liberal, National, now LNP, we've won once on the night since 1986. So that tells you the Everest we're climbing. Perhaps there's even a mythical mountain taller than Everest, but that's what we're up against, and that's where we started this journey 4 years ago, and tonight we'll see where it ends.
So everybody's nervous by the sounds of it. Everybody's nervous before the numbers start to come in, and Anthony will tell us as soon as they do. But also with us in the studio tonight, former Labor strategist Cos Samaras and his former Liberal foe, now colleague at Redbridge Group, Tony Barry. Great to see you both with us for another election night. Let me get your thoughts on where you're going to be focusing your attention tonight. Cos, what's going to pique your interest?
The LNP needs to win by a majority seats tonight. To pull that off, they're going to have to win Brisbane seats. There's no secret about that. And for me, those seats are Pine Rivers, Palmerston, and Redlands. So those electorates, without those electorates in the Liberal pile, I can't see them having a good night. But I think they should fall. If we look at the federal LNP's two-party preferred vote in those electorates, it's about 10% higher than they normally secure at a state level. So those seats on paper should not even be on the Labor's poll at the moment.
And Tony, what will you be watching?
As Cos says, those urban centres will be interesting, but to get to 47, some of those regional seats will be looking at where the LNP overperform, and the test for overperformance will be my hometown of Mackay. I'll be looking at some of the booths around Town Beach or the Mackay Riviera when I was a kid, and
which has been in Labor hands a very, very long time.
Exactly. So that'll be a real test of overperformance. The seat of Mulgrave is further down the pendulum. There's a retiring member and there's 10 candidates, so we're going to see a very fragmented voting patterns. If the LNP can secure that, they're looking very good for 47 just in the regions. But of course, the caveat to all that is the Townsville seats, Thurungara, Munningborough and Townsville itself, where the Labor vote appears to be collapsing. If the Katter vote gets over the top of them and comes second, preferences might get them elected, which will undo all the good work down the further down the pendulum.
Gentlemen, look very much forward to your insights throughout the evening tonight. Well, let's take a look back at how the Queensland election campaign has played out over the past 4 weeks.
As Kieran McKechnie reports, campaigns are a game of strategy, and the winner takes all.
A tense political game has been playing out across Queensland over the past 4 weeks, and the stakes are high for the politicians and for Queenslanders. So who are our players? On the one side, Premier Stephen Miles. With nothing to lose, this campaign, he's been all in.
1, nobody will ever call me a small target. And 2, I'm not about to die wondering.
And on the other, opposition leader David Crisafulli, who's hoping to be Queensland's next Premier. Playing a small target strategy, he's banking on a mood for change after nearly 10 years of Labor.
Time's up for this government.
So how have the last 4 weeks played out? The Premier thought he'd played an ace on the very first day, riding public transport to see the Governor.
I'm on my way to Government House on a 50-cent bus to dissolve the Parliament.
David Crisafulli laid his cards on the table.
This election, the battle lines have been drawn. Youth crime, health, housing, cost of living.
Declaring he'd stake his leadership on there being fewer victims of crime under an LNP government.
If you fail to do that, will you resign as Premier?
You bet.
Yeah, how long?
And victim numbers must be lower.
But you can't always choose the hand you're dealt. The opposition leader hadn't banked on being handed a wild card: abortion laws.
We will, quick as you like, put a repeal bill back into the Queensland Parliament on those abortion laws.
I'm telling you today that there will be no change. And I'm being upfront with you and telling you there will be no change.
David Crisafulli says this is all a Labor scare campaign. Well, I'm scared. I'm scared of what is coming for Queensland women and girls if they are re-elected.
My body, my choice!
It was the issue that would dog him throughout the campaign.
The smear that was run, it has been vitriolic, it has crossed the line, and I have ruled it out.
The Premier had his own troubles, not once but twice, forgetting candidates' names.
I don't have that detail in front of me.
You don't know the name of the candidate that's running for your team in the seat that you're in today?
Susan? Yeah, of course, it's Susan. Yeah.
What's the name of the candidate?
That's a good question. We'll get that for you.
While crime was the LNP's key target,
Adult crime, adult time.
Labor focused on cost of living. Its big ticket item: free primary school lunches.
Sandwiches and burgers.
And there was plenty of fear-mongering on both sides.
The prospect of a fourth term of this government propped up by the likes of the Greens is frightening.
Slogan salad full of carefully rehearsed slogans that don't mean anything, and then what I like to call foolenomics.
Well, we're at the end of this long game. It's time to find out who has the winning hand.
It was an absolutely riveting campaign, plenty to talk about tonight. And we've got reporters out across the state, including at each of the party headquarters.
Ariana Levy is in Moreton Bay in the Premier Stephen Miles electorate.
Kate McKenna is in Brisbane City at the W Hotel at the LNP function.
And Lily Knopfling is in Townsville.
Ariana, first to you. The polls have had Stephen Miles behind, though the gap seems to have narrowed. He has left nothing to chance campaigning.
Yeah, he certainly hasn't, Jess. Now, we've seen him blitz 36 electorates in 36 hours, breaking a record. And actually speaking to Labor sources here on the ground, they say that they feel quietly confident about how tonight will play out. They're also saying that this campaign has been a mammoth effort, not just over the last 10 months, but over the last 30 days. They say that they've really felt that they've thrown everything at it. And we're slowly expecting more Labor stalwarts to sort of dribble in drips and drabs here at Murrumba Downs Tavern, where it's also serving as Labor headquarters later on throughout the night, even after as those polls have officially closed. But certainly over the last 10 months, Stephen Miles has really spruiked and shown Queenslanders what a Miles government could look like, using and touting those cost of living measures, including the likes of 50-cent public transport fares, as well as $1,000 off energy bills. And there's been the suggestion that for Miles necessarily it might not be his biggest opponent in David Crisafulli, the opposition leader. It might actually be the factor of time. And speaking to a lot of voters on the ground at booths today, they say and echo that sentiment. They've said that there is certainly an appetite for change, whether that's a change in government or whether Miles has done enough to sort of distance himself from his predecessor, Anastasia Palaszczuk, will all be up to how exactly tonight plays out.
Ariana, thank you. Kate, you've been out on the hustings. How confident is the LNP ahead of seeing some results tonight?
Good evening. Well, the people I've been chatting to throughout the day from the LNP say it's felt very positive on the ground. They say there is a palpable mood for change, but there's also a degree of nervousness. While one person said they felt very, very hopeful of the LNP forming a majority, most others stressed they didn't want to get ahead of themselves. The opinion polls have obviously tightened, and they say this was always going to be a tough contest given the historical odds and a big task to pick pick up 12 seats, especially in the context of compulsory preferential voting. Now, David Crisafulli has run a very disciplined campaign, particularly with a focus on youth crime, but he's continued to be followed throughout the campaign by questions on abortion. He insists there would be no change if the LNP was elected, but people I've spoken to in the party today say voters have brought that up at booths in the southeast. Now, this room will be packed tonight with the LNP faithful watching on as the results tumble in.
Kate, thank you. And if I can go to you now, Lily, in Townsville, which really has been the focus of the two major parties all campaign, but it's emerging as a three-way contest.
That's right, Jess. There's no doubt the phrase key election battleground will be used a lot tonight, but it's a pretty good way to describe the situation here in Townsville. The city's 3 seats, Townsville, Mundingburra and Thuringowa, are all held by Labor on narrow margins of less than 4%. All 3 are expected to flip tonight, but exactly to which party isn't clear. Speaking with voters today, it's clear law and order is the key issue at the ballot box. People want to see tougher consequences for young offenders, and the LNP's policies are cutting through with many. But Katter's Australian Party has also been campaigning hard to increase its footprint in Townsville. Its centrepiece policy has been castle law, the right for homeowners to use lethal force against intruders. Now, if the Labor vote collapses, those preferences could flow to the KAP. It's something the LNP is clearly worried about, distributing new election signage today, accusing the party of doing a deal with Labor. KAP leader Robbie Katter has denied that and is threatening legal action over the signs. So the race is clearly heating up here in the north, and Townsville will be somewhere to watch throughout the night.
Lily, thank you. Yes, we will be talking about Townsville a lot tonight, I am sure. You're watching Queensland Votes live from the ABC Election Centre at Southbank in Brisbane. This is a live shot as the sun goes down over Brisbane City. What a gorgeous evening. 3.7 million Queenslanders have gone to the polls today, and we are going to find out tonight what decision they have made. And to that end, let's go straight to Anthony Green, because we're starting to get some first figures coming through, Anthony.
Yes, but not very meaningful, and I'll explain why. We got some figures for Lockyer, which was about 80 votes, 62 votes or something there, which is a strong figure for the LNP. And we got some from Condamine, again, about 63 votes here. Now, normally at this point I show how we do this magic of comparing results polling place by polling place, but I can't here because both of these are mobile polling places where they take round nursing homes. Because of COVID, they didn't have any mobile polling at the last election, so we have nothing to compare them with. So we may get a run of mobile polling places right at the start of the night, but they're just numbers. Now, we do know mobile polling does favour the coalition, but certainly we don't have any figures from last time. But the benefit for me is it proves that we're receiving votes. And that's all I care about.
That's good.
That is a good thing, Anthony. Thank you. Well, also with us tonight, it's a big election, and that means it needs a big board. Talissa Saganto has been given the remote control. Talissa, take us through how you and the board are going to help us keep track of how the seats fall tonight.
Well, Jess, its job is to give the big picture, what's happening across the state. Right now, it's showing you all 93 seats that make up the Queensland Parliament. They're coloured in according to who currently holds them. So on this side of the board, the blue, we have the Liberal National Party, or the LNP. On this red side, the Labor Party, or ALP. In this middle section here, this is our crossbench. So we have green for the Greens, the Katter's Australian Party, brown, and the grey, that is our independent MP in Noosa. Now, I also want to show you how we've ordered the board. Toward the centre, they are our most marginal seats. So for Labor, that's Bundaberg. It sits on a very slim 0.02%. Over here, as we move back on this side of the board, those margins start to widen. Now, the safest seat, that's Inala, 28.2%. Similarly, on this side of the board, we have the LNP's most marginal is Currumbin on 0.5%. Warrego on this safe side sits on a margin of 23.1. Now, the aim of the game tonight for both major parties is to form a majority government. We've already heard from Anthony. To do that, they need to win 47 seats. So for the LNP, ideally, they'll want to hold on to all of their side of the board, but they will need to pick up another 12. That'll have to be on this side of the board. Now, the bulk of that will just have to come from Labor. They'll want to see as many seats as they can flipping from red to blue. For the Labor Party to stay in government, again, we've already heard they can only afford to lose 4. So they'll want to hang on to as much as they can on this side of the board if they can't pick up anywhere else. Now, we'll clear the board. This is our starting point. I don't have anything to show you just yet, but as the votes start coming in and Anthony starts calling them, they will start lighting up and they'll be coloured in according to who wins them. Then Jess and David will really get a sense of how this election will play out.
Talissa, thank you. It's going to be a great visual reminder and explainer of how the results are panning out tonight. Now, we talked a bit about how the race has tightened in the last week or so, and one of the reasons why clearly has been this abortion issue. Might have started with Robbie Katter suggesting he wanted to overturn the decriminalisation. He's since, in the last few days, put forward a more modest proposal around the sort of legislation he'd introduce. Either way, David Janeski, it's caused grief on the LNP side. Can you clear up for us, would you get a conscience vote on anything to do with abortion?
Look, Dave, we've been very clear, and I think this is one of the most dishonest scare campaigns that we've seen in Queensland political history. And it's been deceitful. We've completely ruled it out. We have said there'll be no changes to the termination of pregnancy laws in Queensland. And yet, despite those constant confirmations, we've seen across the state today, again, core flutes from third parties and the Labor Party saying something totally the opposite. It has been a distraction from the issues that people are wanting to talk to us about, and it's been a fabrication heaped on a lie, and the importation of US-style politics into this debate, into this campaign, is a troubling
feel
development.
your anger over this, but we still don't have an answer. Would you get a conscience vote?
No, David, I'm not going to get into the labelling or any of it. The truth of it is we have ruled out changes to the termination of pregnancy laws.
How can you rule them out?
We've ruled it out repeatedly.
How can you rule them out?
Well, we've said it. David Crisafulli is leader of the party, and all of us have been united and disciplined about it.
So you'd vote against any change?
We have said there will be no changes.
Right, you'd vote against any change?
No. We've said there'll be no change to the termination of pregnancy laws in Queensland. And yet we have had this dishonest scare campaign throughout the last month, and we have been disciplined and united on it, and yet we've seen what we've seen.
Well, just a quick response to that, Cameron Dick. Has it been a dishonest scare campaign? Have you drummed this up for political advantage to avoid all the talk about cost of living and crime and other issues that are hurting Labor?
I don't know how many times they've been asked. Maybe that we're up to 200 times. David still can't answer the question. The truth of the matter is every single LNP MP wants abortion to be criminalised in this state. They voted for it 6 years ago, and they voted for it 6 months ago when they voted against MS2 step for medical abortions in Queensland. That is the position. And the reason that this is such an important issue in the election is they cannot give you a straight answer to your question, which is whether there will be a conscience vote or not, because the answer is there will be a conscience vote and they will not reveal their position, which is to criminalise abortion. And that's why across Queensland, I was down in Logan just this week at pre-polling. A woman came up to me, she said, I was thinking of voting against you, but I voted for you because I'm so concerned. She wasn't a young woman. She doesn't want Queensland to go backwards, and it's an absolutely critical issue.
Well, I feel like we could keep debating abortion for most of the evening, but we've got some actual figures coming through, more figures coming through. Anthony.
Well, this is Traeger, which is Robbie Katter's seat, one of the safest seats in the state. It's the Katter territory. His father holds the federal seat, and his grandfather used to hold the federal seat, and father used to hold the state seat as well. So he's a real North Queensland party. At this stage, we've got just a smattering of votes. The LNP running second, Robbie Katter on 64%, One Nation on 7%. But it's really not a lot. I don't think anyone's expecting any surprises in Traeger tonight. But the other seat we got 0.7% counted in is Southern Downs, James Lister's seat. He replaced Lawrence Springborg at the previous election. One Nation polling second here at the moment. One Nation tends to do much better in the smaller polling places. Whether that flows through to the bigger centres like Warwick or not, we'll see later in the evening. But often early in the evening, you see Labor in third place in some of these country seats just simply because they're coming from the smallest areas. We've matched where those 3 polling places are coming from, a very small swing to the LNP, but Southern Downs is not representative of the sort of seats we'll be watching all night, which will determine the election. It's a very safe LNP seat. Sometimes it's a little harder to get a stronger LNP vote than you've already got in a seat like that.
Andy, thank you. Robbie Katter, we saw him there just to close the loop on this conversation. Why did he start talking about this, Rachel? Where did this abortion issue, it originated with him saying he wanted to reverse the decriminalisation. Why was he bringing that up?
It started with questions to David Crisafulli about whether there would be any change, just given that there are a lot of candidates running that in the past have expressed anti-abortion views. So the question started going to David Crisafulli, and the essence of the issue is it's out of the LNP's control if a minor party was to bring a private members bill onto the floor of Parliament. So that's the issue. If a minor party does bring a bill before the House, what is the position? Would the party room be granted a conscience vote? David Crisafulli has in the past said on matters of life and death he will grant his party a conscience vote. So I guess once that discussion started, then we asked Robbie, and he confirmed that he would do that.
Okay, well, in fact, Robbie Katter is with us now. He's joining us from Traeger. And we saw some early results. Robbie Katter, welcome to you. You're looking pretty good in terms of holding on to your own seat. So I'd just start there. You're confident that you'll be okay tonight. And what are the prospects for your party? Are you going to increase your presence in the Parliament?
Oh, look, all I can say is I hope so. We've certainly put a lot of work into it. And it's very difficult as a minor party, particularly when you occupy seats that are full of troubles, that, you're pretty bogged down in constituent work rather than being in the media all the time trying to promote your party. But so it's a difficult road for us, but we thought we'd done a lot of work, but perhaps that's enough. I don't know. It was certainly a good election for us with a big swing against Labor, but we have no expectations. I'd really love to do well, I'll just say that.
We'll see what happens in some of those seats you're targeting. Just on abortion, can you clear up for us, what legislation would you introduce in terms of a private members bill on this?
Yeah, well, for about the 100th time, I said I'd already committed, which was really nothing above. It had nothing to do with the comments that I made recently that I'd put the Babies Born Alive bill back in because it was already sitting in Parliament, never got voted on. So that will obviously go back in, and beyond that, I plan to test something in Parliament. And there's so many combinations, permutations of what could be done, whether it's repeals, amendments, new bills. It wasn't a priority for me to, pin down because I didn't go in the election with this as an issue. But it was the propositions were put to me, and not in the same words, but basically we detest the Parliament, and I said, of course I would, and that's what I'll do, and I don't know what that'll look like yet.
Robbie, it's Rachel Stewart. Stephen Andrews joined your ranks after he wasn't endorsed by One Nation before this election. How optimistic are you that he'll be able to retain the seat of Morani for you?
Oh, well, as far as my political intuitions go, he's a really hard-working MP, and the interactions I've had whenever I've stepped near that electorate or anyone near it has said the same thing. So usually hard work gets rewarded in these regional seats. So I'm pretty confident he'll get there, but we'll see tonight, I suppose.
And on the possibility of a minority government, before the election, you seemed to rule out any deals with Labor. You did say you wanted to see the back end of this government. What's your position now? If you are to hold the balance of power, would you only do a deal with the LNP? What's your plans?
Well, I mean, you'd be a fool if you're a minor party that said we'd only deal with one side, because there's only two major parties. So if you're saying we would never do a deal with that side, you've got nothing to negotiate. You've got no leverage, and you can't then go to the people in government and say, we want X, Y, Z. We want to build a new dam, or we need Bruce Hole outgrades, or whatever that is. You can't demand that if you've already picked a side before you even got to the dealing table. You don't negotiate the price of a house after you move into that, once you've moved into that, after you've moved into a house. So it wouldn't make sense to do any deal with anyone before there, or declare you're going with one side or the other. The whole point of voting for a minor party is in that position you would drive hard for your constituency. Our constituency happens to be, in this case, North Queensland. So it's whoever would come along with North Queensland and pick us, not who we would pick. So we'd have to see some buy-in to a lot of the damage that's been done through policy or neglect over many years. That's how we would determine who we would support in government.
Do you have any main issues or priorities on your wish list if you were to start entering into any conversations? Of course, it does depend on where the night goes, but what would be at the top of your list?
Oh, look, there's a long category of sins that have been committed in policy to regional Queensland. If I just went chronologically backwards, there was recent gillnet bans that basically shut down a town in my electorate and large areas of the northeast coast in fishing and our fish production and our ability to provide fresh fish in Queensland, the vegetation management laws, the reef regulation laws. There's a whole heap of policy work. I mean, they won't let you take a drop of water out of any of these rivers up here to build any storage for us to grow and anywhere up in the north. So all that's builds into it, but the infrastructure deficit as well, dealing with that connections from Mareeba through to Cairns, so Cairns can expand and people don't have to go down that Coranda range, get a real solution to that. The Bruce Highway upgrades, Flinders Highway upgrades. I've got towns in my electorate that still get cut off every year for 3 or 4 months. They're stuck in the dark ages, so we've got to repair some of those deficits, and there's a lot in that, so repairing some of those deficits will be very difficult.
Robbie Catter, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Jamu Traeger, Queensland's second largest electorate, spread over almost 500,000 square kilometres in the state's north. Tarapata Ja, Kaukutongo Muja, Mupia, Yaumpia, Nukatari Jangu, Maltana, Jaina, Putoriana, Lamara, Lungo Traeger, Jamu Charter Stowers, Julia Creek and Cloncurry, Yana, Ngara Pangara, Miakaya, Mornington Island Dingu, Jamu, Kuya.
You're watching Queensland Votes live from the ABC Election Centre in Brisbane. I'm Jessica Van Vonderen.
And I'm David Spears. It is 6:36 p.m. We still are waiting for more early votes to come through, but let's check in with Anthony on what he's got so far.
Well, we are getting votes. We'll do the statewide figures at this moment. There's only 0.2% counted. Labor's on 35, the LNP just under 40. The Greens on 8.4. One Nation's vote is up. If you look at the change in party vote, not much for Katter's Australia Party because they only stand in a limited number of electorates. That will pick up later. Labor votes down, the LNP votes up, the One Nation vote is up. Whether this flows through to all electorates or not, it's a bit hard to tell. As I said, these are a lot of small early polling booths. The other thing that's complicating our attempt to try and figure out what's going on is that nearly every first result from a polling place is a mobile polling booth. So it's all building in. Until we get some more significant polling places, it's a bit hard to tell what's going on. Now, we do have 2 seats to talk about. The first one is Rockhampton. Now, Craig Marshall, Barry O'Rourke, the Labor member, is retiring. Craig Marshall is the new Labor candidate. Donna Kirkland for the LNP. Margaret Strelo is a very long-serving Rockhampton mayor. She ran 2 elections ago and finished second to Labor, but was undone by LNP preferences flowing to One Nation and getting One Nation to second spot. She's having a second run this time. This is just one polling place, but I think that's the seat we're going to be coming back to because if one candidate's only getting 33% of the vote, it's going to be a complex count. Labor's quite pessimistic about this seat, I understand. The demographics of central Queensland are changing for Labor in the way the mining industry works. The other seat, which again is a complex contest, is Cook. We got 1% counted. David Kempton is ahead. Cynthia Louis, the Labor members, on 28. Troy Miller, 14. And the Katter's Australia Party on 12. And Peter Campion, who's the father of Barnaby Joyce's wife, and has run a couple of times in North Queensland. So that vote is very widely split between candidates. Cook is an incredibly diverse electorate. Labor may poll 80 or 90% in the remote polling, may poll 70, 80% in the Torres Strait Islands, but in the Indigenous, in the rural areas, it's all LNP candidates, Australia Party territory, and then you've got areas down towards Mossman and Port Douglas, and they're completely different again. So Cook's an electorate, you don't call them 1%, we'll be coming back to that again all evening.
Anthony, thank you. David, you wanted to say something about Rockhampton.
So both those seats, so Cook, as Anthony said, is lumpy, and it'll be an interesting vote to fall out. But the Rockhampton vote, that's quite historic. So that's a seat we've never held for a century. And what we have there is, so we're in front of primaries, and Margaret Strello, who's coming third, has preferenced us in that count. And that would be a remarkable win against, again, the tide of history. So that's one I'll be watching very closely during the night.
For sure. While we wait for a few more votes to come in and a higher percentage, something a little bit more meaningful, I just wanted to kind of go back to the campaign a little bit, because according to the opinion polls, it really did narrow down. Were you surprised to see that? How concerning was that for the LNP when for so long the LNP were leading in the polls by quite a big margin?
Well, it's interesting what the Deputy Premier said before, in that 12 months ago, apparently Labor were headed for a wipeout. Well, the YouGov poll this time 12 months ago only had us in front 52-48. And as it turns out, that's exactly what Newspoll had us, 52.5% just a day or two ago. So I don't buy the Labor narrative that we were well in front. We weren't. Campaign...
Still claiming underdog status all the way to the very end.
All the way to the very end, Jess. Again, that weight of history... if I sound a little glass half empty, it is simply because...
At the start of the campaign, though, you were streets ahead.
Yeah. My view on campaigning in 2024 is that it is... if whoever ends up winning the election wins the campaign by default, right? So I strongly believe that campaigns are run far longer than a 4-week period. Now, we wanted always to be focused on those issues that are of core concern to Queenslanders, and I won't repeat all that, but we know that: crime, health, cost of living, housing. But the hard work, I believe, that our team did for the length of the term, all 1,300 odd days of the term, you know, I look back at where David Crisafulli started. You know, we went and talked to people. So we did 39 town halls right throughout Queensland. We made it our absolute priority to be speaking with victims of crime, you know, and there's many of them in Queensland, right? So we always took a micro approach. We wanted to speak with individual people, individual concerns.
Sorry to jump in, but it sounds like you're rejecting the analysis from many at the end of this campaign that the LNP have squandered a big lead.
Yeah, no, I don't accept it. I think campaigns are, as people's minds are forced to choose, you'll see some narrowing or widening sometimes. But my view is 12 months ago, we end today in the last news poll exactly where we were 12 months ago before Cameron and his colleagues removed Anastasia Palaszczuk.
Cos, can I ask you, because, I mean, you've run plenty of campaigns, what difference can a campaign make? I mean, we're talking about a long-term Labor government, more than 9 years in office. What difference does 4 weeks, the last 4 weeks, what difference can that make? And who won, in your mind, this campaign?
My answer would be that normally, under normal circumstances, it's not the 4-week period. It's the 6 months leading into it. It's the 2 years. It's the 4 years. It's what you do as a government during that period where you are judged come election day. However, there was a maverick inserted into the campaign, which was the abortion issue, which moved a whole bunch of voters who were willing to vote for the LNP. They wanted a change, and that issue has brought them back to the Labor Party, and to a certain extent is probably going to save a few seats which 5 or 6 weeks ago were definitely on the cards for the Labor Party to losing.
Tony, I mean, in the US, they'd probably call it the October surprise, the abortion issue that came along in this campaign. How do you think it was handled by the LNP, and what are your thoughts on Jess's question there about, you know, whether it does matter who wins that 4-week campaign period?
Yeah. Well, I mean, campaigns are about moments and images. And the abortion issue, and I share David's frustration, but it did atomise the message of the LNP campaign. Now, it wasn't the Central campaign's fault. The Central campaign, run by Ben Riley, who's one of the more talented professional campaigners, was excellent. But there were some freelancers, and that included candidates and some state MPs and a couple of federal MPs. Now, when they feed the cycle and give it oxygen, then it did start atomising the message, and it makes it very hard for that message discipline to then sort of, communicate the sort of issues. Because if you want to energise and mobilise your opponents, there's few better issues than fertility rights. And so we'll be looking at some of those urban boos tonight to see if that's reflected there.
Tony, thank you. Anthony, I believe you have some more figures coming through.
Yes, they're slowly. They're a bit patchy, but it's sometimes it's. I thought I'd bring this one up quickly because James Ashby is the One Nation candidate at the moment, running third, but he's got 23% of the vote. Nigel Hutton for the NMP on 33, and Brittany Lauger on 33.8. So that's that's another one of those contests where nobody's got to 40% yet, which means it's a seat we'll be coming back to. Also, depending on what happens to the One Nation vote, there's a potential they're going to get to second place in that seat, and that would upset the apple cart in terms of who might win the seat. But again, that's like Rockhampton. That's one of those seats that we'll be coming back to 3 in the evening, trying to establish what the first preference vote is. Just look at the change in vote. The Labor vote well down at this stage. Wow. Some of it going to the LNP, some to One Nation. And I think we take a stab at an 11.8% swing in that seat. But I just warn that is a very small number of polling places at this stage. So we won't give too much credence to that. But I will say something about Mundingborough, because we have a preference count here. Janelle Poole, the LNP candidate, 45. Les Walker, who was first elected last time, on 32.4. Canada's Australia Party on 9.9, who are not directing preferences or not issuing an open ticket in Townsville, directing preferences against Labor in this seat. And we look at the change in first preference vote there. The Labor vote's down, LNP vote up. There was a bit significant independent there last time. We actually have a preference count on this polling place, and it shows a 10% swing. I think it's called Walkerville. Or Walkerville, I would have to look it up. But there's a 10% swing in that one polling place. So that's indicative of what everyone was suggesting would happen in Mundingborough, but there is more figures to come.
Terrific. Yeah, 2 seats we are definitely very interested in coming back to have another look at. Well, the Greens are hoping to improve their vote around Brisbane, and reporter Kenji Sato is at the party function at the Story Bridge Hotel. Kenji, hello to you. Which seats are they targeting?
G'day, Jess. Yes, you're quite right. The Greens have had a very targeted strategy this election. They really are targeting inner city Brisbane seats. If you could boil down their election strategy, that would be the word to use, Brisbane. So the seats of Cooper and McConnell are 2 inner city seats that are currently sitting on a knife's edge. The Greens are really battering at the gates of many Labor strongholds. Also, Greenslopes and Miller are 2 inner city seats that they have been targeting. So those are the 4 main words that come out of Greens voters' mouths upon conversation. Earlier in the campaign, they said that they were targeting 10 seats around Brisbane, but especially as some of the polling figures have come in, some of that earlier optimism has gradually transitioned to a more state of realism. So those are the key seats in play at the present moment, and the voters that I speak to have been campaigning for upwards of 2, 3, 4 weeks in some cases, really knocking on doors and trying to get them over the edge, since it is a very close run in those electorates.
Kenji, thank you. Cameron Dick, just on the Greens, interested in how worried you are, whether you're expecting to lose any further seats to the Greens, or have you done enough with free school lunches and public transport to try and sandbag against the Greens?
Yeah, I mean, those initiatives weren't to sandbag against the Greens. They were there to help Queenslanders. But I'm with Cos on this. Metropolitan Brisbane, and then the big red wall around Brisbane, which is Moreton Bay, Ipswich, Logan. They are the seats to watch. Early polling, about 4% of the vote in Stafford. We're on 42%. The LNP on 33 and the Greens on 20. So their vote's up, but not enough to beat us.
So you don't think you'll lose any further?
No, I don't think people see the Greens as the answer. I think you'll see a surge in their vote because of the I think the difficult nature of the times that we live in, particularly cost of living pressures on families, people are casting their votes around, but you're not seeing a surge there. But I just want to go back to the point David said. Like, there were 2 polls this year. We were on two-party preferred 58-42 and 57-43. That's as late as July. That's wipeout territory. Okay. And so, you know...
I think we appreciate you both want to be the underdog. Just what we've seen so far
But let's not have a revision of history by the LNP about how we started this campaign. And the fact that David Crisafulli spent 4 years in hiding, not being scrutinised. As soon as the media was on him in Brisbane, he was up in regional Queensland.
Campaign's done. Let's just talk about the results.
No, we're still counting, David.
There are early figures, but what we saw from Anthony on Keppel and Mundingburra up north, some big swings, double-digit swings. Why is that happening?
Oh, early days. Let's see what those booths are and where those numbers are coming from. But you know, they're challenging for us, no question. That'll be hard for us.
All right. Well, let's see what more Anthony can tell us about. You've got some further figures there?
Yeah, well, I'll just start with some statements. We just got a huge whack from one seat, which I think we'll do in a minute. Statewide votes. It's very patchy early on. 34.3 for Labor, 39.5 for the LNP. So just to say, these are projected numbers. They're not the raw percentage. The raw percentages would have the Labor vote much lower. This is projecting on what we've got compared to the same places last time. So we're projecting, and they're sticking at about 35 to 39 there for the 2 major parties. The Greens, 9.8, One Nation, 9.5. Look at the change in vote that's occurring. 5.3% down for Labor, 3.6 up for the LNP. One Nation up 2.4. Again, let's see if those figures stay there as the count continues. And a quick stab at the two-party preferred, and it's 5.3% swing, which
and
is...
remind us what the LNP need?
If it's uniform, 5.7.
Right.
So that's where it is at the moment. Again, I think that's not a 1.9% counter. That's under 0.5% counted where we've got a preference count. Yeah. Now, I think I've got a couple of seat runs. A seat run here. The first one is Ferny Grove, which has come up. We've got 11% counted. It's suddenly sort of all swept in for Ferny Grove. 38% for Mark Ferner, 34% for Nelson Savannah. Greens, 22% in Ferny Grove. Big result for the Greens in Ferny Grove there. Look at the change in votes occurring here. The Labor primary vote down, the Green vote up in that seat. No move in the LNP vote at this stage. And in Ferny Grove, that's translating into a 2.2% swing. So that's the biggest count we've had so far. I think that was 5 of the 17 polling places on primaries, and we've done an estimate of preferences using figures from last time. So now Ipswich West. We've got 3 primary votes in, and Wendy Bourne is ahead. Georgia Toft on 29.5. Now, of course, these, if I do the change figures, we're comparing to the last general election when Labor, this was a safe Labor seat. It was won by Darren Zano. Zano, sorry. Yep. He won it at the by-election. Unfortunately, through illness, he's not recontesting. So Georgia Toft is the new LNP candidate. Just under 10% for One Nation. The change in primary vote compared to the last general election is the Labor Party votes down 8, the LNP up 11%, and that's translating into a two-party preferred swing of about 13.5%. So we'll see how that flows through to the final figures, but that's certainly a better result for Labor than the by-election at this stage, which would put it back into the one to watch for the night. And the next seat is Townsville. We've got 1 polling place, LNP 38, Labor Party 31, Maggie Ryder from the Kansas Australian Party on 13. The change in vote there, the Labor vote's down not very much. The LNP vote's up. They've picked up votes from all over the place. I've taken a stab at a two-party preferred there, and it's an 8.5% swing, but that's my estimate at this stage. So we're getting patchy results. That Ferny Grove's result was a terrific result for Labor, but some of these other ones, particularly the Townsville seats, are all bad.
Okay, Anthony, thank you. Talissa, let's bring you in again. What's the big board showing us now?
Well, we finally got our first seat lit up, and as you just heard from Anthony, it is a Labor seat, Ferny Grove. Actually, Mark Ferner, the Agriculture Minister, so relatively safe, so not unsurprising, but this is what it will look like. So there's certainly underway on the board, and we'll be filling in some more throughout the night.
Talissa, thank you. I bought my democracy sausage from the Ferny Grove electorate this morning. It was most delicious.
Good to hear.
Helped the local PNC with the fundraising, so I feel like I've done my bit for the election.
You sure have, you sure have. Just back on the Labor Greens contest, a Labor source saying that their vote is actually up on the early figures in Cooper and the Greens vote is down, so they're they're feeling pretty good about how the Labor Greens contest is playing out. Rachel, what are your thoughts on this? Because we saw a disappointing result last weekend for the Greens in the ACT, where their vote was down a little, and they ended up seeing their seat numbers go from 6 down to 4. Tonight, their hopes have certainly moderated from where they were at the start of the campaign, haven't they? And why is that, do you think?
Well, we do know that the Greens, they've claimed it's been their biggest door-knocking effort ever. They've knocked on more than 125,000 doors. They said it's the most out of any state or territory election campaign. So they're definitely still trying to replicate that success that they saw at a federal level in 2022. We didn't see that play out on a council level. We know they have been targeting seats that are within that federal footprint. But Cooper is interesting. Jonty Bush has a very strong personal vote there. She's a very active member. So I don't know if that is playing a role there. I know visibly that the Greens were quite visible in Ashgrove. You could see a lot of signage for them. But I had also heard that Jonty is just a very popular member. She won the seat last election.
But I'm just wondering if there's a national issue here for the Greens, whether it's things they're doing at the federal level, whether it's siding with the CFMEU, not backing housing bills in the parliament, that sort of thing. Is that going to hurt them at the state level, do you think?
Yes, I think their problem or their issue is they don't have a clear state leader here in Queensland. So often the most visible figure is those MPs on a federal level, exactly. So when you see, as well as the Queenslander, Max Chandler-Mather, very visible on the issues he advocates on, I think Queenslanders have that association rather than their state MPs.
I think that's, though, where a lot of their optimism perhaps was from the federal campaign. I mean, to get 3 Greens MPs in the lower house in Queensland that was unprecedented. That hadn't happened before. Right. Tony, what does your sort of research say about the Greens and sort of their future influence on the state and federal scene?
Well, as we know, there's 3 federal seats in play in Queensland. And we'll be keeping a very close eye on those state seats in that area today. But what we are finding is for every vote that they pick up in the millennial sort of age segment, they lose one in the older vote segment as well. So they're sort of going one step forward, one step back at the moment. And tonight's results will give us a better insight as to how they're travelling in Queensland.
Cameron Dick, I know you seem to be sort of dismissing them a bit or discounting them a bit, but your cost of living policies that you mentioned before, David, they were kind of in the Greens policy handbook, weren't they?
But it's not the reason that we designed these policies. We just knew people were really facing incredible pressures, inflation and interest rates that we don't control. But we used our strength as a state, including those progressive coal royalties that the LNP condemned and criticised non-stop, to give $1,000 back to every Queenslander. And they were telling me on the booths today that made a big difference to their lives. And so, and you heard the Premier talk about 50-cent public transport fares, which have been unbelievably successful. That was a passion project for the Premier, something he'd always wanted to do. And so we took this opportunity to focus on that cost of living relief to give back to Queenslanders. And regardless of the outcome, we hope that we've made life a bit easier for Queenslanders at this time.
There's been plenty of economists' reaction to your spending as being irresponsible, making the inflation problem worse. Do you agree that putting money in people's pockets, whether it's energy rebates or free lunches and so on, is actually making inflation worse?
Complete opposite, David. And you just need to listen to the Governor of the Reserve Bank, the Secretary of the Federal Treasury, and look at the numbers. Inflation went from 3.4 to 2.7, the 2 biggest drivers for that.
But the Reserve Bank Governor has said that it's state spending that's keeping public demand high.
Well, the numbers are clear. 3.4 to 2.7, and the 2 mechanisms that reduced inflation in Queensland were $1,000 rebates and also 50-cent public transport fares. And they were designed that way, not to give cash to people to spend, but to offset expenditure, particularly on those electricity bills, and we've had the benefit of that in our state.
You've made no bones about the fact that you are borrowing to pay for this massive cost of living relief package. Is that responsible? We have seen ratings agencies say that Queensland's AA plus credit rating is potentially at risk.
During the course of the campaign, Jess, I made it clear what net debt was at the end of last financial year, $5.7 billion. You know, debt in New South Wales is 16 times as high as Queensland, $100 billion, and it's 22 times higher in Victoria.
Who's rising faster?
So 130. Well, we're starting at $6 billion. That's a pretty good start.
You're rising faster than the other states.
And if you want to look at grossing it up, which is both not only the government sector debt but also our GOCs.
You can pick your figure.
Well, you're picking a figure, David.
I'm just saying,
and if you look at our GOCs, what's the reality of our GOCs? $40 billion net in assets over liabilities. So we're in a strong position to borrow, and we were happy to do that to help Queenslanders.
I'm going to cut you short there because I want to talk to one of your colleagues, Cameron Dick. We've got Grace in the seat of McConnell, which is one of the seats that the Greens were targeting, as we've just been talking about. Minister, thank you for joining us on Queensland Votes tonight. How are you feeling?
Well, it's early counting, of course, and we have left nothing in the tank. Whether it's helping Queenslanders with cost of living, whether it's all of the stuff that we have put forward as our plan with our Premier Stephen Miles and Cameron Dick as our wonderful Treasurer, we've left nothing in the tank, and it's up to now the good people of McConnell.
So do you think you can hang on tonight?
Look, I hope so. I have certainly gone and fought for every single vote. We've door-knocked, we've gone and spoken to all the constituents that we possibly could, and it is wonderful to see. I'm hearing some cheers in the background, so hopefully that's good news.
Grace, it's Rachel Stewart. We've just been talking about the Greens. We know that they've been targeting your seat of McConnell. What sort of challenge have they put up for your re-election campaign?
Oh, look, they certainly do. They have been relentless. They have certainly targeted the seat like they did in 2020. But hopefully I can hold on and, hold off that attack. I don't take anything for granted. I've lived in this electorate all my life. I love this electorate. I love the constituents. And if they give me another term, I thank them from the bottom of my heart.
You're a senior member of Stephen Miles's cabinet. Do you think that Stephen Miles had enough of a runway? Should Anastasia Palaszczuk have stepped aside sooner?
Look, I think that really is speculative at the moment. We had what we had, and what he has done has been absolutely amazing. Stephen has shown the people of Queensland what he's made of in the last 10 months. He has shown the people of Queensland during this campaign he's a genuine person, and what you see is what you get. Unlike our opposition, where they're shifty and you really can't tell. Stephen has given it his all. He's done an amazing job with what he's had.
Would you support Stephen Miles staying on as Labor leader if Labor does lose tonight?
Look, I think that is entirely up to Stephen Miles. What Stephen Miles wants, and after we see who the Labor caucus is, we're a very professional, great team. We get on famously, and I'm sure we can work out whatever needs to be done, and I'm looking forward to doing that. But hopefully tonight is a night that there are some surprises, and we've only got to wait and see.
Grace, thank you for your time.
My pleasure. Thank you.
I'm sure we can work out whatever needs to be done. An interesting comment there. We might return to that as the count continues. We are going to have more numbers coming in shortly with Anthony Green. Now, let's see what else is making news with Mariam Saab.
Hello and welcome. I'm Mariam Saab with the latest from ABC News. 2 soldiers have been killed in Israeli strikes on Iran, according to Iran's military, which earlier said that its air defence system had countered the attacks with limited damage sustained. Israel said that it had completed its air attack on Iranian military sites early on Saturday, in retaliation to Tehran's strike on Israel this month, stoking fears of a wider regional war.
When a promise to attack becomes reality. Explosions heard around the Iranian capital.
Several powerful explosions have been heard near Tehran. The origin of the sound is not known yet.
The Israeli Defence Forces soon confirming it had begun its long-awaited strikes.
The regime in Iran and its proxies in the region have been relentlessly attacking Israel since October 7th on 7 fronts, including direct attacks from Iranian soil. Like every other sovereign country in the world, the State of Israel has the right and the duty to respond.
Israel had pledged to respond to Iran's attack on October 1st when more than 180 missiles were fired at Israel. That strike launched in retaliation for the killing of the leader of Hezbollah, Iran's ally in Lebanon. This latest salvo in an increasingly dangerous cycle of attacks watched closely by the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu from a bunker in Tel Aviv. Their targets, missile manufacturing facilities and surface-to-air missile defences in the Ilam, Khuzestan and Tehran provinces. After 3 waves of strikes, Israel announced its mission was complete and issued another warning.
If the regime in Iran were to make the mistake of beginning a new round of escalation, we will be obligated to respond.
A threat backed by Washington, a senior White House official telling reporters these strikes should end direct exchanges between the two arch-enemies, but warning of consequences should Tehran respond again.
Let's bring in our Global Affairs editor, John Lyons. What's your assessment of what we've seen unfold overnight?
Well, Mariam, obviously dramatic. An Israeli attack on Iran is always dramatic, as would be Iran's direct attack on Israel, as we saw on October the 1st. They've made 2 waves of strikes, mainly on military targets, on air defence systems in Iran and on missile production facilities. They have not attacked oil or nuclear facilities. The United States had really pressured Israel not to hit those 2. They didn't want a world energy crisis, especially leading up to an election, which the Democrats are trying to win. And so, in a strange way, though, my analysis is that this is almost like a release of pressure, a pressure valve. Israel's responded, but it's not a full response. It's not as hard as Israel could have gone. In a way, it's almost proportionate. Unlike Israel's attacks in Gaza, which in my assessment are not proportionate, this is almost proportionate, which I think will mean that Iran probably won't then respond, and it probably lets a bit of pressure out of the system.
Now back to the ABC Election Centre.
Yenami Rockhampton, Mugandarmu Nunthi. Tunumagal Gadabu, Mugandarmu Nunthi. Yiragu Wuran Bula Bulba. Wujabari Baby, Mugan Yiragu.
You're watching Queensland Votes live at the ABC Election Centre at Southbank here in Brisbane. I'm David Spears.
And I'm Jessica Van Vonderen. It is 6 minutes past 7 here in Queensland, and with 6% of the vote counted, let's get the latest from Anthony Green.
Yes, well, let's start by looking at those statewide figures. We're still seeing that 34-39. Now, I think the news poll this morning was 33-42, or the one yesterday. So the Labor Party is a little bit above that, and the LNP is currently projected to be a little bit below the news poll figure. So just to keep that as a record, One Nation is higher than was reported, and the Greens about the right figure. The change in vote that's occurring is the Labor vote's down 5, the LNP vote's up 3.5, and the One Nation is about 0.2. It's translating into a 4.4% swing, which isn't enough for change of government at the moment. What I will say at the moment is that the LNP's holding almost all their own seats. They're ahead in a number of Labor seats, not ahead in enough yet to say that they're on the path to victory, but the swing is definitely against the government. The government is losing seats. The LNP is holding its own, but we're going to take longer to work out whether there's actually a change of government or not.
And Anthony, just to remind people, and you spelt this out at the start, because of the big early vote at this election, the figures we're seeing in this first period of the evening are likely not to include those early votes, which typically favour the LNP. But you're factoring in that in the numbers we're seeing here.
We're projecting in, based on comparing polling place by polling place, that swing at the moment. Now, that's bobbed around a bit. It is only a low count, so it does bounce around a bit. But I think it's worth saying that there is a swing against the government. It's not exactly resolved. It's not yet resolved into whether one party is going to win more seats than the other or whether there's a change of government. It is only a low count, though, and there's a lot more Brisbane figures to come in.
And do you have some more seats there, Anthony, you can show us at the moment?
I do. I've got, first one up is Townsville, where we've got 12% counted. The LNP's ahead. Labor Party's on 34. The one, Canada's Australia Party 11, the Greens 10. Now, we haven't got a preference count there. If we do a two-party preferred, it's resolving into a 6.9% swing, which is my estimate. But probably more reliable on this is the first preferences are projecting that the LNP will have the higher vote. And given you've got Canada's preferences and you've got One Nation preferences, if the LNP is ahead on first preferences, projected to be ahead, they will probably finish ahead. So at the moment, Townsville's looking like a very strong prospect for being an LNP gain at this stage. Next door in Thuringowa, we've only got two polling places now. The LNP again is ahead, but only just ahead. But again, 13% with Canada's Australia Party, 7% with the One Nation, and only 5% with the Greens. If the LNP is ahead or slightly ahead or close, those preferences will favour the LNP. I'm projecting the LNP will be further ahead than that. That's translating into our estimate of a two-party preferred swing of. That's not right. I think that's using something else. I don't think that's right. So let's skip past that.
But the Katter Party, there, we were talking at the start about whether this would be a three-way contest. The Katter Party's not really a prospect, you wouldn't think, in Thuringowa or
No, they don't look like they're getting second place on those figures, but their preferences will be important. At the last election, Canada's Australian Party preferences in Townsville, they did not recommend, and the preferences split maybe 55% to the LNP. With a direction, I would expect that would to be above 65, which tilts it towards the LNP, especially if the LNP are ahead on the first preferences. Barron River is a different story because at the moment the LNP, the ALP is ahead, and there's a big vote there for the Greens, and the change in vote that's occurring there is the Labor vote's only slightly down. There's a big rise in Canada's Australia Party preferences. I can't remember, this might be one of the seats where I can't remember if they directed preferences or not, but the two-party preferred count is an estimate. It's a 1.4% swing to the LNP. Now, as we like to say, Barron River is a bellwether. It's gone with government at every election since 1974. I don't think it's a very representative bellwether. It just happens to work out that way. But at the moment, the swing isn't big enough for Barron River to call, but it's in doubt. So we've got more to go there.
And Anthony, can I just ask, because I'm noticing on the big board over here that Keppel. What's happening to Keppel? Should we pay any attention to that just yet?
The big board is giving seats away that we are not confident of. So please don't refer to this.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
You look there, I'll look there.
That's interesting, though, in Barron River. I mean, it's early, we'll see. But if Labor holds on to that seat, that could be make life a little more difficult for the LNP in getting to the magic number they need.
I think Nicklin is looking more likely to be an LNP gain. I don't think anyone expected Labor would win that twice. It was a very tough seat. We're looking at two-party preferred swing there. We're estimating it's only a 0.5% swing. That's only two polling places. I have to check where they're from. But on those primaries, we're projecting that the LNP... I'll go and have a look at that one again. We got 10% there with the Legalised Cannabis Party. They do quite well in that part of the Sunshine Coast.
All right.
I'll let Queenslanders comment on that. But I wanted to get back to Gavin, which is a seat, of course, there's a huge interest in. Megan Scanlon is well ahead of the primaries. And on the projected numbers we're looking on the primaries, she may well stay ahead. She's a very good result for her at this stage. I think our two-party preferred estimated... Again, I'll just go back. What's happening is we get one polling place and you get a swing. I probably shouldn't use the two-party preferreds until they settle down. We're projecting, if you look at the change in vote, her vote's down 4% and the LNP votes up 3%. That's not going to translate into a 10% swing. It's only a small swing. So at the moment, I'd say Megan Scanlon's well positioned there. We haven't given it away, but that's a reasonable result.
Looks, I guess, better than expected numbers for Labor in some of those seats. At least we'll see how that plays out as more comes in. I want to introduce our federal panellists who are joining us this evening. Susan McDonald, Senator for the LNP here in Queensland, Shadow Minister for Resources in Northern Australia. Welcome to you.
Thank you.
Good for you to join us tonight. And Annika Wells, the federal member for Lilly here in Brisbane, the federal minister for Sport and Aged Care. Welcome to you. Thanks for joining us as well. We've got to get some opening comments from both of you. Annika Wells, you've seen a bit of the update there from Anthony Green. What's your sense of how things look an hour and 12 minutes into the count?
An hour and 12 minutes into the count, about half the state voted before today.
Yeah.
So at the moment, we're looking at the results that people voted today, and I think we had a great last week of the campaign. We're getting some good results. I think the Cairns seats are looking a little bit more like Brisbane seats than people were expecting
That
so
Barron
far.
River result?
Yes. And I think this Green slide that the Greens were predicting, they're going to win up to 10 seats, yet to manifest. But in terms of these results rolling in, I'm still very anxious about a big, rude dumper of a wave coming when pre-poll lands in a few hours.
All right, we'll see if that dumper comes. Susan McDonald, what about you? What are your impressions at this point?
Well, I think that it's important that we think about this election. In order for the LNP just to break even, it needs the same swing as Kevin 07 acquired in that year, 5.6%. This is a significant number, and it has been, you know, not just the last 4 weeks of the campaign. It's been the last 4 years. So that's my observation, is that we will need to see some serious numbers in order for us to achieve government.
Susan, we saw some pretty promising figures there for the LNP out of Townsville. You are from that neck of the woods.
Yeah.
What has the sentiment, the mood been on the booths as you've been up in that area during the campaign?
It's been incredibly clear. People talk, whether it be at a barbecue or a polling booth, they talk about crime first. They talk about health second, and I think our campaign has been really well targeted at the issues that are keeping people focused, whether or not their car's in the driveway the next morning. You know, women are walking down the street with their keys in their hands, and that is an important discussion about for us, that we stayed on message. We stayed focused on what Queenslanders wanted to talk about, and that has been the #1 issue in Townsville.
Just coming back to this Greens performance tonight, they hold the seat of South Brisbane, right?
Yep.
I'm hearing that and I might get Anthony to check on this if we can, that their vote is down in South Brisbane just on the first couple of booths that have come in. They're down by nearly 6%. This could be a tough night for the Greens. Cos, what are your thoughts on why? I mean, I referenced earlier the ACT, where the Greens didn't do as well as they would have hoped. Tonight, clearly they're not so far doing as well as they might hope. Is there a pattern here? Is this because of federal issues around the Greens? What's your take on it?
I think there's two explanations to this. We've got the state election campaign that Miles ran, which is clearly very effective in Brisbane. I mean, all the pattern we're seeing so far is that, yes, they're losing some votes in some of the key seats that I mentioned at the beginning of this telecast. They seem to only be losing them to other parties, so it's not translating to the LNP completely. Now, with regards to the Greens, it's a pattern that we're seeing across the country. So we've had a couple of examples so far. We've had New South Wales local government elections, we've had the Brisbane council elections, we've had the ACT election, and in all three...
And this is the big one, the Queensland state election.
In all three, the Greens have gone backwards. So we've been waiting for tonight to see whether there's another pattern emerging, and if tonight does emerge that the Greens have lost votes in key seats, then something they're doing nationally is clearly not working.
Yeah.
And Tony, what are you seeing at this stage of the night?
Yeah, very fragmented voting patterns. Some of those regional seats we spoke about before, the LNP are very, very competitive and doing well, maybe not enough to get to 47 just in the regions. In a lot of those urban centres, however, they're contestable. So the LNP are in the race, but the Labor Party are performing much better there than they are in the regions.
So, Tony, what's your level of confidence of the LNP winning at this point?
Oh, I still think the Labor Party has a narrow path for victory.
The Labor Party has a narrow path?
Yeah, very narrow, but it is possible. But I'd much rather be in David Crisafulli and David Janetsky's position right now.
Well, you'd take that narrow path, wouldn't you?
I'll be on my tippy toes if I need to get on the narrow path. It won't bother me. Thanks very much for that, Tony. Keep me going for a couple of hours anyway.
Yeah. Annika Wells, you might have missed Cameron Dick at the start of the broadcast. Basically, it made an honest expectation that it's very difficult for Labor to win tonight. Are the figures we're seeing so far a little better than what you expected for Labor? There's a fair way to go, I know, and you talked about that dumper that might come.
I think we've had a blinder of a campaign. I mean, and for us who are used to 35-day federal campaigns, it's felt short, sharp, hot, 26 days. I do wonder, I feel like the LNP's sort of deteriorated under proper scrutiny and pressure, and I do wonder what would have happened if we'd had another if we'd gotten to 35 days like we
should have gone longer
in the Fed. Because I think some months out we were, and not just polls, I did hear Cam talking about news polls earlier in the year, but those two by-elections in Inala and Ipswich West, they were really grim figures for the party faithful. And if you look at where Ipswich West is looking like at the moment, how tight it's been, I think it's been a really good campaign, and that's to the credit of everybody who's turned it around.
Look, we were talking a little earlier about debt, and David Janetsky, I would bring you in here because, to be honest, looking at your costings, which came out just before Election Day, I think on the Thursday afternoon, things aren't much better under an LNP outlook on the debt level, are they?
Well, David, I'd say our costings came out actually before the government, so that's pretty rare in modern political history. So our fully funded costings. I often, in respect of this question, I don't say the words. I let S&P, Standard & Poor's, say the words. And after the budget, there was an analysis that said there was waning fiscal discipline after the...
My question's about why your projections aren't much better.
Our projections, our election commitments, did not require an extra dollar of additional borrowing. In contrast, the government announced $33 billion worth of new borrowings in 3 weeks alone, with state-owned service stations, state-owned another energy retailer, state-owned school lunch programs. It was a spending that has caught the attention of credit rating agencies. And Standard & Poor's said it, and they said looser fiscal discipline after all those announcements that the Treasurer signed off.
David Janetsky, we've got one of your colleagues standing by. We're going to take you to the Gold Coast now. Laura Gerber is the LNP MP in the seat of Currumbin. We will talk to Laura in just a moment. But Anthony, what can you tell us about the contest there?
In Currumbin, Laura Gerber is easily re-elected. We've got 16% of the count, half of the polling places today. She's on 45%. The Labor Party's down to 25%. The Greens on 11.6%. Her vote is well up 6.5%. There's 7.5% within Independent, and the Labor vote's down. So Laura Gerber will be easily re-elected in Currumbin.
Anthony, thank you. Well, there you go. Laura Gerber, congratulations are in order.
Oh, thank you so much. We have worked so hard. My team and I have not stopped these last 4 years to advocate for our community in relation to Labor's crime crisis, housing crisis, cost of living crisis, and of course the health crisis. And I'm just so grateful that I've been returned because I love my job and I love representing the people of Currumbin.
The Gold Coast is LNP territory. There's only one seat on the Gold Coast that is held by Labor. Have you got a broader sense at this stage of how the rest of the Gold Coast is going?
Yeah, it was always going to be a hard fight. And I think Bianca Stone has worked so hard. She has run a grassroots campaign, locally knocked doors, thousands of them, called thousands of people. And more than that, she's been a real community champion, particularly on the youth crime crisis that is affecting the people of Gavin so badly right now. So she's done everything she possibly could. And I guess now it's just a waiting game.
Laura, you're the Shadow Youth Justice Minister. The LNP has been running on adult crime, adult time, which would see minors tried as adults for serious crime. Can you explain how that is going to reduce youth offending?
Yeah, absolutely. And in fact, on my booths today, that was the main thing that we were talking about, was youth crime and our strong plan, our Making Queensland Safer laws to be able to restore safety where you live. Adult time for adult crime will restore safety where we live by allowing our judges and magistrates to impose a sentence that fits the crime. Now, let's remember, we're talking about 5 key offences here: murder, manslaughter, we're talking about serious harm like stabbing people, breaking into businesses and robbing them, and breaking into homes and stealing cars. These are the things that our state of Queensland are suffering under right now, and it's because Labor weakened our laws 10 years ago. It's because they watered down our laws, and now we have a generation of repeat offenders who know their rights come before the rights of victims and who know there's no consequences for actions. Our Making Queensland Safer laws will restore consequences for actions, and that's how it's going to reduce crime.
The policy has been criticised by civil liberty groups, youth advocacy groups, legal experts who say imposing longer sentences on children in a detention system that already is struggling will not reduce offending. What do you say to those criticisms?
Yeah, look, I say not everyone is going to agree with everything that we put forward, but we're not doing adult crime, adult time in isolation. We're doing detention with a purpose. We're doing circuit breaker sentencing, giving judges another option aside from either putting kids back into our community, which is what invariably happens, or putting them in detention. They can send them to circuit breaker sentencing for rehabilitation and to work with their families. We're doing gold standard early intervention. We've got our regional reset programs where families can refer kids into a regional reset program before they even start offending so that they can turn their lives around. And then we've got our Staying on Track program, 12 months worth of intensive support for every single youth that goes into detention so that when they are released, they have support so they don't re-offend. At the moment, under Labor, they're getting less than 72 hours, and less than half of those kids are getting that. Our comprehensive plan will restore safety where you live. And leading into this election, we heard nothing from the Miles government in relation to crime. They put not a single new proposal forward. Our community deserves so much better.
Laura Gerber, thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you.
The electorate of Palmerston, north of Brisbane in the Moreton Bay Regional Council area. The seat takes in Bribie Island and the huge growth area around Caboolture. Coming into tonight, Labor's Ali King held the seat with a 5.3% margin. You're watching Queensland Votes. I'm David Spears.
And I'm Jessica Van Vonderen. It is 24 minutes past 7 here in Queensland, and with 14% of the vote counted. Let's get the latest on the numbers with Anthony Green.
Well, primary vote. As I said, we're projecting the numbers. So every time we come to it, we're getting roughly the same thing. Labor in the 34s, the LNP in the 39s, Greens 10, One Nation about 8.6. So that's been quite a persistent figure through to 14% of the vote. So unless there's something dramatically different with postals and the absence of postals and pre-polls, and that's trend, the projection is looking relatively solid at this stage. And that's translating into a two-party preferred swing of 4.3. And we've just received a great dump of preference counts. It has firmed up a whole bunch of seats, which we're looking at. The LNP is holding almost all of its own seats. It may have lost Ipswich West. It is ahead in quite a number of Labor seats, but not enough to get into government at this stage. I think what this is saying is it's going to be a long night. It's not going to be an early night. We're going to be looking at these figures for a long time tonight. So we may get all the polling places in and still not be clear, and we'll be waiting for some pre-polls to arrive. So it's a... get ready for a long night.
Anthony's call at the moment is a long night ahead.
Yes, we'll be waiting, yes.
Yeah. Well, it's fascinating, right? Because it's not what the polls were suggesting a few weeks ago, that this would be a long night on election night. But here we are.
Absolute surprise. We might need some more lollies.
I think we will. That's me who's eaten most of those, I should confess. Anyway, what have you got there, Anthony?
Look, we just the two Green seats, and we'd bring up Michael Berman's on 36, the LNP on 34, Labor's on 26. 25% of the vote counted. Now, at this stage, we expect that to be Greens versus LNP, Labor out. But look at the change in vote. Green votes down, the Labor votes up.
Wow.
So whatever's to do with his campaign, and there's a number of people who have suggested the abortionist issue may have given people a reason to vote Labor, and it's showing up in Maiwar there. The Greens still, there's a 3.9% swing to the LNP. Translated at those numbers, the Greens will still probably win that, but we'll see what happens. But then let's look at South Brisbane. Yeah. Only a low number at this stage, but Amy McMahon's on 39, the ALP's on 35, and the LNP is 21. Look at the change in vote that's occurring here. Green vote's down, the LNP vote is up. And let's go back to that first preferences here. Remember, last time the LNP directed preferences to the Greens, and the Greens got over the line. If they hadn't, it would have been a pretty close contest. This time the LNP has recommended preferences for Labor. If the preference flow of the LNP in 2017 occurs, then the Labor has a chance of winning that. At the moment, our prediction is, I'm not sure why that's orange, but it's red. 13.2% swing to Labor, with Labor potentially winning. That is on one polling place, so there's more figures to come. But in both of those Green seats, and I haven't had a chance to look at Cooper, what we've seen is a drop in the Green vote and a rise in the Labor vote. And if you want a federal implication, there's one.
Well, that's fascinating. Not calling South Brisbane quite, but it looks like Labor's on track to take a seat from the Greens.
Annika Wells, what's your observation there?
Well, I've got a few more numbers in than ABC at the moment. I'm up to 9.14% counted.
In South Brisbane?
In South Brisbane, and the Greens primaries dropped further to 37.91 with 3,812 votes counted. So similar primary for the ALP, but the Greens vote dropping further. I mean, you would expect a first-term MP to have a strong sophomore surge going into their second term. That's sort of traditional election thinking. So for that not to have happened in South Brisbane should be immediate cause for alarm for the Greens party. And I think the other notable thing we all remember is that the LNP decided to preference the Greens in South Brisbane last election to blast out Jackie Trad. And they've made a different decision this time. Perhaps they could explain to us the journey that they've been on to move from preferencing the LNP to preferencing Labor again.
Well, it was a decision at the time, and this time around we've principally put the Greens and legalised cannabis last. And look, I just wanted to raise a couple part from South Brisbane. I agree with Anthony, it could be a long night. A couple of results we haven't talked about yet. Aspley, we're seeing some pretty strong primary vote increases there, 6 to 7% for our candidate, former Brisbane City Councillor Amanda Cooper, really well respected. Spent some time on the hustings with Amanda, she's a great candidate. And in Capalaba, who I think probably the candidate of this election is Russell Field. Obviously, very high-profile character. He's seeing up to 10% primary vote swing. So Capalabar's a very, very difficult seat for us to win, but it's one that we're keeping a close eye on.
Okay, Anthony, I think you want to have a look at the seat of Ipswich West. This was the one that the LNP won from Labor at that by-election. What are you seeing there?
At the moment that's going back to Labor. Labor's on 38.8, the LNP on 31. If you look at the projected vote share on 11 polling places, Labor's even further ahead. We've got a preference count. This is a two-party preferred swing at 9.3. Now, I had a margin of about 13 or 14% at the last election, which is what that swing's measured against. So at this stage, with 4 of the 19 polling places, we're projecting that Labor will win Ipswich West. So that puts another seat onto the Labor side of the pendulum, which means another seat that the LNP need to win. The other seat is Bundaberg, which you've got 18% now. Admittedly, Bundaberg, half of the votes will be at the 2 pre-poll voting centres. And at the last election, there was a big drop in the Labor vote. But at the moment, Labor's on 43.5 and the LNP on 31.6. Now, let's be clear. Bundaberg had a long history as a Labor seat from the 1890s right through to 2012. No, it was retained in 2012, lost in 2012, won in 2015, lost in 2017, won again in 2020. Tom Smith, who won by just 9 votes last time, is well ahead. At the moment, if you look at the change in first preference vote, his vote's up and the LNP vote's down on first preferences, and the two-party preferred swing is 0.7 to Labor. So at the moment, Labor, the seat remains in doubt, but Labor is doing remarkably well in Bundaberg compared to what everyone would have thought. You would have marked that one off quickly.
These are really interesting results that we're seeing right now. There's certainly, I can tell on our panel, giving Labor a fair bit of optimism, hope, cause you just sent me a message as well that I'm wondering if you can say for us on air. What's your expectation, prediction at the moment?
It's hard to see the 2 major parties getting to 47.
You reckon we're in a hung parliament?
It's looking like that. I mean, the LNP's really struggling in Brisbane. Labor's losing a lot of skin in some of the seats in Brisbane, but they're not going directly to the LNP. The LNP's not making the sort of gains in regional Queensland that we would expect. The seat of Gaven's a really red flag for the LNP because that's a seat they should have easily have secured, and it's definitely not the case. And so that it's going to be, as Anthony Green has mentioned, a very long night, probably a very long 2 weeks.
Cameron Dick, are you shocked by this? This isn't a position that you expected to be in tonight.
I thought we were going to be in, by this time of the broadcast, I thought we were going to be in deep trouble and that we'd all be preparing a particular speech to give, and that is not the case. And I think the LNP will be alarmed by Ipswich West because it goes to one of the most important issues in the campaign, which is the more people saw David Crisafulli, the less they liked him. And the longer it went on, Annika's right, you know, a couple more days, the whole nature of the campaign would have changed. And I think people have seen him for who he is, and they don't like what they see. And I wish I could take credit for that, but that's all David Crisafulli.
Well, has Stephen Miles written 2 speeches?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know. I think we're all waiting to see what happens. But I think, and also on the Greens, you know, in a seat like Cooper, we're seeing basically a direct transfer almost from the Greens to Labor. And on a 2PP, Labor looks like its head. The Greens down 6, Labor up 6. So, you know, I think the Greens have over-promised and under-delivered. And I think we may be the beneficiary of that. And the other thing to note is legalised cannabis. They are polling very strongly across Queensland. And I think that could be a really significant factor.
And Annika, I want to come back to you for some thoughts on this as well. But Anthony, Mulgrave, we're up in North Queensland here. What can you tell us?
I don't know. I mean, nobody's got above 25%. If that continues for the rest of the count, I'd have no idea what you're going to get out of that. I will warn that Labor always gets a big jump when the Yarrabah vote comes in. But certainly, it's got a change in votes last time. This has been held by the Pitt family for years. Labor votes down 25.8. The others are up 23. What the devil's going on there? Where's the others? We've got legalised cannabis. We've got a couple of independents, 4, 5s down there. That's a pretty remarkable result if that continues for the rest of the night.
Annika.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think you were asking if we were feeling optimistic about the regions giving early results. I was just going to temper expectations a bit. I mean, 9-vote margin in Bundaberg. You need one table at the pub to change their minds, and the seat's going to change hands. And there was about a 70% early vote in Bundaberg. So these are very particular numbers of people that went out today and will be waiting for pre-poll votes. And I don't think anyone's got any pre-poll votes yet.
If you're adding, absolutely right about Bundaberg, but just back in Brisbane, if you're adding South Brisbane from the Greens column, Ipswich West coming back from the LNP column, that is making it harder for the LNP to get to the 12 seats they need.
Well, firstly, loving your optimism. But I think
it's not optimism, it's just the reality of the count.
The central tension tonight is going to be for Labor to hold government, we must have seats in the regions. For the LNP to win government back, they are going to have to go through Brisbane. And at the moment, the Brisbane vote is holding with Labor.
Yeah,
David Janetsky, how do you read that at this stage?
I always look at Queensland elections, they're high in regionality, right? So the Brisbane, we've got 6 out of 42 seats at the moment in Greater Brisbane. And we've got some promising numbers in a couple of electorates. There's a lot more to come. I still think that at 30% of this count, we'll start to see a swing back to us. I think the worst point of this count will be that 30% mark in the count. We'll start to see come back. Our direction now, in terms of that regionality, we've seen on the Sunny Coast, Nicklin and Caloundra in particular. We've got Gavin on the Gold Coast. Those regional seats that the vote is splitting pretty widely there. I think we'll start to see some clearer trends coming through after that 30% point. And I think there's enough green shoots, but we've just got to wait and see a bit more of it counted.
Okay. Anthony Green, take us to central Queensland, to the seat of Keppel.
We've got a fifth of the vote counted. Nigel Hutton is ahead on 32% for the LNP. Brittany Lauger on 30 and James Bashby on 26.9. Labor can't win that contest from second place, certainly, and even if they're only 2% behind, they're not going to win from second place. At the moment, Brittany Lauger is projected to finish second, so I would say that there's a very strong chance. I think it's likely that unless Labor does spectacularly well on the pre-poll votes, and I can't see why they're going to behave differently there, then Nigel Hutton will be the new LNP member for Keppel.
Anthony, thank you. Let's go to Talissa Saganto. Talissa, what's the big board showing us?
We've had a lot of action since the last time we had a look at it, but as you just heard from Anthony, the most significant thing is we've had our first flips. So this side of the board for Labor, the LNP have managed to pick up Keppel. They've flipped that seat from red to blue. Now, they obviously need 12, we already know that. So they're one on their way, but they did need to hang on to all of theirs. That was what they needed. Now, we can see Ipswich West has actually gone back to Labor. So that makes their job a little harder. They need 13. They've got the one over here, so 12 more. Now, we also just want to point out that there is obviously a few more seats on the board. One of those is our panellist, David Janetsky, will be returning to Parliament.
Congratulations, David. That's very good.
Thank you, Toowoomba South.
Talissa, thank you very much. We were mentioning Keppel earlier, and the board, as you can see there, has given it to the LNP. James Ashby is the One Nation candidate in Keppel. He's been running a hard campaign there. Joins us now. James Ashby, do you concede the LNP has won that seat, or are you still hoping for some change?
Oh, look, some of the booths clearly haven't been checked at this point, and unfortunately at the moment we've got echo back in my ears, so it's very difficult to concentrate on what we're saying, but hopefully you'll fix that. But look, at the moment it's very early, and yes, the count has begun, and look, I'm very happy as it sits to know that we are going to get change here in Keppel. We've, as One Nation, have run this campaign on a very local level. In fact, so local, I'm at a service station tonight because at the end of the day, the Labor government came out and they said they were going to build service stations across Queensland, and one of my local family-run service stations said, I'm putting my hand up to run and help you do very well at this campaign, but also to the after party. So I'm happy to be here. Mario's at Roslyn Bay. He's a family-run business, and he was one of the ones that was going to be affected by the Labor Party's decision to open servos across Queensland.
James, it's Rachel Stewart. At the last election in 2020, the One Nation vote collapsed. It does seem to be that you're gaining some more ground. What happened in 2020, and why do you think now you're regaining some of that vote?
That was a COVID election, as you're well aware, and people were still afraid here in Queensland. Labor had a stranglehold over the last election because of that fact that so many people believed that Labor kept them safe, but that was never the case. I think now that we're many years on from that election, 4 years on, and we're certainly well and truly out of COVID, no one's afraid, and people realise that Labor used that as a ploy against them to try and win.
Your one MP in Queensland Parliament wasn't endorsed for this election. Was that a mistake?
No, not at all. Lazy people don't get a chance here at One Nation. If you're not prepared to work hard over a 7-year period, 2 terms of Parliament, I'm sorry, there's not a place here for you. And we're very happy to have put him down below the Liberal National Party at this election. As I say, lazy people shouldn't be in there representing Queensland. And as for the people of Morani, look, nice guy, just lazy.
You now risk not having any representation in Queensland Parliament, though. Is that a risk you were willing to take?
Well, look, as I say, I'd rather we lose the seat than put somebody in there who will do absolutely nothing for the people of Morani. But look, I'm still confident. You know, there's 93 candidates across Queensland here, some of which have a great opportunity. We've had exceptional candidates run all the way from Cook, Cairns. Don't discount Cairns for One Nation. Don't discount Cairns around that Maryborough, Harvey Bay region there as well. And, of course, there's plenty of other seats that we could do very well. As we know, not many people took out of vote cards at this election, so preferences will come into play. We'll also see a change of guard. A lot of people were coming through the polling booth saying, we're just sick to death of the 2 major parties. So until the night's over, until counts are finished, we don't know what the wash-up is, and I'm very hopeful still that we can still represent Queenslanders in the Queensland Parliament with a One Nation MP.
James Ashby, thank you for joining us tonight.
Good on you. Thanks.
This is the seat of Mulgrave in far north Queensland. The electorate stretches from southern Cairns down to Gordonvale and takes in the Yarrabah Aboriginal community. Labor came into the election with a 12.2% margin. The Speaker of the House, Curtis Pitt, succeeded his father, Warren Pitt, in 2009 and has been the local member since. He's retiring at this election. You're watching Queensland Votes live from the ABC Election Centre in Brisbane. I'm Jessica Van Vonderen.
And I'm David Spears. It's 7:42 p.m. We now have 18% of the vote counted. Let's get the latest from Anthony Green.
Yeah, well, the first thing I'll just say is that one of the things which is making it a little complex to figure out what's going on is we're getting lots of first preference counts, but the two candidate preferreds are lagging far behind. And so we're seeing a position on first preferences we really want to clarify with some preference counts. So if we're being a bit cautious on a few things, it's for good reasons. Now let's look at the overall vote at this election. 34.5 for Labor, 39.4 for the LNP. So every polling place that's coming in is keeping those votes. They haven't shifted yet. So unless the postals and pre-polls do something different, we're projecting that that's what the figures are going to be. The Greens 10%, One Nation 8.4. The change in votes occurring. The Labor vote's down 5.2, the LNP up 3.8. A bit of up and down amongst the other parties. And the two-party preferred swing that's translating to is 4.8%. Now let's have a look at some of the regional breakdown of the swings. If we look at southeast Queensland, the swing is 3.8%. If we look at the rest of the state, it's 7.1%. So the swing's bigger outside of Brisbane, outside of the southeast than it is. I haven't had a look at inner and out of Brisbane because southeast also includes the whole of the Golden Sunshine Coast. So if I select, that's Greater Brisbane, that's 3.5%. What I was after was Brisbane City Council then, which is this one. So this is inner Brisbane, 2.3%. If I look at outer Brisbane, it's 5.7%. So there's a difference between the inner and the outer areas in terms of the swing and between the southeast and the rest of the state. Now, what we wanted also to quickly have a look at is changing in doubtfuls. We're definitely giving away Ipswich West to Labor, Keppel. I haven't looked at Mackay, so I'll be cautious on that. I haven't seen that until now. Townsville would definitely giving away. We suspect Munding-Borough has also gone, but until we get some more preference counts, they're not being formally given away. I'll have to look at Mackay. And on seats that are in doubt, we do this. Now, this is surprising me. ALP is ahead in Aspley. They're ahead in Bundaberg, which is astonishing. They're ahead in Cooper. The Green vote has fallen. The LNP is ahead. Well, the LNP will win Gympie, there's no doubt there. Nicklin, Labor is ahead, and Labor is ahead in Redcliffe. So there aren't any other seats here where we've got the LNP ahead, except for when there's a low count in a seat. And at the moment, because we're having difficulty getting preference counts, we've lifted our bar on primary giveaways to about 20%. So everything's running a bit slow for us than normal. But as I was saying, those figures are not showing the news poll from yesterday. The LNP vote's not as high as news poll was projecting.
Andy, thank you. They're certainly not. I just want to come back to the One Nation question we heard from James Ashby there earlier and talking to Rachel. Susan McDonald, someone on the panel will know, I should know this. How long since One Nation did not win a seat at a Queensland state election? It would be a while.
Well, they won their first, I think, in 2017 when Steve Andrews won Morani, and previously they hadn't had a presence in the lower house, I would say, since about 2004, 2001, 2004.
Okay. But yeah, what do you make of how they've performed up there in Keppel?
I think it's probably quite predictable. It's all of these elections have been run in a very localised way, and we've got a terrific candidate in Keppel. I think that's what you're seeing play out. But if I could just turn back to Mulgrave, it's an interesting seat. It has the most candidates in that seat, and the informal vote is up 2.3% already, which I think is a reflection of people struggling with completing their how to vote in an informed way. But I think all of this is kind of making sense for me. Just remember that we have had a spending free-for-all in this state. Labor has had 17 coordinated union campaigns and 6 third-party campaigns.
You're talking about the campaign spending, not so much government spending, which cost of living issues we were talking about earlier. You're talking about spending in this campaign.
In this campaign, but I could also talk about government spending as well. We saw at the Echo. we saw the Labor government run a stall at the exhibition that looked very much like Labor messaging and branding. But just back to the, we had $100,000 being able to be spent by every union and activist group in each seat. And that really came home hard in this last portion of the campaign. We know Labor does that. They run hard and they run late. So the results we're seeing
we also,
tonight...
just on that, sorry, we also saw a story in The Australian that the LNP seemed to have run out of cash and had to rattle the tins.
Could have deep pockets,
loans.
doesn't it?
Well,
You got all those donors,
unfortunately,
the
this
$1 million
is
loans.
one more example of Labor changing the rules to disadvantage the LNP. And in this case, they said that you couldn't take loans from financial institutions. This is just one more change, whether it be the change away from optional preferential voting, 20 minutes notice going into the Parliament, a vote that Katter went with Labor on. There has been a series of changes to the rules around campaigning, and we're seeing Labor's benefit at this point. But I would just say to you, today's vote, I think, is going to be different to what we see come in from the 2 weeks of pre-poll, the postal votes and the phone voting.
All right, Susan, thank you. We're going to get some more results now. Anthony's going to take us to the seat of Mackay with a really long Labor history, but the current serving Labor MP is retiring at this election, Anthony.
OK, we've got 10 polling places and the LNP's on 41 and the Labor Party's on 31. And we've got 12% with One Nation now. The LNP is not going to lose that seat if they're ahead on first preferences. That's 10 of the 16 polling places. Now, polling places includes the 2 pre-polls to come. So I think Nigel Dalton, I think, is a well-respected police officer from the region. He will win that seat and become the first Conservative member for Mackay, I think, since the 1930s.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that is an incredible result, David.
Yeah, that is an extraordinary result. Even in the landslide of 2012, the late Tim Mulherron still held that seat against the landslide. To see Nigel Dalton, well-respected police officer, PCYC police officer up in Mackay, really well known, probably new generations of young kids that went through the PCYC. He did a lot of the school programs as well. He's an outstanding candidate, and that's a really wonderful result for us. Historic, that result.
All right, we'll see some further results coming through. I want to go now to Wayne Swan. He is the federal president of the Labor Party. Thank you for... No, we don't. We're still setting that up. Apologies. He'll be there in just a moment. But Wayne Swan will be watching these results, I'm sure, with some optimism and hope, as we're hearing from Labor, Jess, a little more optimism than they had earlier before the count began. But we do need that reality check to temper that things could change once those early vote numbers come in.
Yeah, for sure. Well, while we wait for Wayne Swan, Cameron Dick, Mackay, what happened there? The coal companies were running some campaigns, weren't they, in some of these regional cities?
I think the coal companies have run a $40 million campaign against Queensland Labor since we announced progressive coal royalties. That's no secret, and the LNP have condemned those coal royalties every single day since we announced them 2.5 years ago. But we had the courage to do it.
Sounds like it was a pretty effective campaign.
Whether that's the reason in Mackay, there's a whole range of reasons. You know, Julianne Gilbert, great local member, but retired late. So Belinda Hassan, short time in the field to get out there and campaign. Nigel Dalton's a police officer, and so we know that's the single issue, the only issue the LNP campaigned on across Queensland.
Why is Labor so vulnerable on that crime issue?
Oh, for a range. I mean, I think for a range of reasons.
Such as?
I think the challenge goes back some time for us. But since we took office, the Premier and I, we put together that comprehensive plan to address it. And so we see the reduction in youth offending in places like Townsville, 22% reduction in the last 9 months, 6% overall in regional Queensland, across Queensland for youth offending.
So why is it causing you damage?
I think it resonated with a lot of Queenslanders. I think that's just the reality. And I think David Crisafulli ran a relentless campaign, a fear campaign on crime. We know it is an issue for Queenslanders. It's why we responded, but it's the single issue they campaigned on across Queensland. They adopted our targets on housing. They adopted our our targets on the employment of health workers, all of those things on the four major issues. Cost of living we won, housing we won, healthcare we won, but we didn't win on.
We'll see who's going to win once we get more results. Wayne Swan is there ready to go with us now. Thanks for joining us, the former Federal Treasurer, the serving Federal President of the ALP. Look, your thoughts at this point in the evening. We're nearly up to the 2 hours of counting mark, and I don't know, do you think there's any prospect of Labor actually holding on tonight?
Look, there may be, but this has been one of the most exciting and one of the most effective campaigns I've seen in Queensland since the 1989 campaign that knocked the National Party out. So it's been a strong campaign. Whether they get the numbers tonight, we may not know. But what we do know is that the swing to Labor during the last month or two has been strong, and it's been on the back of the cost of living initiatives that the government has put in place. And I think it also shows a rejection of the conservative-style Trump Republican anti-abortion segment of the LNP in Queensland.
On cost of living, because we know nationally this is a big issue and a difficulty for the Albanese government as well, is the lesson for Labor that it should go all out, throw everything at it. We saw Stephen Miles with free lunches and 50-cent public transport fares and $1,000 energy bill, that Labor should be doing a whole lot more on cost of living.
Well, Labor has already done a lot on the cost of living, but the measures up here were particularly appealing. But at the federal level, the government has been pushing in a variety of areas. It's just not been power rebates, it's been the tax cuts and a variety of other initiatives. What we've got to do is we've got to go out there and promote them much harder in the community than we already have.
We're seeing the swings. Anthony went through Brisbane, but then out of Brisbane, and the bigger swings against Labor are happening in those outer suburbs. That's probably no great surprise, but does it give you any concern about what might happen nationally?
Well, I think it's the case that the next federal election will be won, if you like, in many of those outer suburbs and regional areas. But Labor's got room to make tremendous gains in Queensland in the next federal campaign, and what the result tells us tonight is that is indeed possible if we get the right infrastructure and the right policy mix in place and talk about it effectively. The big and spectacular success of this campaign has been the strength for Labor of the under-40s vote. And to some extent, we've taken that away from the Greens as well tonight.
So just finally on that, what does the result so far tonight, and there is a fair way to go, you mentioned what it gives you hope about winning federal seats. What federal seats do you think you'd pick up?
Well, I think we'd pick up a number of seats in the outer suburbs, but if you're looking at some of the seats that were won in metropolitan Brisbane, they'd be on the chopping block for the Greens as well.
So taking back the seat of Griffith?
Well, that'd be a tough task, but it certainly would be our objective, as it would taking back the federal seats of Brisbane and Ryan.
Interesting. Wayne Swan, Federal Labor President, thank you very much for joining us tonight.
Thank you.
The seat of Southport takes in parts of the northern Gold Coast, held by Labor during the Beattie and Bligh governments. It's been in the LNP's hands since 2012. You're watching Queensland Votes live from the ABC Election Centre at Southbank in Brisbane. I'm David Spears.
And I'm Jessica Van Vonderen. It is 5 minutes to 8 here in Queensland, and with 22% of the vote counted, let's get the latest on the numbers with Anthony Green.
Well, it's the same old story with the percentage vote counted, 21.6% counted now. Labor in the 34s, the LNP slightly higher in the 39s, maybe nudging 40 now, but that's where the figures continue to be. The Greens on 10%, One Nation on 8.3, and once again, that change in voters we're seeing there. The Labor vote down 5.2, the LNP up 3.8, and a bit of a spray to the other parties. Now, what I wanted to say was that at the moment in Greater Brisbane, the Labor Party is not behind in any seat it holds. So there's nothing in those, Logan, Moreton Bay, Ipswich, Redlands and Brisbane City Council. Those 5 areas which make up Greater Brisbane. There's no seats changing hands at the moment, except for Labor could possibly pick up South Brisbane. We're not exactly determined on that. Just to comment quickly on that, and we'll come to the figures in a while. The Green vote is down in Cooper, it's down in McConnell, it's down in Greenslopes. None of those seats where the Greens were hoping to win are going to go that way. The Labor vote is up on all of them, and they don't appear to be any risk. And in fact, Labor looks like they'll hold both McConnell and Cooper. A lot more counting to come, but the Green vote is down in both, which makes it very hard. And there's no particular change in the LNP vote, which is what was needed. So that's interesting. Now, I've got a couple of seats to look at. And these are seats that we've given Townsville away. The LNP is on 35.6, 33.8 for Scott Stewart, 11, just under 12% for Katter's Australian Party, 10% with the Greens, 4% with One Nation. Now, Katter's Australia Party and One Nation preferences will favour the LNP. Green preferences will favour the Greens, the Labor Party, and more strongly than the other parties. So their preferences may well flow 80%. I think we've got a two-party preferred in 10 of the 17 polling places. It's a 5.7% swing, and we're predicting this is a LNP gain. So that's one Townsville seat. We've now got Mundingborough. The count's not up to 20%. We're not giving any seats away until we get 20 tonight. 39 points for the LNP, just under 40. Labor's on 34. The Katter's Australia Party on 13, and the Greens have only got 9. Again, preferences are favouring the LNP, and the LNP's ahead on first preferences. So the two-party preferred swing there is 8.9. The LNP is 55. I'm pretty confident that's going to end up being an LNP gain, and we'll go there soon. And Thuringowa, which is the third of the Townsville seats, again, the LNP is ahead on first preferences. There's a significant vote there for Katter's Australia Party and One Nation, so there's no way that the Labor Party is going to catch up in Thuringowa on those numbers. And if you look at the two-party preferred, that's an 11.4% swing to the LNP. And I think that's the end of my list at the moment. So we've got the LNP has won the 3 Townsville seats. It's won Mackay and Keppel, and at the moment they're ahead in Cook, though Cook's a very bouncy round seat. So that's 6 seats they've gained, all in regional Queensland, but nothing's happening in Greater Brisbane or the southeast at this stage. And last time I looked, Gavin was still Labor ahead. So at the moment, if 6 seats go, Labor's lost its majority. So there's going to be negotiation in the next parliament. Now, of course, what have we got now is the statewide figure is at 17%. That's after the statewide figure. Let's go here. Is now at 23%. That might get to about 27% with polling places, and then we're waiting for pre-polls. But at the moment, the LNP's just nudged 40. We'll see how that goes. But at the moment, there isn't an LNP majority in these numbers. It's looking like a hung parliament on these numbers, but there's a lot more counting to come. It looks like Labor's lost its majority, but there isn't an LNP majority. But who's going to form government? We're going to be watching a lot of counting for a while yet.
So interesting, Anthony. Thank you. Cos, you've got some comments about the outer suburbs.
Yeah, very much. It looks like the trends that we're seeing in outer Brisbane is the trends we're seeing across the country. So. And that's the trend we've been seeing for the last 5 years, and that is Labor loses ground, not necessarily to the Liberal Party in other states or the LNP in this state, but to other parties. So even in Ipswich West, although you can see here that the LNP's picking up 9.6%, it's largely coming from the One Nation collapsing, right? And so Labor's vote generally sprays now into other parties and doesn't necessarily translate to the LNP. Now, that's a problem for the coalition's strategy nationally, because at the moment their strategy is to take seats off Labor in the outer suburbs across our major cities. So far, all the evidence that we've seen over the last X amount of elections is that, yes, Labor has got a problem in the outer suburbs, but it's not translating to the Liberal coalition.
And, Cos, what's your theory on whether this is this swing against Labor in outer suburbs, be it here in Brisbane or elsewhere, is this because of the Miles Labor government, or is this in part because of the Albanese federal government?
It's absolutely about the affordability crisis across the entire country. So we can only really say it's a federal government issue here. It's the same problem in New South Wales. It's the same problem in Victoria, in Tasmania. Everywhere we go across the country, whenever we're polling, we're seeing the same trend, and it is all about a cost of living crisis.
Yep. Cameron, Dick, would you disagree this is Albo's fault?
Look, I think this has been overwhelmingly fought on state issues. I don't I'm not saying that there aren't federal issues have been.
Well, that's the question. The serious question. Do you think
have come to play? But I think overwhelmingly it's cost of living and who had the best plan to address it.
But is the federal government, the Albanese government, a net positive or a net negative for you?
I think net positive, yeah. I think, working with someone like Jim Chalmers, who's absolutely got his shoulder to the wheel on cost of living relief, I think...
What about Anthony Albanese?
Oh, well, the same. The whole federal government is focused on that too. I know Jim because his office is next door to mine. His electorate office is next door to mine.
You like Jim a lot? Yeah, okay, we get that.
I'm a great fan of Albo too, as we've all said. Albo's an honorary Queenslander, except for the days that State of Origin are played. And then he goes back to New South Wales.
If Anthony Albanese is a net positive, though, why did he only make a couple of brief appearances on the campaign trail?
Well, he's the Prime Minister of Australia, that's for sure. He's got a lot of work to do. He's just been he had a number of international engagements as well. So, we're very proud to have him as part of our team. We're very proud to have him campaigning with us, which he did with me in Logan, and Jim, where we announced more housing for Queenslanders, and that's what matters.
David Janetsky, Townsville. You spent a lot of time up there, the LNP, David Crisafulli, not just during the campaign, but let's face it, for the past year or more. To see those three seats looking likely to fall on your side of the ledger, you take heart from that?
Yeah, we certainly do. Early days across the board, that 30% threshold for us, but there's some key gains. And we pre-selected early candidates and they're really hard-working. And I've seen them go door to door, do all the road siding, and they've certainly tapped into the key issues locally on the ground that have been key with Adam Bailey and Natalie Ma, who ran for us last time around, had a good profile into the community. Janelle Pools, local police officer up there, really high profile, who had announced her own health battle during the campaign. So it's that team of candidates there, they worked really well together and have delivered, by the look of it, 3 seats for us in the House.
Can I ask you just to remind us what the LNP's position is on doing if we have a hung parliament, any sort of negotiation with the Katter Party? What is your position? Remind us.
No deals. We want to get through the count, David.
Right,
we don't want to...
no deals.
We don't want to countenance anything.
And David Crisafulli made this very clear. No deals at all. So if we have a hung parliament tonight, what happens?
No deals.
Does that promise go out the window?
No. There's so much counting left to go. There's so much counting left to go.
That means that promise is dead?
No deals. No deals. Right. I'm still really hopeful. There's a whole bunch of seats we haven't really even looked at yet tonight.
I am curious, just for people to understand what they're witnessing. When you say no deals, does that mean you'd form a minority government or not?
No. David, I'm not going to get into any hypotheticals.
No, I'm just asking for a clear answer.
No deals. No deals.
What does that mean?
But no deals.
You don't need a deal, do you? You just need someone who'll guarantee you confidence in supply.
I'm not going to get into hypotheticals. It's far too early. We've got too much counting yet to do. A whole bunch of seats we haven't even looked at yet.
But if Robbie Katter says, we'll back you on supply and confidence, that's not a deal? It's just a handshake?
I'm sorry, David. I'm going to disappoint you. I'm just going to say, yep. No deals. We're a long way from having any of those considerations, none of it, because there's going to be no deals. We've got a lot of votes left to count, and I want to see a majority Liberal National Government first.
I'm sure you do.
Can I just add on Townsville? Yeah. I just think the reason why the 3 Townsville seats look likely to come across to the LNP is that we've just heard some crime data quoted. We've seen very selective crime data used by Labor. They talk about, not the ABS data.
It's the police data.
And that doesn't really matter when people in Townsville say they don't believe it, when the watch house is overflowing every night, when the prosecutors and the defence barristers the solicitors will tell you that they are seeing more crime, more often with more severity.
Okay, but to be clear, the Queensland Police data does show a decrease.
Well, I'm telling you what's happening in Townsville, and that's what people have voted on. They are lies, and damn statistics.
Okay, don't worry about the statistics.
And on a minority government, like David Crisafulli was absolutely clear. He said he would not serve in or lead or be part of a minority government. And the reality is, who knows what will happen tonight. I'm still very concerned about
Would you form a minority government?
No, well, the government will continue. That's the reality. So,
But what does that mean? Does that mean
we've said no deals with anyone?
Same as these guys.
But the reality is the government continues until it's not the government. Jessica's right. Until anyone can say, you know, we can say to the governor, we've got confidence in supply. The government continues to roll on.
So what requires that? It requires Robbie Katter, for example, saying, we will back Labor on supply and confidence, and that gives confidence.
We would not be doing that. We would be going to the Parliament. We would be continuing as a government, and we would start our legislative agenda for a fourth term.
And wait for a no confidence motion to be voted on,
or whatever the Parliament did, because we may very well see out of this election the supremacy of the Queensland Parliament dominating all Queensland political parties. So it's an exciting night, but I'm still very worried about pre-poll and early
We need to
voting.
see what the results are, but it sort of has a feeling that we might end up with a hung Parliament at the moment. Annika, let me ask you, we were talking a bit about the federal impact on this Queensland Labor's vote in the outer suburbs, and whether any anger or unpopularity around the Albanese government is a factor here. You're part of that government. What do you say to that?
Well, in our council elections that we had in March, obviously that was a strong result for the LNP, but the areas in Brisbane that did well in Labor primary were the areas that are represented at a federal level by Labor people. And noting we've still got a long way to go, early on tonight you can see some of that replicated. Strong results in Miller, that's represented by the federal seat of Moreton, which is, you know, the outgoing Graham Perrott. Aspley's doing really well. That's the very hard-working Mr 50 Cent Fares, Bart Mellish. That's in the seat of Lily. Logan looks like it's holding up, represented by...
But the swing in those outer metro areas is there in the numbers.
Yeah, it's there in the numbers, and it's always been difficult for us to hold that at a federal level. But in terms of federal issues coming up at pre-poll, door knocking, etc., I've been out door knocking with Bismarck, Asif in Sandgate, with Bart Mellish in Aspley. It wasn't federal issues that were coming up, save when they saw me on the doorstep.
Cost of living is, though,
it's cost of living, which affects everybody.
Which is a federal issue.
Well, it's an issue for everyone, and I think...
Well, that's what we're saying. In part, it's a federal issue.
It's an issue for all levels of government, for all states, for all regions, for all countries across the world in a global inflationary cycle. I don't think you can pin it on any particular leader. But to your point about Albo only came twice, so did Peter Dutton, and Peter Dutton is a Queenslander. Peter Dutton's my neighbour.
He lives here.
He lives here, and for someone who's supposed to be an absolute campaign weapon for the LNP in Queensland.
We'll come back to that.
The only time he came here, he disagreed with Crisafulli.
And I want to come back to the nuclear debate, because there is a disagreement there. But Anthony Green, I want to get you to just pick up on something we heard from Cameron Dick earlier about what happens in the event of a hung parliament and government keeps on governing. Until when?
Well, the precedents are Don Dunstan in South Australia in 1968, the South Australian Premier in 2002, various other governments. When an election is unclear, it is the entitlement of the sitting Premier to say, I believe I have the numbers, I'd like to test my numbers on the floor, can I meet the Parliament? And the Governor would say, you can continue in what's the phrase, caretaker, and until the Parliament meets. Compare that with 2012. The problem in 2012, when the LNP fell short, was that Campbell Newman lost his seat. There was no Premier who could meet the Parliament. So the Governor had to appoint a new Premier, which is a choice between a new leader for the LNP who they didn't have, or Anastasia Palaszczuk, and Anastasia Palaszczuk was happy to meet the Parliament, and the LNP weren't because there was a case that might have gone to the court of speedy returns. So that's perfectly correct with what Cameron says. That's another negotiation position for the Parliament. But of course, I think there's a lot more counting to come, but I think there are actually roles for the Governor in this, and they nearly played a part in 2012, or they did play a part in 2012, and they could yet do in this case.
Well, as the counting continues, we've got some key seats to have a look at, Anthony, starting with Gavin on the Gold Coast, the lone Labor MP on the Gold Coast, Housing Minister Megan Scanlon. How is she going against former television presenter and journalist Bianca Stone for the LNP?
She's, Megan Scanlon is holding on. She's got 42% of the vote, 38%. We got 20% of the vote counted. At this stage, we're estimating that a two-party preferred swing there is about 3.6%, which is less than half of what you'd need to defeat Megan Scanlon there. So at this stage, that's looking very strong for Megan Scanlon. We're saying that we believe she's retained it, unless there's something, and that's taking into account the postals and absence trends from last time, postals and pre-polls trends from last time. So at this stage, we're saying that Megan Scanlon will hold Gavin.
There you go. What about the northern Brisbane seat of Aspley, where Bart Mellish, who Annika Weld was just talking about, is trying to defend the seat against Amanda Cooper?
Yeah, and this is one of those, tends to be a bit of a bellwether seat, tends to go with government. Labor's Bart Mellish there, 42.1 to Amanda Cooper, 39.6. Now, we're projecting that the LNP vote will rise from here and the Labor vote will dip, but there's still 12% with the Greens, and we've got preference counts. So we believe there's a 4.1% swing that Bart Mellish is ahead, but the seat isn't called. So there's a seat that if the LNP was going to form government, this is one of the seats they need to win.
Let's go to the Sunshine Coast now and the seat of Caloundra, which was one of those surprise pickups in the 2020 election by Jason Hunt for the ALP. Only a tight margin there of 2.5%. How's he holding out against the LNP, Anthony?
Well, at the moment he's ahead on first preferences, 37.9 to 36.8. We believe, and there's always a big pre-poll vote in this district, it's very conservative. And in the post, I mean, actually on the day last time, there was a difference in nearly 4% between the on-the-day votes and the pre-polls in Caloundra. And Labor, I think, got about 55% on the day and only just one. He's ahead, his vote will drop from here, and we estimate that once the final figures are in, we're projecting that it will be 51.6 to the LNP. Now, we've only got 17.9% counted, a lot more voting to come. But at this stage, the LNP's ahead and would probably be favoured to win from here. But that's one seat that the LNP could gain.
And Bundaberg, Anthony, they don't get much closer than Tom Smith's win 4 years ago. It was only 9 votes. How's he looking tonight?
Well, look at the first preferences here. Labor's on 43%. The LNP's 32%, One Nation 8.5%, legalised cannabis 7.9%. Twice the Green vote. It's just, I haven't had a close look at the legalised cannabis vote, but certainly showing up through the election. Look at the two-party preferred swing here. It's showing a 0.6% swing to the LNP. I think that that's actually a lot fewer polling places than we've got on the primary count, and I think that's a stronger position for Tom Smith than is shown there. But as I said, a 9-vote victory last time, and we've got a 0.6% swing to Labor. So this is one of the regional cities which isn't falling to the LNP.
And let's go further north to Morani, which was the One Nation seat by Stephen Andrew, but they didn't endorse him again, so he hopped across to Katter's Australian Party. How's he going, Anthony?
Well, look at the first preferences here, because what's happening is Labor's slipped to third. Labor's finished second in this seat previously, and if Stephen Andrew had been... yes, Katter's second place. We're saying that we're getting a good preference count at this stage. Actually, we've got no preference count. We're using an estimate of preferences here. Both Labor and One Nation recommended preferences for Katter's Australian Party, and it is we are projecting that will be a victory for Katter's Australian Party. Now, as I have got no preference counts, that's an estimate. I'm going to go in and just remove that as a prediction. I didn't realise we didn't have a preference count. So Morani will put back into doubt. But just to say, if Stephen Andrew had been the One Nation candidate, he wouldn't have won because Labor wouldn't have directed preferences or recommended preferences for a One Nation candidate. But they were quite happy to do it for a Katter's Australia Party candidate.
Anthony, thank you. Cameron Dick, Megan Scanlon, Cabinet colleague, taking heart seeing her putting on a strong showing there in Gavin.
Great minister, great MP, great campaigner. And I think what you're seeing in some of these seats that the LNP might have thought they would have just picked up in a wipeout, seats like Gavin, Cooper, Aspley, Greenslopes, Nicklin, Bundaberg, there was an incredible ground war by Labor. You know, the door knocking, the street corners, the phone calls. You know, in this campaign, there was almost 800,000 attempts by the Labor Party to reach out to people by telephone or on the doors, and that resulted in more than 250,000 interactions. You know, the Greens like to give themselves a pat on the back about campaigning locally. There's 250,000, 260,823 direct interactions with Queenslanders across the Labor team. This is a record. This has never happened before. I'm so happy because our candidates and our MPs, they just worked they work so incredibly hard, and we're seeing that result. And I think it's that ground war. I think it's the incredible one-on-one conversations with Queenslanders in an age where the media's fracturing, when social media dominates things, when someone's on your doorstep and they're talking to you directly about what they believe, that changes people's votes. And I think we're seeing an incredible campaign that Kate Flanders, our State Secretary, and Zach Beers, our Assistant State Secretary, ran. But look, I do think there's that big issue, and the unknown tonight is early voting and pre-poll and postal votes. I know in my electorate there are about 6,700 postal votes that were issued. As of 5 o'clock yesterday, only about 20% of them had been returned. So there's thousands.
You're not worried though?
No. Thankfully, the board has put Woodridge up there. I'm so happy about that.
Congratulations.
Hello to everyone at Logan Diggers. You were magnificent. Thanks for campaigning for me. I'm so proud of you.
Anthony keeps bringing up every now and then the legalised cannabis party. They ran in 29 seats in Queensland, and in 28 of them, Labor was recommending that voters put them second on the ballot paper. Why was that?
It may be one of the determining factors in some of these seats, that the preferences, as you see, in some of those seats, that legalised cannabis is now beating the Greens, and so that may be a determining factor in the election.
Have we got a beautiful new friendship emerging? Have we between Labor and
Well, I think the Premier was
cannabis?
asked about that during the campaign, and he made it clear that there wouldn't be any changes. That's what he said during the campaign.
You mean with regards to
legalising cannabis? Yeah, he made that clear. But clearly there's a strong vote there and a strong sentiment that's expressed by Queenslanders around that issue, and perhaps we all need to reflect on why there is that strong vote, particularly in regional Queensland.
So you think this vote tonight suggests you need to rethink it?
I don't think so. I think ultimately the Premier is a man of his word. He said that, and unlike David Crisafulli, he flip-flop across 4 weeks, including on costings. Well, the day before the election, he changed his whole position on victims of crime.
All right.
No ifs, no buts, no maybes. You betcha I'm not going to shift on that. And he shifted the day before the campaign concluded and said it's going to be per capita. So I think the more people saw him, the less they liked him and the less they believed him.
Can I just ask, does anything change for the LNP if you do have to form a minority government? Do any of your policies have room for negotiation?
David, I still am seeing a pathway here, and I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not going to get into any hypotheticals. I still think we haven't seen any numbers all night for Hervey Bay, Nicklin.
No, fair enough. Where I was heading with that,
we've got a long way to go.
Yeah, is your position still no nuclear power in Queensland?
Our position has been that it is it's a decision for Canberra. It's not for us. It's not part of our plan. That is what we've said.
Well, with respect,
that will be unchanged.
It was a bit more than that. David Crisafulli's position was no nuclear power in Queensland. You're now saying that's a decision for Canberra.
Yeah, well, our position, David, always has been through that it is not part of our plan. We're not looking at it. It's one for my federal colleagues.
Your position was not supporting nuclear power. Now you're saying it's something for Canberra to decide.
Well, there's a whole bunch of threshold questions that...
What's your view?
Federal.
What's your view?
My view is it's not part of our plan. We've been really clear all the way through it. Our plan all the way was, this government has let our coal-fired power station at Callide be offline for over 1,000 days.
But if the coalition wins federally...
19.9% last year.
But if Peter Dutton,
let cost of living get out of control.
If Peter Dutton wins federally and wants to roll out nuclear power in Queensland, what would you do?
Well, David, that's hypothetical, heaped on hypothetical. Right now, we've got to count the votes we've got here. We've said all the way through it's not part of our plan, and that remains the case. And
we could
got to count the votes tonight.
We could see nuclear power in Queensland. What about the 75% emissions reduction target? Is that also going to change?
No, we've said that the emissions targets 75% and then net zero by 2050 at 2005 levels. That's what we've committed to. We know that by the end of next year, sector plans on emissions targets will be developed. If we're fortunate to form government, then those line ministers would be developing the sector plans with the private sector, and that would form part of the plan.
So you wouldn't shift on that emissions target of 75%?
No, we've been quite clear. We've committed at a state level on the emissions targets, and that would be the case.
But you don't quite know how you're going to get there yet, do you?
No, well, we've been pretty clear about that sector plans. There's a whole sector plan going on right now that's being worked on, and the plan we would have is to work with the ag forces and the QRCs and the sectors that are working on those emissions targets, and that would be the way we'd get through it.
All right, Anthony wants to take a look now at some key Green seats. Anthony, what have you got for us?
First, Maiwar, which is the seat that was won by the Greens 2015-17, 36.1 for Michael Berkman, and he will go on to win it. But just look at the change in vote. The Green vote is down 7.4, the Labor vote up 8.5%. Now that's translating into, let's look at the two-party, a 1.6% swing to the LNP. So in sort of left versus right terms, there's no change in Maiwar, but there's been a significant shift between the Greens and the Labor Party in terms of vote. South Brisbane, at the moment, we've got 30% of the vote counted. Amy McMahon's 36.7, Barbara O'Shea for Labor Party 34.1, and Marita Parkinson for the LNP 35.8. The big change here is the LNP have recommended preferences to Labor this election, where last time it was the Greens. Look at the change in first preference vote. As you can see, the Green vote is down and the LNP vote is up, and that's translating. Now, I don't think this is a reliable swing at the moment. There's only 2 polling places. I think it's better to talk about this. We're projecting that gap will be even closer. So there's a very strong chance that Labor will recover South Brisbane thanks to LNP preferences. So it may be the second election in a row where third place bronze medalist has determined who wins gold and silver. So that's a very interesting. Well, a lot more counting to come. Certainly we're waiting for some preference counts. Cooper, John T. Bush 39, LNP 30, the Greens on 27.7. At this stage of the count last time, the Greens were in first and second, swapping with Labor. This time they're in distance third. You look at the change in vote that's occurring there. The Labor vote's up 6.5, the Green vote's down. Now this is in the federal seat of Brisbane. Which is worth considering. And the two-party preferred swing here is 2.6% to Labor. Now, that's only a small swing, but the key point there is that shift in first preferences from the Greens to Labor. McConnell, which is also in the federal seat of Brisbane, 38.4 for Labor, 28.8 for the LNP. Again, the Greens are in third, only narrowly behind in 28.5, but they need to be ahead of Labor to win that seat. They need Labor's preferences to win that seat. If they move just ahead of the LNP, they're not going to win because the LNP hasn't directed preferences to the Greens, and that's a 10% gap there. If you look at the change in vote, again, what we're seeing, the Labor vote's up 5 down, the Greens down 4.5, and the two-party preferred swing there is 5% to Labor. Now, the swing's not important, it's the shift in first preferences there. So that's 4 seats where there's been a significant shift from Labor to the Greens in inner Brisbane, and all 4 of those seats are in federal seats currently held by the Greens.
Anthony, thank you. Very interesting. So in all of those Greens held seats, target seats, the Greens are after, their vote is down. Let's go to Kenji Sato. He's at the Greens headquarters at Storybridge Hotel. Kenji, what's the mood there like?
Hello. Well, the mood earlier in the night was that of rising optimism, but I think it's fair to say that the mood is a lot more sombre now. As Anthony Green was mentioning there, the Greens had really been targeting inner city Brisbane Labor strongholds, such as Cooper, such as McConnell, but it looks as though that strategy has not gone to plan. Michael Berkman, addressing the crowd just a couple of seconds ago, was pointing out that the primary vote may have been increasing, but nevertheless, in some of these key seats that they were hoping to win that were on a razor's edge, it seems that a particular aggressive, targeted approach has not succeeded. Labor managing to keep some of the contenders at bay. Some of the people that I was speaking to slightly crestfallen. They had been targeting these areas for several weeks, door-knocking, canvassing, and it looks as though that their plans will not be going as planned for the foreseeable future.
Certainly doesn't. Kenji, thank you. And it'll be interesting to hear from the Greens at some point as to what they put this down to, whether they are going to blame their federal counterparts, as some on the panel have suggested is the reason behind, and Annika's nodding her head, the reason
they
behind
should be blaming their federal counterparts, I think. I mean, I think this might be actually an interesting trend about what Gen Z's done this election. And when you think about Gen Z, they don't know the Greens political party as the cardigan-wearing, chamber orchestra-loving, compost-tending environmentalists who care about dams. Like that trope, and it is a trope, I admit it's a trope, that's not that's not the Greens political party that Gen Z has known. You know, they're the ones calling us all war criminals in Canberra and going on CFMEU stages.
But in fairness to hammering Labor over housing and really tapping into the concerns of the rental class as well.
Well, I'd say they've been blocking Labor on housing. They are holding up our housing reforms in the Senate, and I think this might be one of the first manifestations of the consequences of doing that. One of the big difference between voting Labor or voting Greens is that Labor can actually deliver. Greens have been choosing protest over progress consistently in Canberra since these Greens MPs have come and changed the dynamic of their caucus in Canberra. And I think the Greens these days look incredibly radical compared to the Greens of the original, you know, the original generation of Greens.
But what would you say to the argument that Labor here in Queensland has adopted some more similar policies that the Greens have been advocating for a while? Maybe if you did that federally, you'd see them off.
Well, I'll say that Greens voters, when I come across them on the doors, or they always want something positive to vote for. They want big vision, and I think Stephen Miles has given that to them this time. They've got a reason to vote Labor. I think Anthony's touched on abortion being an issue. I think there's been
being more progressive,
having a big vision. Offering them something to vote for, and I think Stephen Miles did that, and I think we can talk about the Gen Z trend, but Stephen Miles absolutely tapped into the Gen Z vote this campaign, and I think this is probably what's being reflected so far. At the moment, the Labor MPs have a stronger primary in those 4 seats the Greens were going after. Well, they said they're going after 10, but the pragmatists among us will say it was 4. Then the Greens MPs have themselves. Like the primary is stronger for Labor MPs under attack.
So how does this change things for you then at a federal level, heading into a federal campaign, watching what's happening in some of those Green seats tonight?
I think it gives us great heart that when we say we're doing our best to reform housing, we're doing our best to change things on the ground, the Greens are holding us up and you know, the carry-on and the theatrics in the Senate, the parading around, the using 45 seconds worth of a speech for TikTok. You can see how they are doing it in the chamber. I think it's come home to roost. People are seeing through it, and they want the Greens to stop protesting and actually be a party of progress and actually assist with getting things done. That's their choice, and I think some of those chickens are coming home to roost tonight.
Well, I'm sure we'll get a chance to put some of those things to the Greens at some point when they come onto the panel.
Let's check in now at the Redlands seat of Oodgeroo, where Amanda Stoker is hoping to make the shift from the federal parliament to the state parliament. We'll get the results first from Anthony Green. How's Oodgeroo looking?
Oh, it'll be safely held by the LNP. Amanda Stoker is well ahead, 52.5 on, so she's winning it on primary votes. And when we look at the two-party preferred swing, there's a swing to the LNP of, what's the swing figure, 2.9%. LNP margin is 7.4, so Amanda Stoker is a new member for Oodgeroo.
And Amanda Stoker joins us now. Thanks for joining us, and congratulations on entering the Queensland Parliament.
I'll wait until the count's finished, but thank you very much for your encouragement.
No, let me ask you how you feel about, you were, of course, in the federal parliament, entering the Queensland Parliament. What's the motivation for you doing that?
There's just so many people in my community that are hurting, and there's a lot of work to be done in Queensland to make sure that people's lives are on the improve. When I went door to door talking with people in the course of this campaign, they would say 10 years ago I could afford to pay my bills, I knew that my kids were going to go well at school, I knew that I was going to be safe in my community, and I knew that my hospital would be able to meet my needs when I needed them. And none of those things are assured at the present time.
Amanda, it's Rachel Stewart. Abortion has become a flashpoint issue in this election. You have pro-life views, you have attended anti-abortion rallies. Would you like to see changes to those laws in Queensland?
The LNP's position on this has been very clear. It's not going to change, and I'm really disappointed that Labor were able to frighten so many people across Queensland into a position that really doesn't reflect the pain points for people day to day in our community.
So you're saying there's no moves from Conservatives within the LNP on a state level to see any changes? If there was a bill put before the Parliament, would you support it?
A team's made a commitment. We stick together as a team and we keep our promises to the community. And I think the team's been very clear about the fact that there's not going to be any changes.
I just wanted to touch on nuclear as well. It's something we discussed earlier. David Crisafulli has been very firm that there will be no nuclear power plants built in Queensland. You have expressed pro-nuclear views in the past. Do you support David Crisafulli's position?
I support the practical and pragmatic action that our team plans to take to bring people's bills down. And you know, it's really quite rich for Labor to have tried to run something of a nuclear scare campaign when they can't even maintain the existing coal-fired generation that, you know, was able to blow up because of the failure to maintain it, pushing everybody across the state's bills up. I'm open-minded to how we approach these things, but we've made a commitment as a team that will be agnostic, that we will be about people's bills, and that nuclear is not even on the table until the feds sort out their scene, and it's not in our plan.
Amanda Stoker, can I just jump back in here? You just said you're agnostic about nuclear power, so you don't support David Crisafulli's opposition to nuclear power.
There's no plan from the LNP to bring in nuclear power at the state level. To even be talking about it at this point in time is premature when there's so many hurdles that would have to be overcome at the federal level for it even to be in the mix.
What do you think, though?
At the moment,
what do you think? Would you
we've
like
got
to see
practical things we could... Well, what I'd like to see is Queensland's coal-fired power generation maintained in a way that means people aren't paying too much for their energy. And at the moment, the fact that the Labor government has had to do taxpayer handouts to help people with the price of energy because those bills have gone up.
Would you like nuclear power in Queensland?
Look, I've always been open-minded to whatever the science takes us to see. Now, lots of other countries use nuclear. Australia doesn't. If it became a part of the federal scene, we should look at it. But we have a commitment as a team. Our commitment as a team is that it's not in the plan.
All right, Amanda Stoker, thank you for joining us.
See you later.
You're watching Queensland Votes live from the ABC Election Centre at Southbank in Brisbane. These are live pictures from the banks of the Brisbane River. I'm Jessica Van Vonderen.
And I'm David Spears. It's 8:32 p.m. We have 29% of the vote now counted. Let's get the latest on the numbers with Anthony Green.
Well, let's look at the statewide figures. 33.9, 40.8. Now we're starting to get some pre-polls. That's what's starting to arrive now. So that may be starting to switch these numbers. The Greens are on 9.8, the One Nation on 8. The change in vote is now we're seeing a slightly bigger drop in the Labor vote and a slightly higher rise in the LNP. And that's overall translating into a 5.1% swing. And we're saying 5.7 is needed for majority government. The swing's not particularly uniform. The swing is definitely bigger outside of Brisbane, where most of Labor's marginal seats, and there's no change, particularly in Brisbane. Let's have a look at the chamber. We haven't looked at that much tonight. The seats we've definitely given away. We have the LNP on 41, Canada's Australia Party on 2. That'll be at least 3 and probably 4. One of the seats has only got a 5% count, and our automated way giving these away, we'll look at that. One other, which is Sandy Bolton in Noosa, which I haven't looked at. The Greens have retained Maywa. We think they're losing South Brisbane, and the ALP's got 35 seats. If we push a few more seats which are leaning heavily one way, the LNP gets up to 44, ALP 37. They're still behind in quite a number of seats. Now, at this stage, the LNP can reach majority.
Okay.
They can reach majority.
So that's back on the table.
That's on the table. I think they've got a definite 40, but they are winning those seats in regional Queensland, but they're not winning anywhere else. So I think they can reach majority, but it's not clear yet. The Labor Party, and at this stage, I would say they've got a better chance of finishing with more seats than Labor. So that's what the picture may be by the end of the evening. But it's certainly not, if you asked me a month ago, I would have told you what was going to happen. And it's not like when we did the Northern Territory election not long ago, and I wasn't expecting anything like that. And I certainly wasn't expecting a result like 2012, but I was expecting a substantial defeat to show up in these figures, and it's not showing up. So at the moment, those are the figures. But the fact that those primary votes have shifted as we've started to get in pre-polls is telling me, well, perhaps there will be that early vote not as solidly for Labor as what we've seen on the day. Now, I've got a couple of seats to do. The first of them is Capalaba. Now, Russell Field has been a very strong very well known as a campaigner on law and order issues and wanting better, stronger punishment for criminals and repeat offenders. Don Brown on Labor is 37, but there's 12% there with the Greens. You can see the change in vote. There's a big rise in the LNP vote and a big drop in the Labor vote there. Now, that's translating to, with the Greens, a 9.1% swing, but Labor's still ahead. It still was a double-digit margin seat. So that's one of the biggest swings we're seeing in southeast Queensland, and it's probably to do with the candidates in the local campaign there very strongly. Redlands, which is not far away, it's also in Redlands Shire, Redlands Council. 41.4 for Kim Richards, Rebecca Young 36.9 with 7.7 there with the Greens. The change in vote that's occurring there, the LNP vote's up 3, the Labor Party down 2. That's probably not translating into enough. We still have it in doubt because our preference count's running a bit behind schedule. But at the moment, the Labor Party's staying ahead in Redlands, so that one isn't changing. Capalaba isn't changing. The one seat that looks like it's changing is Caloundra, which was a complete boil-over last time that Labor won the seat. And at this stage, Jason Hunt is ahead on first preferences. The Greens got 10%, One Nation 7. I'm trying to remember how many preference counts we've got. We've got 9 polling places. There's a 4.3% swing, and I'd expect the LNP to win that. This is a polling electorate where you'll only get 20% voting on the day. This is overwhelmingly a pre-poll voting electorate. So if Labor's behind on the polling places now, I'd expect they'd probably lose Caloundra. So this looks like one of the few gains for the LNP in southeast Queensland, and given the result from last time, it should be one they should win.
Anthony, thank you. So David Janetsky, Anthony saying there that the LNP can reach a majority. Do you see a path there?
Yeah, yes, and I think there's some other seats still that we're watching really closely. The 30% threshold's about to be crossed, so that's today's voting. So we're about to enter pre-poll and postal vote territory. I'm still looking at Nicklin, Redlands, Aspley, Maryborough, Barron River as seats to keep an eye on, and I think in the next hour, I think we'll start to see those pre-polls and postals come through, and hopefully a few more seats look a little more promising too.
Yeah, well, that's certainly better news for the LNP than it looked an hour ago, because you were earlier suggesting we were heading for hung parliament. We may still end up there, but have these latest figures given at least the LNP a bit of hope that they might still have that path to a majority?
It's pretty clear that the Labor Party is not going to have the majority of seats. That's very clear. And it's pretty clear that the LNP is either going to get to a majority or fall just behind it, but unlikely. I mean, I would be putting my money on the LNP at the moment.
Yeah, you'd want to be in their position. Yep. Tony, Barry, that's for sure, isn't it? Do you expect where we are right now we'll end up with either majority or minority LNP government, that Labor's going to struggle from here?
Look, it's a white-knuckle ride for the LNP right now. The scrutineers think that the pre-polls will drop in about an hour, around 9:30 p.m. That is going to tell us how those votes perform and behave. Are going to give us a much clearer indication. At the moment, we're using projections and modelling. If the LNP overperform in those pre-polls, then we could be seeing a lot of these seats where they're trailing right now, Redlands, Aspley and so forth. They might start coming good for the LNP. They could just get there at 47, but we're talking a white-knuckle ride.
We'll check the colour of David Janetsky's knuckles in a second. Cameron Dick.
What about my knuckles?
Well, let's check yours too. All the colours come back now that sounds like maybe you won't have the reins of power.
Well, this is my first election panel, and it's sure been an exciting one. I've got to say that much. You know, it's not as clear as we thought it was going to be. And that big wipeout that we all feared in the Labor Party hasn't eventuated. So I think, as I said earlier at the night, it's tough for us to win. You see the LNP horse with its nose ahead now, and I think that may be the case, but it's going to be that big drop of pre-poll, early voting ballots as they're opened. You know, 1 million of them, as that starts being calculated. It's going to start making it hard for us. So I think because early pre-poll, I think, was away from us, and that's always the case in elections. It tightened up as the 2 weeks went on, but I think it's probably getting tougher for us. But we're holding on in a whole range of seats that I would have otherwise thought we would have been wiped out on at least an hour ago.
Just take us behind the curtain a bit on how you deal with the early vote these days. It's getting bigger and bigger. Does it change the way the campaign is structured?
Not particularly. You know, we took a different approach to the campaign altogether this time. For example, we started our live costings, an Australian first, before the election campaign started. The costings didn't come after the LNP. We put all of our costings out every single day. So we did a whole range of different things to show greater transparency in the campaign. But there's a lot of investment and campaigning resources that goes into pre-poll now. It's running an election day every day for 10 days from 8 to 6. And so that requires a lot of resources from the parties to go in locally. And I think it has changed how elections are certainly the outcome of elections. And I think parties will continue to think deeper about how they shape their campaign as they go into those first 2 weeks of voting.
Coming back to Capalaba, the candidate there, Anthony Green was talking about him, Russell Field, the father of Matthew Field, who was killed along with his fiancée and their unborn baby in that awful incident. The result unfolding there, does that again show Labor's vulnerability on crime?
Yeah, I think it does. You know, I mean, you know, Russell elected to join the LNP and run in that seat. And he's a very high-profile candidate. There was a really shocking and terrible event that happened to his family, and I think that touched all of us, all Queenslanders. He decided to run for Parliament, but as we see, it's very close there. Don Brown's been a very strong local campaigner now for a long time, and it's not, I think, the overwhelming result perhaps the LNP would have looked at, because there were other issues that came to play during the campaign, including termination of pregnancy and, you know, the massive black hole in the LNP costings, which I think Queenslanders were genuinely concerned about cuts.
What you were saying a bit earlier, though, I was interested that you were saying that once you and Stephen Miles became Premier and Deputy Premier, you saw this greater focus on crime. Was that focus, that urgency not there under Anastasia Palaszczuk?
I think it was there, but I think there were some structural challenges in what happened with the delivery of youth justice outcomes. 17-year-olds coming back into the youth justice system early in our term. We needed more built capacity for detention centres. That didn't really start till 2019. We needed more built capacity anyway, and so we were delayed in doing that. And then, you know, we had kids going into watch houses. That is not the place that kids in detention, that's not the place they should be. So all of these things, I think, had a cascading effect, if I'm honest about it. But then again, we took those steps to change the law, to strengthen the law, to put more resources in, to look at early intervention and prevention, which was a key signature of our community safety plan for Queensland, and we're now getting those results.
All right, well, we're going to go to the seat of Miller in southern Brisbane and talk to the Labor member, Mark Bailey, in just a moment. Let's get the check of the numbers, though, with Anthony Green first.
Yeah, so this is another seat the Greens said they were targeting. I always thought it was a long shot because they were a long way behind on first preferences last time, and so it's proved to be. Mark Bailey's well ahead on first preferences, the LNP second, the Greens third, and projecting first preferences, the Greens are going to stay in third place, which is translating into a two-party preferred contest between Labor and the LNP, with a 0.6% swing to Labor. So the sitting members re-elected with 64.4% of the vote. Mark Bailey.
And the former Transport Minister joins us now. Congratulations on your re-election. A slight swing to you. Is that something you would have expected?
Well, look, we had a very positive result in terms of what people were feeding back to us on our door knocking. You know, I did 8,700 door knocks. The campaign did an enormous amount. We were getting that on the door. So, you know, we've done a lot in the electorate in terms of station upgrades, school upgrades, sport infrastructure upgrades. People liked Stephen Miles and the decisions he was making. So, you know, it's a pleasing result. It's probably a little better than I hoped for, to be frank. So that's always good to experience. But I thank my constituents at Miller for placing their faith in me. It's a privilege in this role, and I can't thank them enough.
Mark Bailey, it's Rachel Stewart. As a former minister, you sat around the cabinet table with Anastasia Palaszczuk. Do you think over the 4-year term, was Labor too slow to respond to key issues like housing, youth crime and cost of living?
Look, we've had challenges like any state or territory has had. You know, in the last 4 years, we've had a global pandemic to deal with and the aftermath of that. So it's not been an easy time for any government. And so, you know, we're responding like every other state and territory to a dynamic situation. But, you know, people know that we're back in the health sector, we're back in transport infrastructure, we're responding to cost of living. Stephen Miles's cost of living measures have been the best in the country, and people know that. You know, 50-cent fares, people are telling me at bus stations and train stations that they love the policy. Now, if you get any policy that they say they love, it's pretty rare. And a transport policy, you never hear of it. People know we backed them in, and they rewarded us for that because we looked after them. And look, you know, we exceeded their expectations when it comes to the 50-cent fares. You know, that was well beyond what people thought government might do to help them.
Would you support Stephen Miles staying on as Labor leader if Labor does lose the election, which it is on track to do?
Look, I support Stephen Miles as our leader. He's done a magnificent job. You know, he has won this campaign hands down. David Crisafulli has failed miserably, mainly because of Stephen Miles's authentic leadership was a stark contrast to the weak leadership of the LNP, who took people for granted, who didn't develop policies. So, you know, Stephen Miles should be congratulated. This has been one of the best state campaigns we've seen. And, you know, David Crisafulli didn't do the work. He was seen to be shallow, and that's because Stephen Miles was quite the opposite to that.
So that's a yes. You would like to see him continue on?
Look, I support him as our leader. I would like to see him absolutely continue on. But, look, that's a hypothetical. I think Labor's still got a chance tonight. I've got to catch up with some of the numbers in the last 20 to 30 minutes. It could be a long night. There's a lot of counting to go. So, you know, hypotheticals are nice. Let's wait until we see what all the votes are counted. But I think Stephen Miles has exceeded everyone's expectations by a long way. There is no doubt about that, and you know, I could feel that. The undecideds were breaking, you know, 100% his way, not towards the LNP, because they know he's backing average Queenslanders in, and that's to his great credit.
Mark Bailey, thank you for joining us tonight.
A pleasure. Thanks for having me.
You're watching Queensland Votes live from the ABC Election Centre at Southbank in Brisbane. I'm David Spears.
And I'm Jessica Van Vonderen. It is 8:47 p.m. Queensland time, and with 31% of the vote now counted, let's get the latest on the numbers with Anthony Green.
And we'll start with the primary vote first. Again, that drift is on still now. Labor's now dropped below 34. The LNP's up around 41. The Greens around 10. One Nation 7.9. Just because, I mean, a lot of that vote from early votes will be coming into safe seats and will be shifting the vote, but doesn't change the results. So this isn't yet turning into something which is changing seats. So just be cautious about that. But it does show that that there is a bit of a change now underway, and the two-party preferred is up to 5.6. We can remember 5.7 for majority. So it's in that territory where the LNP can win. If you let's go to the chamber. The seats we're definitely giving away. We're now up to 41 for the LNP, 37 for Labor. We add a few likelies, which are leaning that way. We get the LNP up to 44, Labor 38. So, I mean, at the moment, it's still looking like Labor, the LNP will win more seats, but it's not clear that they're going to get to a majority, and there's a lot more counting to come. So if someone was expecting me to call the election by now, well, all I can say is it's not part of my plan. So let's go to
That's been the best use of that term for 4 weeks.
Let's go to the changing. The Labor Party has one Ipswich West and they've won South Brisbane from the Greens. So they've turned around the by-election, turned around South Brisbane. The LNP have gained Keppel, Mackay, Mundingburra. I haven't looked at Pine Rivers. I'll have to go and have a look. That's looked like it's gone in Thurungar and Townsville. So there's 3 seats in Townsville. Townsville gone, and Mackay's gone, and Keppel's gone. So 5 regional seats. Pine Rivers is the first time I've seen a seat pop up in Greater Brisbane for the LNP, but I'll have to go and have a look at that. The doubtful seats, we've got quite a few of those. Aspley, Labor's ahead. The LNP's ahead in Barron River and Caloundra. I'm not sure about that Barron River. We just haven't got any preference counts. The first preferences look better for Labor. Caloundra, not at all surprised. The LNP's ahead and they'll probably win. Gaven, Labor's ahead. I suspect they'll win. Maryborough, The sitting Labor member there has just done a remarkable job ever since he won that seat completely against the odds in 2015. In fact, Maryborough and Bundaberg were the two seats I don't think Labor had any scrutineering information on. So anyone who says Labor Party knew they were going to win that election is really not telling the truth. Canada's Australia Party are ahead in Morani. Mulgrave and Nicklin, the LNP, are ahead in. In fact, Mulgrave is a complete and utter mess. We'll have no idea tonight. I suspect nobody is above 25. In fact, we get a little warning when there's a seat with nobody above a third of the vote, and we've got 7 of them at this stage, which makes it very difficult to work out preferences and the like. And we've got Palmerston and Redlands where the Labor Party's ahead. Now, what may happen soon is we'll start to get some pre-polls in some of these seats. And once we get some of these pre-polls, some of these seats are going to tick over and start to be decided. But at the moment, I think I'm relatively confident the LNP is going to win more seats than Labor. And given there's 4 Canada's Australian Party candidates there, that gives Labor, the LNP, a better chance of forming government if they negotiate with the crossbench. And I'll leave it for the panel to discuss whether they will or won't discuss with the crossbench.
And we will discuss that in a moment. Anthony, thank you. Let's take you back, though, now to the headquarters of the LNP, where we've got Kate McKenna standing by, and also at Labor, where we've got Ariana Levy. Kate, first to you. What are your sources telling you about the LNP's possible pathway to majority?
Well, we're in this function room at the W Hotel in the CBD, and the LNP faithful have flocked here. They're all glued to the broadcast, and there's no sign of Mr. Crisafulli yet. We understand he's in a room elsewhere watching the count. But in terms of talking to people here, they say that they're positive but nervous, and that's consistent with what we were hearing earlier today from people. The members of the party are very conscious of the historical odds, and when I was talking to people earlier, they were quick to deny that they felt confident of necessarily forming a majority. They just wanted to see how it played out, and that's continue what will happen here as the supporters here just continue to closely watch the count.
Yeah, Kate, this race shaping up a lot closer, I think, than many people really expected.
Yes, definitely, and everyone here is just watching as it unfolds, and yeah, they'll certainly be buoyed by some of the indications coming in, but obviously there's still a lot of counting to go.
Kate McKenna at LNP headquarters, a bit of a crowd gathering around behind there now, watching the coverage unfold. Thank you. Now let's go to Ariana Levy at ALP headquarters. Ariana,
it's certainly...
What's the mood like there?
Well, the atmosphere has certainly been incredible. There's been lots of cheers of jubilation, but it really has been a mixed bag. The sources here on the ground have told me that they are certainly feeling this quiet sense of optimism, but it is still very reserved. And during the broadcast, while Anthony Green has projected several seats, including the seat of South Brisbane, which has come as a bit of a surprise to many here on the ground, but also that seat of Gavin, which is Megan Scanlon's seat, as well as the seat in Bundaberg, has certainly brought a lot of cheers here on the ground. And that seat is quite interesting, considering in the last election it was only won by just 9 votes. So it certainly is something that many here on the ground have said that they were surprised by, but still very optimistic. And a lot of Labor stalwarts have been speaking to us here tonight at the tavern in Murrumba Downs, where they've basically said that they've praised the campaign that Stephen Miles has really led. They've said that it's done an amazing job at sort of getting through to a lot of Queenslanders. So that's something that's been credited right throughout the way, but still very much a sense of reservation as they continue to wait for that count to come out.
Ariana, thank you very much for that. Let's get back to the panel. Annika Wells, Labor, as Anthony has said, won't be able to form a majority. We'll see where the count ends up and whether there's still a pathway to minority government there for Labor. But either way, losing that majority, it sounds like, though, Labor and the scenes we saw there are still celebrating tonight.
Well, like Cam, I thought I was coming here tonight to summons all the graciousness within me and say some very nice things on behalf of the movement. But Let's remember, Queensland Labor is seeking a 4th term here. They're up against a massive it's time factor. And I think what we're seeing here is that the LNP have been too busy measuring the curtains, wrapping themselves in cotton wool, small target campaign, more focused on making life as easy for themselves on the other side of getting the keys than forgetting to go out and win the mandate of Queenslanders first. And say what you like about Stephen Miles's particular campaign initiatives, he had a crack. He went out there and had a crack, and I think Queenslanders will always reward that.
I'm just wondering what the lessons are federally then for Labor, which is facing an election in about 6 months from now. Get out there and have a crack. Don't do a small target. Is that your view of how the Albanese government should be approaching the federal election?
Yeah, and I think we do have really big policies. In fact, we've been told often by the commentariat in Canberra that we've gone too big a reform agenda. I mean, you know, I've just landed the biggest aged care reform deal in 30 years. We're bringing in a new aged care act.
You might work that in.
It's funny how that came up. Deirdre Chambers, turns out. But we've got a massive reform agenda in Canberra. I think Tanya would probably want me to mention that her environmental reform is being held up by the Greens as well. The debate in Canberra is about, are we going to get as much of these huge reforms done before we run out of time? So I don't think the question is, are we not having a crack?
To be fair, a lot of debate sometimes about whether you should do something further on tax, whether you should do something on particularly investor tax breaks, negative gearing and capital gains tax. It's whether you should go further on not just housing measures, but other cost of living measures as well. Are you saying you've done enough? What we see is enough?
What I'm saying is that the LNP went too small, wrapped themselves in cotton wool, and didn't actually bother going to go and get the mandate of Queenslanders. And I think that's what we're seeing from the federal opposition as well. Where's their agenda? Where's their big vision? Where's their big policies that they've put to people? Because like you say, we're only 6 months out.
Yeah, okay. But it sounds like from what you're saying, you are a fan of go big, go hard, don't be small target.
That's certainly how that's certainly what I've done with the time that I've had to be the Federal Minister for Aged Care, and that's certainly what I've done with the Federal Ministry of Sport as well, and I have no regrets, and I think Stephen Miles did the same. He had a crack, he had 10 months, he's gone really hard, and, you know, I think we're at, nearly 9 o'clock, time for a bit of chop busting. David Crisafulli said he was going to win, and he was going to win big. We're 3 hours in. Where's this victory, let alone the big victory?
David Janetsky, we better give you a chance to respond to that. Was the small target strategy a mistake? Were you playing it too safe?
No, I reject that it was a small target. I reckon it was a smart target, an on-target plan. I think we were busy talking to Queenslanders about what mattered to them. Crime, health, cost of living, housing. We announced $500 million package for health. We've taken over $1 billion on the crime spend, the early intervention, crime prevention at the outset, and strengthened laws at the back end. We've talked about our housing plan, which is probably the most comprehensive housing plan any opposition's ever taken to an election. We've announced the abolition of a new tax, probably the biggest tax since Queensland got rid of death duties. So
but if that's the case, all of those things, why are we in this position at 9 o'clock PM in Queensland and there's still nothing clear?
Well, I think it's a serious reflection of that Everest that I talked about at the start of the evening that we had to climb.
Nothing to do with David Crisafulli and the way he led the campaign.
No, David Crisafulli has done a brilliant job, and I can't express that with any greater strength. What we have been up against with this Labor government, I don't think anyone would appreciate the Everest that we've had to climb. We've had tens of millions of dollars of taxpayer money advertising the government's agenda all year. We've had an electoral system that these guys, you know, got rid of a Fitzgerald era electoral reform on optional preferential voting with 18 minutes notice. We've had 26 registered unions, or 16 registered unions tip in over $1 million in
heaven forbid workers campaign in an election.
They're entitled.
Unions should be able to campaign.
No, but you rule out other people. But you rule out other people.
The Everest that our movement has to climb.
I feel like we're back in the campaign again. Okay, let me cut in here and go back to the big board. And Talissa, it is starting to light up a bit more than a couple of hours ago. What can you tell us?
It is, and there's been a lot of discussion tonight about the possible pathway for the LNP to form the majority government. I want to show you what that looks like on the board. Here on the LNP side, looking very healthy. Their most of those seats are already filled in. Broadwater's on its way. They obviously lost Ipswich West earlier in the night. So that changed the goal. They needed 12, but that made it that they need 13. So let's have a look on Labor's side of the board at what they've managed to pick up. So we have Townsville, Barron River, Thuringowa, Mundingburra, Keppel and Mackay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 seats. So that's not enough. Let's have a look at where either party is ahead. So they've got Nicklin, Caloundra, Pine Rivers, Rockhampton and Mulgrave. I think Hervey Bay is also ahead, but it's just a little too early in the count. So we've got another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's still not enough. We do have some other seats here that aren't quite coloured in yet, but what the LNP will be hoping for is for the seats where Labor is ahead, that it turns to their favour when those pre-polls and those postal votes start coming in.
Talissa, thank you. No Brisbane seats, if I'm looking at the big board right. I need to get a stronger pair of glasses because I know you've been keeping an eye on the Brisbane area, the outer suburbs, that sort of thing.
I think Pine Rivers was the one that Anthony mentioned, but we're still waiting for it to actually be confirmed there.
But is that the problem? It's that Brisbane problem for the LNP still?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Miles built a moat around Brisbane and they can't get over it, right? So that's fundamentally the problem. They're going to pick up, as in the LNP, a few of these Brisbane seats. Like, I think Redlands, for example, will end up on their pile.
I do too.
But Permastone's a good example. I mean, the median age in that electorate is over the age of 50, and it's still quite comfortably on Labor's side. You know, it's not about 55 two-party preferred at the moment. So clearly there's a Brisbane problem here that the LNP is facing, but I think it's more of a universal problem that reflects broader politics across the country about the urban-regional divide and how the two major parties intersect with that.
It's a bigger divide, it certainly looks like tonight. Tony, what are you now expecting to see once we do get more of those early and postal votes come through?
So there's still around 2 million votes that are live at the moment that haven't been counted, pre-polls and postals. They'll be dropping in the next hour and a half as they come in on the count. There's still a lot of seats on the table. There's a lot of seats in play. I think the LNP can get to 47 or get very close. I don't think we're looking at anything in the mid-50s. But with a lot of those votes still to come in, I wouldn't be jumping to any conclusions just yet on what the makeup of the parliament is going to be.
So we're looking at minority LNP government or just squeaking a majority. Is that your
I think yes. I think 47 is still on the cards. There's still a lot of votes to be counted, but I think to Coz's point, Labor are very good at the urban politics. Okay, if there's one lesson out of tonight for the LNP and the Liberal Party generally, it's that Labor still have a very, very good ground game and air game when it comes to urban politics. They've ring-fenced some of these seats. They still might fall, but some of the swings we're seeing tonight are not what was expected.
Tony, thank you. Well, plenty of counting to go. The votes are coming in thick and fast, but now let's see what else is making news. Here's Mariam Saab.
Hello and welcome. I'm Mariam Saab with the latest from ABC News. World leaders are calling for restraint after Israel launched airstrikes on targets in Iran. 2 soldiers have been killed in the strikes, according to Iran's military, which earlier said that its air defence system had countered the attacks on military targets with limited damage sustained. UK's Prime Minister Keir Starmer says that he will continue to work with allies to de-escalate the situation across the region.
I am clear that Israel has the right to defend itself against Iranian aggression. I'm equally clear that we need to avoid further regional escalation and urge all sides to show restraint. Iran should not respond. We will continue to work with allies to de-escalate the situation across the region.
Middle East correspondent Matthew Doran reports from Jerusalem.
The United States insists it had no role in this mission. However, it has revealed the Israeli government briefed it on what it was doing, and it has its own intelligence about what was struck and the extent of the damage. The nature of these strikes, targeting military assets as opposed to, say, nuclear facilities, shows that Israel did heed some of the warnings from the United States to limit the scope of these strikes. Indeed, the US Secretary of State Antony Blinken was here in the last couple of days reiterating that view. But in saying that the US had no direct involvement in this campaign, we do need to point out that Israel continues to be a recipient of significant amounts of US military aid, and we also know that the US has deployed its sophisticated THAAD anti-missile system to Israel in the last couple of days or so, bolstering the country's already advanced air defence systems. This part of the world is on a knife's edge, and it will be up to Iran and how and if it responds, which will dictate whether this situation deteriorates further.
Let's now go back to the ABC Election Centre.
You're watching Queensland Votes live from the ABC Election Centre at South Bank in Brisbane. I'll let you know the coffees have just come out because this night is going a bit longer than we expected.
We might need a few more. That was great, though. I tell you what, this is going to be an interesting hour or so ahead, I reckon. We still don't know who's going to form government, so strap yourself in.
I'm Jessica Van Vonderen.
And I'm David Spears. It is just after 9 o'clock, 6 minutes past 9. We have 34% of the vote counted. Let's give you the very latest on the numbers with Anthony Green.
I'm resorting to bits of paper and pen at the moment, but sometimes you have to do the calculations yourself. As you can see, the Labor votes tripped down to 33.8, the LNP 41.3, Greens 9.8, One Nation 7.8. Let's look at the change in vote again. It's a rise in the Liberal LNP primary, a drop in the Labor primary, which is the main feature of tonight, and that's translating into a 6% swing now.
So again, up a bit more.
Those pre-polls are coming in now, but the question is about the seats. Let's look at the chamber, and we'll fill these seats in. The LNP's got 41 seats, the Labor Party's got 34, 3 for Katters Australia Party, 1 other and 1 Green. And if you push a few more likelies, I get the LNP up to 44, Labor's on 35. Now, a few seats. I think the LNP will win Nicklin. We haven't given it away definitely yet. They're definitely in a strong position in Pine Rivers. I think the LNP is strongly positioned to pick up Morani from Katters Australia Party.
Which Susan McDonald's been...
I've been calling.
Yeah, she's been whispering that across the table for a little while.
Mulgrave, no idea. And Maryborough, Mr Saunders lost the Toogan pre-poll centre, but there wasn't one there now. That's up in Hervey Bay. There is a big pre-poll to come from Maryborough at the returning officer's office, and that's in Maryborough itself, where his support base is. So the returning officer's pre-poll in Maryborough will determine whether Labor holds Maryborough. At the moment, they're on 50.7. So that means if that goes, the LNP do well with that pre-poll, then they would pick up Maryborough. I think they're picking up Morani, Mulgrave. I don't think, I think I've only got one of these doubtful seats included in that. The LNP can make 47.
Right, so if the returning officer in Maryborough could hurry up and get Anthony that pre-poll booth, that'd be terrific.
You've probably got 8,000 votes, I don't know. You know.
So they're on 44, but on your notepad there and where you think things are heading, you really need to see what those... Because I've got to get to 47. You've got about 3 or 4 that you're just waiting on.
We're going to get a couple of pre-poll centres, and a number of the seats we've got in doubt will just go bang, bang, bang. And that's what it's saying. Like Labor looks like he's holding on to Gavin. Pine Rivers is the only seat in Brisbane that they look like losing at this stage, that Labor holds, that it's likely to lose. And of course they are picking up Ipswich West and South Brisbane. So the Labor coalition needed 12 seats, now they need 14 seats to get to majority government.
Are they heading there?
They can reach 47. I mean, they can reach 47.
I'm leading the witness.
Labor can't. Yeah, it's not in my plan. There's 47 seats. There are 35 for Labor. I can't see. Labor's not going to end up with more seats than the LNP, is my view. And if the LNP has more seats than Labor, it's easier for Labor to form. It's easier for the LNP to form government. And if they get to 47, they'll be much relieved.
David Janetsky, agonisingly close. What intel are you getting?
Yeah, I'm still haven't given up hope on definitely Maryborough, as Anthony has said, but also Gavin. We're still I've got
You
some
think
hope
you're still
on
in at Gavin?
Still some of the count I'm hearing, still a chance in Gavin. And Cook is a very difficult one. I can't see on the board if it's still there. That's still a very lumpy seat. We've still got a bit of hope for Cook as well. Susie might know a bit more about some of those booths coming in, but I still think there's some other ways through. Morani's a good chance, and Barron River too. So yeah, I think there's some green shoots there, and you know it's been Everest, but I can see a way through for us.
Susan McDonald, what has happened in Morani?
Oh, Morani, One Nation has preferenced the LNP over the Katter Party. And that's, I think, the biggest impact that you're going to see a move in Morani. I'm still optimistic in Aspley. Cook is an interesting seat. We have manned every booth in Cook. We were the only party that turned up for pre-polls at some of the big centres. And David Kempton, the previous member, has really understood that seat. The Labor member doesn't even have an electorate office in the electorate. There are some jokes up there about her casting an absentee vote for her own electorate because she is so absent and not in it.
Just on Aspley too, just further to Susan, we're 7% up on the big early voter booth at Aspley, so we'll keep a close eye on Aspley.
Just while we wait for a few more of those outstanding pre-poll, postal and early votes to come through, can I come back to a policy question? Given the people we have at the table, the Olympics, I'm a little confused, right, on what's going on. We've got the Treasurer, we've got the Shadow Treasurer. Maybe you're going to be the Treasurer after tonight. And we've got the Federal Sports Minister here with us as well. What's the go with the venues? Who wants to start?
Maybe start with the two governments, David. They've had a few years to sort.
All right.
I'll start.
Well, I'm actually going to start with you, David, because at the moment we know the LNP have said no to QSAC as a venue. You've said no to redeveloping the Gabba, is that right?
No, we've said no new stadia. So we've said we'll keep the existing funding envelope, and we're undergoing a 100-day Olympic infrastructure review if the government was to change. And you know, I just
so
have
what are the
look,
options if you have a 100-day review?
Well, I'll let the expert panel take care of all of that. But my comment would be we've had about three and a half years to sort this out, and it's been one of the greatest failures of this government that we're still sitting here after so much time and nobody really knows what the government's planning. They've plucked numbers from the air on costings at the Gabba, on QSAC, and Queenslanders are further in the dark than ever.
Let's try and avoid the pot shots at each other. You go, Jess.
You're saying no to a new stadium. Doesn't Brisbane need one? Taylor Swift cannot come to Brisbane. She has to go to Sydney and Melbourne.
Yeah, well, my teenage daughters would agree, but
you can do something about that.
We've been really clear about no new stadia, but I think what we need to do is we've got the existing funding envelope, we've got the plan for a review, and we get the best people.
For a review.
We get the best people in the room, and we provide some clarity. We know it's not too late. Sydney only in 1995 got their plan together and ahead of the Sydney Olympics. The Deputy Premier and his team have blown three
We'll come back to you. Annika Wells, what are you guys, the federal government funding, how much, and what are you willing to pay for?
You know, at some point, if you get the keys, you're going to actually have to make some decisions, David.
They're going to start the car, there'll be no engine in it the way they funded things.
Okay.
First of all, the answer, David, to your question is we're funding the Brisbane Arena, $2.5 billion, new infrastructure project, 10,000 people. It's going to host the swimming for the Olympics and Paralympics, and it's going to be a live music venue in the inner city. So that's what the federal Labor government is looking after as part of our intergovernmental agreement. What I want to know is if these guys do get the keys to power, how do you reconcile no new money, no new stadia, but no QSAC? Where's the athletics track? And is it about 100 metres? Square the circle, make it make sense. No new money, no new stadia, but no QSAC.
Yeah, where does the athletics go?
I'll take questions from you, David. I think we've got the review. We've got the review. We've had this 3 years. I don't know whether Annika's been talking to Cameron. They've only had 3 years to try and sort something out. Perhaps Cameron can explain.
Cameron, can you explain?
Well, what I know from David Janetsky is a couple of days ago when he did his costings, he's got this big grand
No,
plan.
I'm asking your plan. Sorry.
Well, everyone knows our plan. Our plan's absolute and obvious to Queensland. You put athletics at QSAC, you renovate the best rectangular football field in the world at Suncorp, you renovate the Gabba, and then you build the indoor stadium. And then we build our community stadiums as well, which I'd like to see the LNP commit to for communities like Logan and Moreton and so on. That's our plan. We've made that very clear. Now, you may not like that plan, but you know our plan. And they've said all along we're going to do a 100-day review. And when David dropped the costings review for his party's election commitments, there was no dollar. There were no dollars
back into political
for their consultancy.
Pot shots. Rachel, can I get you
pay for it?
Cast some clarity on this for us? Is that plan going to fly? What do you make where this debate's at?
I think there was always, it's just been this ongoing issue for the past few years. I think Paris did really change the game because we did see that there was, the plan to upgrade the Gabba was very controversial. There was a big grassroots community push not to have the Gabba completely redeveloped. It wasn't playing well in North Queensland, seeing billions of dollars being poured into the southeast for a new stadium. However, the fact of the matter is Queensland does need a new stadium. The Gabba is going to reach its end of life, so something will have to be done with that stadium. If not now, then in the future, and that is what a government will have to look at in the next 10 years, what happens with that stadium.
Rachel, thank you. We're going to take a look at some key seats now and heading first to the north of Brisbane to the seat of Pumicestone, where Labor's Ali King is trying to fend off Ariana Doolan from the LNP, Anthony.
Yeah, and at the moment, Ali King is ahead on the first preferences on 41.4 to 38.4, and at this stage there's a lot of preferences for One Nation. It's One Nation preferences that'll have a big impact in this seat, and at this stage the preferences are only slightly favouring the Labor because of the different breakup of the minor parties. At this stage there's a 3.8% swing to the LNP and Labor's on 51.5. What I will say here is that we actually got the first one of the pre-polls in for primaries. Actually, we've got it two-party preferred as well. At the moment, I've got the suspicion that the LNP position is stronger than that. Is that we're getting, when we include that extra pre-poll centre, then we're actually getting the LNP ahead in that seat. But we'll have to wait for the preference count to come in there. But that's looking better for the LNP, even though currently Labor's ahead.
And let's go across to the east of Brisbane, Capalaba, where Don Brown is trying to hold on for another term, but this is looking very close, Anthony.
It is looking very close, and what's happening there again is that, this is the one issue, one seat where I think crime and law and order is really bitten because of the local campaign in the area. Don Brown is well behind on first preferences, and at this stage, when we factor through to the two-party preferred, it's showing Labor slightly ahead. Now, I think we got one of the pre-polls in a moment ago. Just let me say, yes, we've got the Alexandra Hills Voting Centre. That's a new voting centre. I don't have proper history for it. But I have the suspicion the LNP will be ahead when we get the preference count from that pre-poll centre. So there's two seats there where I'm ahead of what the actual numbers we've got are. And I think that the LNP is a slightly stronger position in both.
All right, McAllister up next, where we've got Melissa McMahon from the Labor Party, starting off with a 9.5% margin going into the election. But how is she going against Rob Van Manen, Anthony?
Well, this is another seat where the composition of the minor parties is having an impact, because in a lot of seats you get strong flows of preferences to Labor, but not in this seat because of the vote there for One Nation in particular. I suspect their preferences are flowing strongly. If we look at the swing that's occurring there, it's a 7.7% swing. Labor's on 51.9. We've got an early voting centre in on primaries. We're still projecting Labor will be ahead on first preferences, but the pre-poll that's in isn't factoring yet into that preference count. So at this stage, Labor is ahead there.
And Pine Rivers, you mentioned a little earlier, might be the first crack in the wall of Greater Brisbane for the LNP there, Anthony. This is Nikki Boyd trying to hold on against Dean Clements.
Yes, and at the excuse me, at this stage, the same thing is occurring here. Now, on those numbers, Dean Clements is well ahead. The Green preferences help Labor. If you look at the two-party preferred swing here, Labor is, I think the LNP is ahead. Now, when I factor in where the pre-polls come in, that lead comes down to 50.2. So the LNP is ahead and that seat remains in doubt. So what I've just been trying to do is factor in from those primaries what the two-party preferred is once we get the preference count. And there's a number of those seats where the LNP position firms up. So we started with those numbers. I'd got the LNP to about 43, 44 seats. There are other seats that they can gain. So they can still reach majority government. I'm pretty confident now that we'll finish with more seats than Labor. It's now a question whether the LNP reaches majority or not.
David Janetsky.
I've just got some Maryborough returning one of the big pre-poll booths in Maryborough, and our candidate there has taken it, John Barunas. Just the most beautiful candidate you've ever known, great guy. It's picked up 47% of the primary against 31% of the primary for the Labor Party candidate. And I think that's a telling result, and I'd have Maryborough at least on the doubtful list now for the government.
Which I do.
So are you feeling, David, increasingly confident of getting to the majority?
I think it's more and more likely that there's a clear pathway through for us to take majority government, but still a lot more of those pre-polls and postals to come through, but it's looking more and more likely.
Well, while we wait for those to come through, can I kind of circle back to the Olympics for a minute? Susan, how is the Olympic debate playing out in regional Queensland? Are they excited about a Brisbane Olympics?
They want to be excited. They want to be excited. We have the most kids playing sport. We have an incredibly active communities in the region. But they're frustrated because it's not just the Olympics. Remember, this is a layering. Labor cut all the water projects in the north. Cairns is about to run out of its urban water supply because Labor has not honoured its election commitment to support that water. Labor has cut water to dams, Hells Gate, Urana, Rookwood is the only one that's been completed. That was an LNP project. So the Olympics is just the tip of the iceberg for how the regions are feeling that they have been shortchanged. $5 billion, $6 billion of road spending that has been budgeted and never hit the ground. It is more dangerous to live and drive in the north. And regional places are saying, hello, we exist, we grow a lot of the food and fibre, we do the mining, we've got great tourism assets, but we need to see some dollars spent here. And I don't think a temporary pool being built at Roma Street is the sort of legacy results that anybody wants to see delivered for Queensland.
You talk about driving, Bruce Highway. We know that comes up all the time throughout our regional radio stations all across Queensland, all up and down the coast of Queensland. What is the solution there? Where is the funding going to come from to fix that up? Some people call it a goat track.
Yeah, well, it absolutely is. It's dangerous. And if you compare the Bruce Highway to other roads in Australia, there are no shoulders, there's little passing lanes. It's just dangerous. But it is a long-term plan, and that's what we were doing in government. The coalition was slowly moving double lanes further north of Gympie, and continuing to invest. But since we lost government, there are culverts and pipes lying on the side of the road for 2.5 years at Ingham and other places. Instead, what we've got is a cassowary crossing bridge that the cassowaries don't use. This is a kind of failed planning that's happening in the regions, and people have had enough.
Well, Cameron Dick, I think the state government was asking for, what, an immediate $1 billion from the federal government to start addressing some of these issues?
I just can't believe what I've heard on the panel tonight. You've had David Janetsky denying the emissions reduction targets, saying that we support 75 by 35, which David Crisafulli abandoned during the campaign, and he said it's still part of policy. $107 billion in infrastructure. You know, 2/3 of our capital program, the biggest in history, is in regional Queensland. You know, no water for Cairns, $200 million from the Labor government for water security in Cairns. The LNP are just making it up, but maybe tonight they're going to have to demonstrate to Queenslanders how you spend more, tax less, not have $1 more of debt, and deliver $7 billion. And Queenslanders know the answer to that because they saw this movie before that was directed by Campbell Newman, and we're going to see the same one directed by David Crisafulli.
But we don't have to listen to of this because Queenslanders in places like Labor heartlands of Mackay and Rockhampton and far north Queensland are voting with their feet because they don't believe the rhetoric anymore.
Well,
and they're saying
because
enough,
you did a dirty deal with One Nation, that's how you've won Keppel, that's how you're going to win Morani, because you've done a dirty deal.
Thank you. If I could just finish.
Seriously.
But this is the reality, is that there were not Labor workers manning booths. There were some booths that they couldn't even show up in because the Labor members are saying,
Can I
don't believe
Can I
that.
just get a really quick answer, though, because this is really important to our viewers in regional Queensland, the Bruce Highway. Annika Wells, is there going to be more funding coming forward from the feds for that?
There was huge funding from the feds in the budget for the Bruce Highway.
Will there be more?
In the coming budget? It's not for me to preempt Jim Chalmers' budget in May. We are committed to the Bruce Highway. There was hundreds of millions of dollars put towards the Bruce Highway just in May, as there has been in every single federal budget that we've looked after before that.
But when you see these swings in regional Queensland against Labor that are there for all to see tonight, you're losing these seats. Do you think you need to do more on the Bruce Highway before the federal election?
Well, look at where we are in Cairns at the moment. There's the 4 seats in Cairns. Leichhardt will be a key target seat for us in the federal election, and it's holding up really well. Again, I go back to the expectation game. LNP was talking about oblivion for us tonight, and that has not happened. And there are regions where Labor vote is holding up, and that is Leichhardt, and people should be very afraid if they're LNP hoping to retain Leichhardt.
Well, Annika, let's go to North Queensland. Scott Stewart, the member for Townsville, is standing by to talk to us any moment. But first, let's go to Anthony Green to see what's happening in Townsville.
Excuse me. Adam Bailey, 38%. having
Apologies,
arguments.
Anthony.
We're having arguments off camera. 38% for the LNP. The ALP is 32.6. So the people are parsing my sentences on what I'm allowed to say, what I should say is a prediction. Let's look at the two-party preferred swing, two-candidate preferred swing here, because what's happening is there's a 8.3% swing to the LNP, and the LNP has definitely won Townsville, and so they've won all 3 Townsville seats. So it's a victory for Adam Bailey and a defeat for Scott Stewart.
And Scott Stewart joins us now. Mr. Stewart, thank you for joining us here on the ABC for Queensland Votes tonight. Commiserations.
Yeah, thanks very much. Look, this has been a long, hard-fought battle, as we know, and unfortunately I came second. But look, what I would like to say is I really appreciate the people of Townsville. They've supported me, particularly for the last 10 years. This is a fantastic place of the earth, and to be given the privilege to be able to serve the people of Townsville in this role, it's been an absolute honour for me, and I'm very humbled by it.
Thanks. Scott, it's Rachel Stewart. Why do you think voters have turned away from Labor?
Yeah, look, I think it's pretty clear for us here in Townsville. This has always been fought around that youth justice issue, and while we've had a number of great policies and the funding that goes behind it, this has been the key issue, and people just said to me they just want it stopped and they want to give someone else a go at it. So we've done a great job, I think, in everything that we've done to address youth crime, but you know, this is a hard issue. You're not going to solve it overnight. And look, we've got some great things to be proud of as well, but this has been the key issue fought on, and we know that the LNP have certainly hedged their bets on this one issue.
Do you think the Labor government was too slow to act on the issue of youth crime, or do you think that the law changes that you brought in over the past 4 years didn't have cut through? Why do you think voters aren't resonating with any of Labor's policies on the issue?
Yeah, look, this isn't a silver bullet approach. Not one issue is going to fix this very complex issue that's been building for decades and decades and generations. Look, I'm very proud of what we've done as a Labor Party to address this. This has been bubbling along for probably 15 years, despite what some people will talk about and groups will talk about, but this has been a major issue for us here in Townsville for about 15 years. I'm very proud of particularly the program that I was very passionate about, being a former teacher, and that's putting Queensland kids first. It's about addressing those issues of the causes of crime. We've got $500 million towards that. That was something that I worked long and hard for to achieve, and I know it's only one part of a very broad strategy, But, you know, you've got to start right back at that very beginning, and I'm a believer of, you know, educating kids and giving kids that gift of the future through education.
Scott Stewart, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
You're watching Queensland Votes live from the ABC Election Centre at Southbank in Brisbane. I'm David Spears.
And I'm Jessica Van Vonderen. It is 9:29 p.m. in Queensland, and with 39% of the vote counted, let's get the latest on the numbers with Anthony Green.
Well, we've now got, what's this, 39.3, 33.6 for Labor, 41.8 for the LNP. Again, the continued slight drop in the Labor vote, slight rise in the LNP vote. The Greens, and I think 41.8 is getting closer to what the news poll figure was yesterday as well.
Yeah, 42.5.
9.8 for the Greens, 7.7 for One Nation. Change in vote that's occurring, the Labor vote down 5.9, the LNP up 6%, and that's translating into a two-party preferred swing of 6.2%. Again, as the pre-poll voters come in, this drift has started to develop in more and more seats. Let's have a look at the chamber. And at the moment in the chamber, we have the LNP definitely on 42, Labor on 35, 3 cadres, Australian Party, 1 other and 1 Green. Let's add in a few more likelies, and I think that gets the LNP to 45. I'm pretty confident the LNP have 45 seats. Our current projection says 47, which would be a bare majority. 5 minutes ago it was 46, so it's bouncing backwards and forwards. A couple of those seats you were talking about, I'm waiting to get that pre-poll for Maryborough. If that pre-poll comes in, we'll call Maryborough if it's what David said it was. I haven't had a look at Rockhampton bouncing around. Barron Rivers looking much better for the Liberal Party now, but there's no pre-polls in those numbers. The LNP, sorry, I keep saying Liberal Party. Morani, I'm not sure looks as good for the LNP. Is when I've tried to project the preference flows through to the pre-poll centre, it doesn't look quite as good for the LNP. So Morani, I don't know. But look, I think my summary would be the LNP will have 44 or 45 seats definite. They are currently projected to 47.
Right.
So I think given the numbers and where Labor is, I can't see how the LNP doesn't form government. It's very difficult for Labor to form government unless it can get above 41 or 42 seats, and I'm not sure it can get there. And the LNP can reach 47, and if they reach 45 or 46 seats, I can't see the Cadres Australia Party or the others would put them out of office and put Labor into office.
So you can't see how the LNP does not form government tonight. I know you've been careful with the language here, Anthony, and we really appreciate that. It's important. But Labor just can't win.
I cannot see how Labor cobbles together a government on these numbers. Now, maybe there will be some pre-poll coming from one of these seats which will flip a seat back. But at the moment, it's very hard to see how the LNP doesn't form government. If they've got 45 seats, 3 Cadres Australia Party gets them a majority. So is Cadres Party going to support the other side? So I think we're looking at a change of government, but it is a much, much narrower result than anyone would have thought 2 weeks ago.
And it is a narrow result, if I can just add to that, because David Crisafulli has absolutely ruled out. He said on Thursday, he categorically said he would not lead a minority government. So he has to win. He's got to get to 47. That's the position that the LNP need to get to tonight, because he was absolutely categorically clear he would not lead a minority government. And he was very clear about that.
And David Janetsky, based on what you've just seen there, are you confident of getting that majority now?
We're getting closer to a majority government. There's still a few seats that those pre-poll votes, I'd love to see them come in, those couple of seats that I've mentioned, but it is looking stronger the longer the evening goes on. Still only 39% counted. I'd love to see some more pre-poll and some of the postals, if it's possible for them to be counted tonight, to see them added to the count, just to see how far we go.
But in your view, will the LNP be in government either in minority or majority?
Well, I think it's more likely that we'll make it to majority government.
More likely you'll make majority?
Than yes, I think. And but there's a lot of counting still to be done and to determine that, but it's looking more likely. Certainly more likely than an hour ago.
Yeah, well, we're in that critical hour that I mentioned about half an hour ago. And very interesting to hear you say that you now think it's more likely the LNP will get to a majority. We'll see if that plays out in the coming half hour. Let's check in on the big board, though, with Talissa. How does it look?
Well, everybody's discussing this narrow path to 47 for the LNP. We know they need 13, so let's have a look back over on Labor's side and see what they've picked up so far. We have Hervey Bay, Townsville, Barron River, Thuringowa, Mundingburra, Keppel, Mackay and Capalaba. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Still not quite enough. So let's look again at where either party is ahead. So we have 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Morani's still a question mark, but 14 certainly gives them a possibility of a narrow pathway.
Yep, that narrow pathway, but it's looking more likely as the count goes on, and even some Labor sources are saying they think the LNP will get to a majority as well. So I don't know if any of our Labor panellists here tonight are willing to say that publicly, but Annika Wells, do you think a LNP majority is looking like the most likely outcome now?
Yeah, I'm happy to say that. I think that's, I came today thinking that's where we'd land, but I thought we were going to get there by 6:45, 7 o'clock. I am gobsmacked that we aren't there yet, and we've just hit 9:34. Would you mind, though, we're obviously looking at the seats in doubt. Can we just quickly look at the seat of Sandgate that has rolled in as a Labor retain? We have just elected the first Muslim woman to the Queensland Parliament in Sandgate. It's an extraordinary thing. Full disclosure, her name's Bisma Asif and we've worked closely together, but she's 28, the first woman who's a Muslim who's been elected to the Queensland Parliament. She door-knocked 8,000 doors herself, and that's a 17% Labor seat. Those seats do not go to 28-year-old Muslim women very often, and it's just happened. So congratulations to Bisma and the whole Sandgate team. You should be very proud of yourselves.
Worth marking, yep.
So just recapping that the ABC is now projecting that the Liberal National Party will form government in Queensland. On the Labor side of the ledger, Cameron Dick, 35 seats for an opposition in Queensland. Can you be a credible opposition with 35 seats in the parliament?
Well, we showed that we could be a credible opposition with 7 and destroyed Campbell Newman with 7. So we got 5 times as many.
It was pretty hard, though, with just 7 MPs.
Well, I think we're going to see a replay of that film. You know, David Crisafulli has no answers on abortion. Their energy plan has been absolutely shredded during the campaign. They haven't even put $1 into their energy campaign. They got no answers on debt. This is going to be a very interesting time, but we've got a strong team.
Sounding like an opposition spokesman already there.
We've got to be ready to fight.
So
we've got to be ready to fight.
You draw that comparison to when you had 7 in opposition. Winning back in one term should be 5 times easier then.
Look, I think as our Premier said consistently during the campaign, every election is tough in Queensland. This has been a tough night for us. We've lost a lot of good people. We've brought some good people in like Bisma. Cass Hall looks like she's going to win in Redcliffe. Which is a terrific result. She's a cancer survivor. So there's some good people coming in.
I can see you focusing on where the positives are, but you've lost government.
It looks like we have.
Should you stick with Stephen Miles as leader?
I think we need to let tonight wash through. I do think we need to see what those early voting numbers are, those postal votes. We need to be able to let Stephen have his moment as well to speak to the people of Queensland. If it is that we lose government,
Cameron,
and then I think we need to reflect on what this means for our party, because losing government is a very difficult thing, and we need to all reflect on that as members of Parliament, but the broader Labor movement, who did a wonderful job, incredible job campaigning and supporting us.
Cameron Dick, do you want to be leader?
I think we need to let this run through. We need to hear from Stephen. We need to hear what he has to say tonight. You know, Stephen and I sat down, and the last time there was a vacancy in the premiership in Queensland, and I'll have a yarn to Stephen. It's been a great pleasure working with him. We've had a terrific working relationship, and I think his leadership has been something very significant for the state. We've worked so closely. We've had a great team, and I think we need to let this be a moment.
It sounds like you're interested, though. You're not endorsing Stephen Miles to continue. You're saying you'll have a chat. It sounds like.
Well, let's be respectful to Stephen. Like, he's the Premier of Queensland. It looks like we may lose government. We need to hear from him tonight. He will give a speech tonight. We need to hear what he has to say, and I think that's due respect, as you would expect that respect to any leader.
Okay, but to be clear, you're interested?
No, I want to talk to Stephen first. That's the first thing I would do, and hear what he had to say.
How does that conversation go?
Well, we had a good yarn when Anastasia retired, and we reached an agreement. And
did that agreement last until this election, or did it?
Well, under the rules of the Labor Party, the leadership is automatically declared vacant when government falls. When the Labor Party,
so it will be declared vacant automatically.
That's an automatic rule under the Labor Party, but we need to be respectful of Stephen. I think he's done an incredible job. I think he's reframed how politics engages, as Annika said, with a younger generation of voters. His use of social media, I think, has set a new standard for political leadership in this country to talk directly to people. I think he's done an incredible job, and I've been really proud to support him as his deputy.
Would you change direction at all?
Let's see what happens tonight, David. Let's see what happens tonight. Let's see what the result is tonight. But I've just been so honoured to serve in this role as Deputy Premier and Treasurer, greatest honour of my life. And I want to give that due respect to Stephen and have his voice heard tonight. His family will be with him. They are a great family. We've seen them supporting him, and I do think we need to show him the respect a Premier of Queensland deserves.
Well, speaking of leaders, we've got a former leader standing by to talk to us in John Paul Langbrook in Surfers Paradise. We will talk to him in a moment. Anthony, can you talk us through how things are going in that seat? A very safe LNP seat.
Well, I think I know one of the former members almost lost the seat, but I'm sure John Paul Langbrook doesn't normally chew his fingernails over the results in Surfers Paradise. He's got 62% of the vote, the Labor Party on 18.9. And if you just look at the two-party preferred result, he's got nearly 3/4 of the vote after preferences, with a near 9% swing towards him. So John Paul Langbrook remains in Parliament as the member for Surfers Paradise.
And John Paul Langbrook joins us now. How long has it been you've been in Parliament, JP?
20 years, Jess, 7 months and 22 days.
Oh, geez, it sounds like you're counting.
I'm guessing, okay, not quite that good. Approximately.
As I said before, you are a former leader of the LNP. You have been there for all of the ups and downs. And, you know, on looking at it over a broader period of time, there have been more downs for the LNP over the last 30, 35 years, with Labor being so dominant. How are you feeling tonight?
Well, I can say, having just listened for the last 10 minutes before I came on air, this is, of the 4 interviews I've done, prospectively the most pleasant, having heard the projections that have come through from our numbers man, David Janetsky. And hello to everyone. And can I also pay tribute to Scott Stewart? He's a wonderful guy who I've known for a long time, and a very, very generous concession there.
How are you seeing it? Do you see a path for the LNP to form majority government?
Well, Jess, I'm really listening more here with my supporters at the Broadbeach Bowls Club in a delayed sense with the coverage that we've got. So really it was the most up-to-date from Anthony Green that I was able to hear, and also, as I say, David Janetsky and even Cameron Dick conceding that it looks like it could go that way. I had said in all my earlier interviews that my sense was that on pre-poll, the first week was much better for us than the second week, and that therefore, as often happens in our elections, that pre-poll and postal votes do help us more as the count goes on, and that seems to have been vindicated by recent reports.
The last time that there was an LNP Premier in Queensland, it was a certain Mr Campbell Newman. If it does turn out that David Crisafulli is the new Premier of Queensland tonight, how is he different to Campbell Newman?
Well, I think one of the things that we've done in the 9 years, 7 months and 25 days that we've been in opposition is we've agonised a lot over what happened in that period, and that is making sure that we have a greater sense of being collegiate and talking about issues, as opposed to someone thinking that they've won so conclusively that they can basically control all of us because of that level of margin that we got in 2012. So one of the things that I know David Crisafulli is much more considerate of is listening to all of us as a group, and actually listening, not just consulting and then doing whatever it was that he wanted.
John Paul Langbrook in Surfers Paradise, thank you so much for your time.
Great to be with you.
All right, we're going to take you now to Brisbane's western suburbs and the seat of Maiwar. We're standing by to talk to Michael Berkman there. Let's check the results, though, first with Anthony.
Yes, and the LNP's in first place on 38.2. Michael Berkman 35.3 and the Labor Party on 23.6. The Green vote is down 8%, the ALP vote up 5.3, and Natasha Files 2.5 up. Natasha Winters for the LNP. That's translating into a two-party preferred swing to the LNP of 5.1%. And that's partly caused by this shift between the Greens and the Labor Party in terms of first preferences. But there's no doubt there that Michael Berkman has been re-elected as a member for Maiwar.
Well, Michael Berkman, congratulations on being re-elected. Nonetheless, we're seeing a swing against you and a swing against the Greens in their target seats and, of course, losing the seat of South Brisbane to Labor. What do you put that down to?
Yeah, look, thanks for having me. I think there are a few things to take away from this, and the first point I'd make is that we have seen the highest statewide primary vote for the Greens in our party's history. That's a really important takeaway here. I find it fascinating too that Premier Miles effectively gave up on the idea of going after the LNP and trying to retain government and started going for the Greens instead. You know, we saw him say in as many words that he would prefer to see an LNP minority government than deal with the Greens. Today he was in some of our strongest prospective seats campaigning rather than trying to retain others from the LNP. So it's a bit mysterious, but look, one of my biggest takeaways from this is that we've seen a fundamental shift in the political landscape here, and Labor effectively just adopting half of our 2020 election platform. You know, we've now got both the major parties agreeing to effectively free public transport with 50-cent fares, a Greens proposal from many years ago. Labor's adopted ideas like free GP clinics, free school lunches for kids, and they've even taken some small steps towards, taking a fair share back from the resources sector. So, look, there's a lot in this result. It's a complex one, but yeah, not all is as straightforward as it might seem.
Michael, it's Rachel Stewart. It doesn't seem that you're on track to pick up any seats. As we've discussed, it looks like you could be going backwards. Will the Greens have to do some soul searching after this election result?
Yeah, look, we will, like everyone does after every election, we'll pause, we'll reflect and we'll regroup. But there's no doubt that, as is reflected in the growth in the statewide vote, our party and our movement is as big as it's ever been. We'll come back stronger than ever and we'll keep fighting for the things that we've been pursuing for years. Victory takes a lot of different forms. Political wins look different in different circumstances. And for me now, reflecting on this outcome, those policy issues that we have managed to shift, that we've brought into the mainstream political dialogue, those are wins. Let's not forget as well that this was always going to be tough for us. We've got effectively the entire media class. We've got both of the major parties training their fire on us as a minor party, but we're not going anywhere. The Greens are as strong as we've ever been, and we're going to come back fighting even harder.
We were discussing it earlier, but how much of an impact do you think your federal colleagues have here on a state level?
Oh, look, I think they're very different contests, and I'd make the point as well that in seats like Greenslopes, which sits within Griffith, we saw a massive swing. Really optimistic seeing the big swings in Miller that sits inside the federal seat of Moreton. So, again, I think that would be a really simplistic take away from the state campaign, and I think we've got a lot to be excited about for the future of the party.
Michael, thank you for joining us.
No worries. Thanks for having me.
Now, I'm hearing that Stephen Miles might not be far away from giving a concession speech. We would expect maybe in about 15 minutes or so. We'll keep you posted on that. Let me go to Cos and Tony for some thoughts on the Greens, though. Cos, well, obviously we heard Michael Berkman there playing down suggestions. This is about the federal Greens' performance impacting on their vote. How do you see it?
There's a couple of problems here that the Greens are facing, and Michael made the point that Stephen Miles was busy campaigning in their electorates and trying to take seats off them. Well, what he's failed to understand is that progressive voters in Brisbane and across the country are beginning to turn off the Greens because they seem to only see one image, and the one image is they basically are in the business of attacking the Labor Party. So, and what we're seeing as a consequence of that is they're losing votes to the Labor Party. And the second thing about his point about their statewide vote has gone up, yes, but it's actually what we call, it's spreading out a lot more across more electorates, but it's flattening in their key areas which they've been focusing on to gain seats. So we see that not just in Brisbane, but we see that in other cities as well.
Yeah, so in the seats they need to win,
they're losing ground.
They're losing some ground.
That's right.
And look, Tony, I suppose the Greens have got to expect that the Labor Party is going to go after them in their seats and put up a fight in those contests. The LNP quite happy to see the Labor Party and the Greens going at each other.
Yeah, no, left on left violence is always a good thing. But I think, you know, what this means federally is some of those federal seats, Ryan, Griffith and Brisbane, are now definitely in play. And obviously Ryan has historically been a Liberal Party seat. You know, I think the Liberals are one progressive policy away from winning some of those seats, like Ryan. Brisbane's always a tough proposition, but that's got to be on play now. So the Greens are the big losers tonight. I think Labor have performed very credibly. They campaigned very well. They're obviously not going to make government. And of course the LNP looks like they've done enough to get there.
Well, let's take you back now to Labor HQ over at Murrumba Downs. Ariana Levy, our reporter, is there. Ariana, any word on when we might be expecting to see the Premier, Stephen Miles?
Well, Jess, the latest that we have heard is that we are expecting Miles to arrive within the next 15 minutes or so. Now, it is still very much a very different mood to what I was talking about a bit earlier. The mood has shifted from sort of that reserved optimism to now sort of being a bit more of a dampener after the ABC projected the Liberal National Party to make government. It's certainly changed to quiet murmurings here. Certainly, we've seen the Premier, Stephen Miles, who's actually been watching on the sidelines privately at his home with his family. So there is lots of anticipation now as they sort of wait for him to arrive, but no word as of yet from sources here on the ground whether or not that's for a concession speech. They're saying that they're still very much positively waiting to see the outcome of those pre-polls, which have been significant.
Ariana, thank you. Let's go to Kate McKenna over at LNP headquarters, and it looks a bit like a different mood there.
It does. Spirits are high here. There's been a lot of loud cheers and jubilation, and we've been trying to speak to as many people here as possible. We're speaking to Keith Pitt just earlier, who said this is a great result, though they're very mindful that there is still more counting to go. Was also speaking to the LNP Life member and former Lord Mayor Sally Ann Atkinson, who says this is a massive thing for the LNP, for the projection to form government, though she does say that minority could still be a possibility. So we haven't yet seen the leader, David Crisafulli, yet. We're waiting to see when he might turn up, but there's certainly a very uplifted room here tonight.
Kate McKenna at Labor, LNP, geez, I've got that wrong, that's not good, is it? At LNP headquarters. Thank you so much. But we do have live pictures there from Labor HQ as we wait to see when Stephen Miles is going to come to join his supporters there. David,
we talked a bit earlier, didn't we, about whether he'd prepared two speeches.
Yes.
you were making the point, but I suspect this is going to be the speech he would have expected to make.
For sure. David Janetsky, I imagine you'd like to be in that room at the LNP at the moment. We're very happy that you're here sharing your expertise with us, but what's the mood down there at the moment?
Look, it's been a very long journey for a lot of people, and to be so close now to forming majority government is deeply felt by many, and it's a big team effort, and to be so close now is rewarding, and it's good to see everybody there together celebrating. We've had a lot of defeats along the way, and I look at how far we've come in the last 4 years, the unity and the discipline that we've displayed as a team. And that has come from David Crisafulli's leadership. It's come from the leadership of our state president, Lawrence Springborg. That stability that both those figures and a tightly knit organisation that has meant for us to put us in the best position to be so competitive here tonight can't be understated.
Well, Cameron Dick, we're watching, or we have been watching the podium awaiting Stephen Miles. I'm not sure if you've been in touch with him.
We just had a brief exchange.
I'm not sure if you want to share that.
No, it's a matter between me and the Premier.
No, that's fair enough. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
But this would be, I suspect, a difficult moment. Perhaps it was expected for some time, but these speeches aren't easy to give, are they?
No. And it's not only maybe one of two speeches, it's the speech Stephen would have never wanted to give. But that's the nature of politics, and we have to respect, ultimately, this incredible democracy we have in Queensland and what it's given our state for 160 years. And so respecting the people's choice today is just so important. But I'm just so proud of how we fought. You know, we were absolutely shot. 58, 42 in July. That is a massive wipeout. And that if we can hold 35 seats, I just think it's a testament to the strength and the resilience of our members and our unions, everyone who fought that ground war across Queensland, just campaigning so hard. We've won seats from the LNP and we've won seats for the Green.
Well, one seat from the LNP and one seat from the Greens. But
still, that is a great result, and two fantastic women who have fought so hard, and I'm just really proud of Barbara and Wendy tonight.
Your path back to government must include regional Queensland. When you look at the seats that you've lost, 3 in Townsville, Morani, Mackay, Keppel, Barron River as well. How do you win back the regions?
Well, I think your assessment's right, David. You know, Queensland Labor has never formed a government in this state without regional representation, and that's because we are such a large, diverse state, and our regions mean so much to our state. And so we need to, I think for us it's a time to reflect now, reflect, refresh and renew as we go forward, but we need to let the dust settle. There's a lot of people hurting tonight. We need to respect them, let them go through what they need to go through, and then we'll look to dust ourselves off and get back in the ring.
All right, well, we're talking about regional Queensland. Let's go and have a look at some of the seats right up in the far north of the state, starting in the electorate of Cook, where Labor's Cynthia Louis is in a competition with David Kempton from the LNP. Anthony, how's that race looking?
Well, it's an incredibly diverse electorate and the figures bounce around a lot, and they have done all night at this stage. Cynthia Louis ahead on 33.3, the LNP 32.2, Kaz Australia Party 21.9 now. When we show the two-party preferred here, this is a projection based on preference flows and where the data is from. There's a 4.4% swing. At this stage, we're picking that the Labor Party will retain the seat. There's a lot more counting to come. I've got to say, we've got a formula which predicts these things pretty well, but every time you see one make a prediction, you feel like saying, well, I'm not sure about that, but usually it's got a pretty good record. But I think Cynthia Louis will retain that seat, but it is a seat with a lot of variability, and so we'll probably have to wait till the end of the count on that one.
And just a little further south to the north of Cairns, the northern part of Cairns, Barron River, not such luck for Labor there, Anthony.
Well, this was looking good for... I would say I'd be a little cautious on this prediction because at the moment it's only a quarter of the vote. This is only the polling places. There's no pre-polls yet. But at this stage, Labor's behind. There's a significant vote for the Greens. There's a vote for One Nation and Kaz Australian Party. Labor is getting only half of the preferences. So it probably needs to be close to equal or ahead on first preferences. At the moment, they're not. It's translating into a two-party preferred swing to the LNP. You can see the change in vote there. Labor's lost vote. Kaz Australia Party didn't stand last time and has picked up votes. And for that reason, if we look at the two-party preferred swing, you can see there's a 6% swing. We're predicting that the LNP will gain Barron River, and Bree James will be the new member replacing Craig Crawford from Labor.
All right, let's go to beautiful Cairns. Michael Healy, the Labor member there, against a familiar name in politics in the north, Yolandi Ench.
Yes, and if you look at just the first preferences here, the Labor Party's 38.7, the LNP 27.9, One Nation's got 16.5 and the Greens 13.8. So the two major parties have only got a little over 60% of the vote. The preference flows are favouring Labor, and Labor's ahead on primaries. At this stage, there's no swing in the seat. We have only polling day votes, but I think even the pre-polls won't turn that one around. And Michael Healy, I suspect, will go on. I think he will retain the seat, and it's a seat where both major parties have gone backward by 6.5%. So yeah, but Michael Healy looks like he's retained the seat.
And finally, in that Cairns patch, Mulgrave, Curtis Pitt retiring, and how is Labor looking? This one looks tight, Anthony.
I like to call graphs like this Cuisenaire. There's lots of numbers. And look, Richie Bates, so Curtis Pitt is retired. Richie Bates is the new Labor candidate. He wasn't the choice of Curtis Pitt, the retiring member. Terry James is a long-serving councillor and former mayor of Cairns. Stephen Lucina's Catholic Australia Party's a football coach and a local school teacher. Then we've got a collection of other independents. There's 3 there on over 7%, and there's a few more on 4 and 5 and 6%. Nearly all of them had Steve Lucina as preferred on the how to vote cards. If people tend to follow the how to vote cards, then Stephen Lucina can pass Terry James, and if he does so, he would win on a Labor Party. He's got to get ahead of Labor. There's a lot more counting to come in that seat, but at the moment, the preference count we're getting between Labor and Liberal delivers the seat to Terry James. I'm just not exactly sure that that'll be the final pairing.
Anthony Green, thank you. Well, we can show you now live some pictures, I believe, from the Murrumba Downs Tavern, Labor headquarters for tonight. Murrumba Downs, of course, the Premier Stephen Miles' seat to the north of Brisbane. We are expecting Mr Miles to arrive at any moment now to make what we expect to be a concession speech, given the way that the numbers have fallen tonight. Stephen Miles, Premier of Queensland for 10 months, having taken over from the long-serving former Premier Anastasia Palaszczuk. He said that he wouldn't die wandering. He said he was going to do everything that he could, and that was the campaign that we did see throughout the last 4 weeks. Stephen Miles joined the Labor Party in high school and then worked for unions. He was also the Environment Minister, Health Minister, and then loyal deputy to Anastasia Palaszczuk, as I said, for several years, including through the very difficult COVID years in Queensland. Cameron Dick, your thoughts at this moment while we wait for Stephen Miles to arrive?
Well, let's hear what the Premier has to say. You know, this is his moment, and we need to, let him have the chance to express his views on where we stand in the election. You know, like when we look at the board there, it still doesn't have 47 against the LNP. It's 43.
So you're not sure whether he'll concede?
I'm not sure, because there's just so many votes that have to be counted. Now, I think the run of those votes isn't necessarily going to be with Labor, but it's not as clear-cut as Annika and I thought it was going to be at the start.
Sure, but just to be clear, you're not sure whether Labor's lost?
Oh, I think it's very, very difficult for us to form government, but going back to what David Kusafuli, he said himself, you know, he would not lead a minority government. He absolutely categorically
So because of that, you don't think Stephen Miles will necessarily concede in a
He may very well not. He may not concede tonight, you know.
You don't know?
I don't know. Let's hear what he has to say, and we need to give him that opportunity.
Bit of suspense there, a bit of suspense. We will
it's
see
that sort of night,
we'll see what happens.
It's that sort of night.
Yeah, look...
Anthony, what have you got for us?
Let's fill in the chamber as we're seeing it at the moment. At the moment, the LNP definitely has 43 seats, Labor 34, 3 Catholic Australia, 1 independent, 1 Green. If we put in some likelies, the LNP gets to 45 seats, Labor 35. Now, some pre-polls have been coming in. A whole bunch of seats which are marginal for Labor have become very marginal for the LNP. So everything that's come in as a pre-poll has shifted a bit to the LNP. And at the moment, we're projecting Labor, the LNP could end up as high as 49 seats, which would be a small, five or six seat majority. But I think they're going to get to 47. I can't tell you which seats yet, but at the moment they've got definite 45, and their chances of getting 47 are increasing with every pre-poll centre that comes in.
Interesting. All right, well, back to that shot, if we can, the live shot there of where Stephen Miles will be speaking. Whether he's going to give a concession speech or not, we shall see. Jess, he's never been in opposition, is that right? Because he would have come in 2015.
2015, yes.
So he's never been in opposition. He did have a couple of cracks at pre-selection and a run at a federal seat. Was it Ryan? Yep. but then, as you say, coming in 2015, and a dream run since then. Of course, serving for nearly a year as Premier, but now he does face the prospect, the very real prospect of opposition. Yeah, I don't know. Does he concede defeat based on, as Cameron Dick was saying there, David Crisafulli ruling out a minority government? It might look a little odd not to. Annika, what do you think?
I don't think he will. I
Yes,
think
he is. And I'm
there's
going
too many pathways left for the way that this night could end up. I'd be surprised if he concedes, but I haven't exchanged with him. Can I just say, while we're waiting, and I'll cut off if we... Jess, you talked about buying your democracy sausage today. I went around to a lot of booths in Lily, and it was, everyone just kept saying, it's dead, it's dead, it's dead. You know, 50% of people had already voted. That has a real impact on PNCs and community organisations that rely on that democracy sausage cash as a fundraising initiative. And I think when we consider early voting, there is a broader impact on the community than just sort of the convenience argument.
Wind back early voting, is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah, we had 3 weeks in the federal election that we did 3 weeks of pre-poll. I don't think 3 weeks of pre-poll is necessary.
What's a good time?
I think one's necessary because we still have postal votes. It's a burden on the volunteers, not people like us who are paid. We've signed up for this, but volunteers who have to still man these pre-poll booths from 8 till 6 for 2 or 3 weeks, and then the dividend is that PNCs and needy community organisations make half the money that they were hoping to make because these booths are empty on election day.
Let me ask you, Annika Wells, would Labor have done better tonight if there'd only been 1 week of early voting? Clearly things tightened at the end.
I reckon we would have. That's not what's driving my grievance about
worried
PNC
about the
fundraising.
PNC fundraising, I get it. But
yeah, I think...
You think Labor might have even won tonight?
Well, given how close this has ended up being, it gives you pause for thought because, like we touched on at the very start, Stephen Miles has had 10 months as Premier. We're about to hear from him. The more people saw him, the more they liked him. I mean, how often do you find that someone jet skis close to people and people like him more? That's a rare breed of person.
And in the last 2 days of the campaign, we had the LNP costings, which had been shot to pieces, and then we had David Crisafulli flip on his signature promise in the campaign that he would resign if the absolute number of crime victims went up, and that flipped on the last day of the campaign. So you do wonder if people were all focused on election day and heard the full argument. I mean, that's the point. You hear the whole argument right until the last day, whether that would have made a difference. But it's probably a moot point. It's probably a moot point.
Or could have it been anything to do with the 17 unions spending $1 million each?
All right.
Or the
Susan
6
McDonald,
activist third parties?
Just getting some images coming in now. Here comes the Premier, Stephen Miles, arriving at Labor HQ at Murrumba Downs. Wild cheers with his wife. There's his daughter, Bridie. A big wave to supporters.
There's no lack of support for Stephen Miles in that room, boy, and his signature grin is well and truly there. He's look, this can't be an easy moment. Whether he concedes defeat, we're about to find out. But, gee, there's a lot of support for him amongst the Labor Party faithful who worked hard through this campaign. It has been a solid campaign for Labor, there's no doubt about that. And what he says here will be very interesting to hear, given Labor at the moment, as Anthony's been saying for some time, really can't form certainly a majority government. And on the numbers that we're looking at the moment, may not even have a chance of forming a minority government, but we'll see what he has to say.
It is only a short walk to the podium, but lots of well wishers and photographers in the way. And there he is up on the stage with his family.
Queenslanders, I gave this election everything I had. To the Labor supporters here and around Queensland, I know that you did too. Being Queensland's Premier for the last 10 months has been the greatest honour of my life. For the kid from Petrie, it's more than I could have ever dreamed of. Watching the results tonight, it is clear that that hasn't been enough to secure a majority of seats for Labor, and also that the LNP is unlikely to have a majority. We will know more as counting continues in coming days. Many seats remain too close to call. If you consider what we were up against, this is an extraordinary result. It was always going to be a challenging election for Labor, but I have no regrets about the campaign or indeed my last 10 months as Premier. I want to congratulate all of our MPs who have been re-elected. We have seen some incredible results against the odds. My thoughts are also with the MPs who have lost their seats. They have been hard-working local MPs, and I will miss them in Parliament. I'd like to thank all the volunteers who have fought every day of this campaign. There were so many red shirts on the booths today and at pre-poll these last couple of weeks. In every Queensland street, door knocking and at train stations and street corners, talking to everyday Queenslanders about what they want for their and their families' future. You should all be very proud of what we have achieved together. I'd like to thank our State Secretary, Katie Flanders. Along with Zach, she has run an exceptional campaign. She's brought people together from all different backgrounds and turned them into a united, thriving team. She also hasn't slept for 6 weeks. I'd like to thank everyone else at Campaign HQ and Kat and Amy and my team. I have not seen a state Labor campaign as well organised as this one was. I want to thank my Deputy Premier, Cameron Dick. I know a thing or two about being a Deputy Premier, and Cameron has been a good one. The mighty Queensland trade union movement. Thank you for everything you have done to support our campaign. I'd like to thank my mum and dad, my sister Kate, and my late grandparents. You all made me who I am. most of all, I'd like to thank Kim and Sam, Aidan and Bridie. Your support lets me do this job. Thanks for joining me on the campaign trail, and thanks to Bridie for being in my strange sandwich videos. I hope I made you proud. I said at the beginning of this, I wasn't going to die wondering. And I stand by that tonight. I have put forward a progressive policy agenda that I am very proud of. The biggest cost of living relief package of any state ever, paid for by billionaire multinational coal companies. $1,000 off every Queenslander's energy bill, 20% off car rego, $200 kids sports vouchers, 50-cent fares. Our Homes for Queenslanders plan, our evidence-based community safety plan, the Putting Queensland Kids First plan, our satellite hospitals, something I started when I was the health minister. But good leaders don't just help with the challenges of now, they also have a plan for the future. At this election, I sought a mandate in my own right to do the big structural changes that will benefit Queenslanders for generations. A state-owned energy retailer and an energy price guarantee. State-owned petrol stations. 50 bulk billing GP clinics across the state. What would be the biggest intervention in primary care of any state or territory ever. Free primary school lunches. A simple concept that could be revolutionary for our state. Because it doesn't just help with parents' grocery bills now, it helps kids to concentrate in school, stay engaged with their education, behave better for their teachers, and drives down rates of childhood obesity and diabetes. It is a game-changing policy that I am very proud of. Because it's a policy born from our Labor values, that every kid should have equal opportunity to thrive, that a state with an economy as strong as Queensland's can ensure its people reap the benefits of that economy. Those are my values. Queenslanders know what I believe and what I stand for. While David Crisafulli ducked and weaved and tied himself into the tiniest small target Queensland has ever seen. Never before has a party taken to an election with so little detail of their agenda. This election finishes with many more questions about the LNP's plans than answers. Will he give back billions of dollars to multinational coal companies? Will he savage the public service? Doctors and nurses, AMBOs, teachers, fireys, just like he did with Campbell Newman last time to pay for his promises. Will he have a conscience vote on the Katter's abortion bill and allow that right to be stripped from Queensland? whatever the final number of seats, I will keep doing what matters for Queensland. I will never stop fighting for our Labor agenda. And I will never stop holding the LNP to account. Thank you all so much for your support.
Thank you.
The Labor Premier, Stephen Miles. Big cheers for him from the Labor Party faithful. Giving a speech there, I heard lots of things that you might normally hear in a concession speech. Things like thanking his supporters, things like saying he has no regrets. Was it a concession speech? I didn't hear a concession, Cameron Dick.
No, I don't think it was. And there's a lot of love in the room tonight for Stephen out at Marumba, you know. So...
do you know whether he's phoned David Crisafulli?
No, I don't know. I don't know about that.
Do you know David Janetsky?
No, he hasn't.
No, he hasn't.
He hasn't.
This is very unconventional.
I would say so.
I would say...
And
What is happening here? Cameron Dick, can you explain?
I just think it's unclear whether the LNP can form a majority, and given what David Crisafulli has said about not forming a minority government, I think quite fairly Stephen's saying we want to know that there's 47 in the bag for the LNP, that there's a majority, because he won't form a minority government, and if he's not going to form a minority government, we continue on. But
well,
I
perhaps
think,
maybe should he have waited to see whether the LNP does get a majority. Let's check in with Anthony Green. What can you tell us, Anthony?
The seat's definitely won. We're pretty confident the LNP has 45 seats now. Labor 32, 3 Catter's Australian Party, 1 other, 1 Green. If we put some likelies in, the LNP's up to 47. In the last 20 or 30 minutes, we started to get some more figures have come in for a few polling places. Nicklin, Rockhampton, Redlands and Redcliffe are now looking stronger for the LNP. The LNP's moved in front as some of the pre-polls have come in some of these seats. We'll have to have a look at Redcliffe later, because it's Kerry Ann Dooley's 6th attempt to try and win it, 5th attempt for the LNP. So if she wins it, you've got to give her a credit for determination.
Persistence.
Persistence, yes.
Right now it's likely the LNP will get a majority, you're saying?
I think that they're probably getting very close to having a certain 47. They can get beyond that, maybe to 50. I don't want to make that a prediction. It's not a prediction, but I think they will get a majority.
So, David Janetsky, what do you make of what happened just then?
Well, I would say, Jess, that was a pitch to remain on as opposition leader.
Well, he certainly said, I will never stop fighting for our Labor agenda. I will never stop holding the LNP to account. I will keep doing what matters to Queensland.
That sounds to me like that's a pitch for opposition leader, and I'm sure the Deputy Premier wouldn't be particularly pleased to hear it.
Would you?
I thought it was a very good speech, and I thought he's just saying what everyone in the Labor Party thinks tonight. After we thought we were going to be absolutely smashed and reduced to rubble, we are going to fight on because our agenda, particularly in the campaign, has resonated with Queenslanders.
But did you interpret that?
I think in all of those seats there you see, every woman, in fact, every Queenslander knows the only way to protect reproductive rights is to have a majority.
That's a lie. That's an outrageous thing to say.
I think they do. I think that's been a very clear outcome. Well, hang on. If I can just say, you've taken money from Gary Spence to keep your campaign going. What did Gary Spence do when he was the president of the LNP? He threatened precincts.
Can I jump in? This is an extension of scare campaign campaigns, the LNP has received to date 53.5% two-party preferred. This is the equivalent of John Howard's landslide in 1996. Let's see if we can deliver that into seats. We are still counting, but I thought that that was a very ungracious speech, given that Queenslanders have spoken, not the Labor Party
don't have 47.
not the members, but Queenslanders have said we've had enough.
You don't have 47.
Can I jump in there? Because I wanted to bring you in because I was watching your reaction. You were sitting there shaking your head. What are you making of what's gone on?
Well, it was an interesting speech because fundamentally the problem that the Labor Party faces in this state and across the country is it's losing touch with regional Australians. And particularly in this state, Labor cannot govern without, and Cameron made the very valid point, cannot govern without those regional electorates. Yes, it ran a really good campaign for Brisbane, but it didn't resonate in regional Queensland. So there's got to be a lot of soul searching within the Labor's ranks in this state, but more broadly about why they're losing touch. And it's not just one election. There is evidence right across the entire country that this is a growing problem.
Cameron, what do you say to that?
Well, we've lost seats in regional Queensland. It's obvious tonight.
Are you losing touch with regional Queensland?
I think there were particular issues in this campaign. 10-year government, incredible pressures on families across the state through cost of living relief. We did our absolute utmost to support them.
But the point is, it's a 10-year government in both Brisbane and regional Queensland. Why? The question is, have you lost touch in regional Queensland?
I don't know whether we've lost touch. All I know is we have lost seats in regional Queensland.
Did Stephen Miles focus too much on the southeast?
No, I don't think we focused too much at all. I think we spent an incredible amount of time campaigning, and we made an incredible number of commitments to regional Queensland as well. Not just in the campaign, but during the course of government, including rebuilding hospitals, using those coal royalties to build the water pipeline, copper string from Townsville to Mount Isa, the most transformative investment in regional Queensland since the arrival of the steam locomotive 150 years ago. So we've done all of those things and we've remained committed, but we haven't won the seats, and so we need to reflect. We need to reflect on that as a party. Why have we lost those seats? What does it mean?
Tony, have you seen a manoeuvre like this before?
I think in politics, when all else fails, you go to delusion. And Stephen Miles' speech was full of delusion. He clearly wants to stay on as opposition leader. I think Cameron's had an excellent dress rehearsal tonight, very impressed. There's nothing more ex than an ex-premier, and I think his time is over. And there is opportunity there for Labor to work with. It's going to be a skinny majority, I think. I think they're going to land on 49 seats. Morani is going to be a really key seat, could get to 50. But that's a skinny majority, and as we know, internal discipline is not always a strength of the LNP. So there is opportunity for a good opposition leader to start making some early inroads. And it's a tough time to be an incumbent right now. And it's, I think the LNP will get there, but they've got a tough road ahead.
It all comes down to those numbers. Anthony Green, what are they telling us?
We'll do the votes first. 32.9 for Labor's now dropped below 33. The LNP is consistently above 42.6. The Greens on 9.7, others 7.7. The change in vote is 6.7 between the two major parties, which is 6.8% overall, which was above that 5.7 they needed to do to get majority. I just thought, let's have a look at the changing seats, because it's quite interesting. Aspley has now settled into an LNP gain. That's a Brisbane seat. Barron River. Now, we haven't got any pre-polls for that yet, but the final count of the polling places was bad for Labor, and we've given it away, but I'm prepared to come back and look again. Caloundra has gone, which is not unexpected. We now have the LNP winning Capalaba. Harvey Bay is an LNP gain. Labor's gained Ipswich is an LNP gain. Labor's gained Ipswich West. Keppel. Easter Rockhampton's gone. Mackay has gone for the first time in decades, of course. It's Forgan Smith's old seat, wasn't it, if you remember? Mundingborough LNP gain. Nicklin on the Sunshine Coast, that surprise gain from last time. South Brisbane is a Labor gain. And Thurungar and Townsville, the other two Townsville seats have gone. And if we look at the seats that remain in doubt, we've got Cook... We almost let Cook go then, but Cook is such a diverse electorate that you really have to let more votes in, so we just held that one back for the moment. Gavin, the Labor Party's ahead. They're ahead in McAllister. They're ahead in Maryborough, though I haven't got that pre-poll yet. The LNP is ahead in Morani. And I'm not sure if I'm getting reliable information on Morani, but that's interesting. Mulgrave is a dog's breakfast. No idea what's going to happen there, but it's the LNP might win it. I think they're probably favoured to win it, but there is that chance that Katter's Australia Party could come up through the middle. Pine Rivers, the LNP is now ahead in. Palmerston has slipped back to Labor ahead, and the LNP is ahead in Redcliffe and Rockhampton, and I think Rockhampton's firmed up for them as well. So, look, overall, if you look at the chamber and the seats won, we've now got the LNP up to 46 seats. They only need one more seat for majority government.
And that's just crept up from 45.
It's just clicked up. As more pre-polls have come in, more seats have ticked over. We've now got them up to 48 is a likely. So the LNP will form majority government is my view from these numbers. But everything
that you are now confident LNP will form majority. I'm
confident on everything I'm seeing says the LNP will form majority government. And even if they fall a seat short, Labor, I suspect, will be too far away to form government. Everything that has come in with a pre-poll has firmed up the position of the LNP, and I would say the LNP will form majority government. But it's certainly not the landslide everyone thought a month ago.
Sure. No, that's for sure. And David, your confidence levels, given that it's ticked up to you're one seat away, how confident are you of hitting that magic 47?
I'm breathing a little easier, David. We talked about climbing Everest and it's nearly there, and I look back at the New South Wales change of government last year, state government, same-sized parliament, and Chris Minns took a victory, I think, with about half the seats won tonight. So to put it in perspective, when the government changed in New South Wales, by the look of it, we've probably won double the seats that Chris Minns won for Labor in New South Wales as a comparator.
What does he do with this speech? We're seeing the live shot there of the LNP headquarters where David Crisafulli will speak soon. Without a concession speech, does he give a victory speech?
Well, David, I can guarantee that he's about to show a lot more grace than Stephen Miles just showed. And if I know anything about David Crisafulli, he'll be classy, he'll be dignified, and he's about to provide the leadership that Queensland so desperately needs.
Annika Wells, that speech from Stephen Miles, it did get back into the campaign politics. We went through the list on abortion and cuts that are going to come. And did you think that was ungracious?
I must confess I had half an ear open because I was looking at the results coming in, but I'll try my best for you. I think at that stage, this is the difficulty, when you hit print on the piece of paper and drive across to the tavern, you're immediately 18 minutes behind where you are when you stand up, and there was a couple of things that
comes back to that
made it a bit technology, clearer. Surely it's pretty easy to keep track of what's going on.
Yeah, we can disagree on this, I think. Like, where it moved in those 20 minutes perhaps made things a little more clearer,
so why
we are all now.
Why get up and why not wait and see what the result is?
Well, yep, that's, I guess, a decision that was made by people in a different room from here.
Sure.
Can I give you some actual that I was looking at while we were listening to the speech? ECQ's announced they're going to count till 11 p.m. tonight. Any seats that are almost about to be determined or completing a count might go a little bit longer, but everyone will count through till 11 p.m.
Okay, and we're about half an hour away.
Is everyone cool to stay around at least another half an hour? Because this is still a bit of a nail biter. We might get a bit more coffee going at some point.
Go, nothing to do.
Maybe you will have to concede defeat for Labor at some point here, Cameron Dick.
We'll just see what happens for the. But I'm strapping in, David. It's what you said early on. The knuckle's probably a little bit less white for me.
Tony
looks like it's getting hard.
Tony went so far before as to call Stephen Miles delusional.
No, Tony's over there. We can ask Tony.
You don't want to dispute it?
No, I think it's delusional. I think he's look.
Was it what you were expecting?
We're fighters, and we have fought so hard every day during this campaign. And I think Stephen just expressed that strong view about what we wanted to achieve as a government, and saying we're not going to let go of our values, we're not going to let go of the things we believe in, and we're going to hold the LNP to account. And that's the job. Whether you're in government or opposition, you've got to make sure you frame your values and what you believe in, and then you argue those with the community. And you don't abandon those. You don't abandon your values because you might lose an election. You hang on to them.
Susan?
Well, I think that Stephen Miles has never sat in opposition. He went straight into a ministry. He, I think, just didn't understand how difficult it is being the Premier of the big, diverse state that we have. And I think he thought it would be child's play, and he treated Queenslanders like children. I think that this was an extraordinary speech, and I think that Queenslanders more broadly have said we have had enough. It'll be interesting to see. We were talking about Leichhardt and the federal seats before, but given that Catherine King and Albanese government has cut Queensland's infrastructure percentage from 80% to 50%, I don't think we're going to see a lot of good news out of Labor for Queensland anyway.
All right,
David, I'd say that the ALP federal Labor government's putting in $10 billion towards the Bruce Highway, including $457 million in the budget this year.
Once again, Labor dragging the dollars out of the states, and I think Queenslanders will fight back.
Let me jump in there and go back to Anthony, because we're all sweating on those numbers. Anthony, what can you tell us?
Well, I want to do Redcliffe. And look, I just think it's a tale of persistence. Yvette Darth, the federal member, the former federal member who won Redcliffe for the famous by-election in 2014, the first sign that the Campbell-Newman government was in trouble. Everyone thought it was a wild by-election swing, but it turned out to be quite accurate the next year. And so she won, and she's held the seat since. She's retiring at this election. Cass Hall is the new Labor candidate, and Kerry-Ann Dooley ran once for Family First, and this is her 5th attempt for the LNP. She's well ahead on first preferences. Let's look at the change in votes occurred, a big increase in the LNP vote. The two-party preferred swing at the moment, 6.3%, she's on 50.2. Now, we've got, that's all the primaries for the pre-polls. If you factor in preferences on that pre-poll, she's further ahead. So while at the moment we can't declare her the winner, we do think that Kerry-Ann Dooley at a 6th attempt will win Redcliffe later in this evening. So congratulations for persistence, Kerry-Ann Dooley. I hope, having said this, she isn't defeated, because there's nothing worse than there's nothing worse than crossing to a candidate who thinks they've won and then you tell them they're defeated. So we're not crossing to her, but good luck to Kerry-Ann Dooley, who's had a real go and may well be the next member for Redcliffe.
Would that be a record, Anthony, in your encyclopedic knowledge of elections in Australia?
I'll tell you this. Frank Nicklin led the Country Party to 5 elections as opposition leader, and then the Labor Party fell apart when the party expelled the cabinet, and they had to go to an early election, and Frank Nicklin won his 6th election as opposition leader and became Premier and went for 10 years. So I think I don't think it's quite as a remarkable feat as Frank Nicklin, but still, someone who runs 6 times is unusual these days, yes.
David Janetsky, the first 100 days of a Chrysler-Foley government, what does that look like?
Well, we've outlined a whole range of different things in our first 100-day plan across all portfolios, including, making Queensland safer laws by Christmas, and getting the Olympic Infrastructure Fund up and running, and getting a productivity commission going. We've across all the portfolios, we've all got things to be doing. Can I just pay tribute to Kerry-Ann as well? Just a true local champion, and one of the hallmarks of David Chrysler-Foley's leadership this term has been attracting the best crop of candidates I think we've taken to an election in such a long time. And Kerry-Ann's one of them, a true community champion who loves where she lives, and she's lived it on her sleeve. And for her to keep coming back and persisting, waiting for her moment like tonight, and I hope Anthony's right, I really hope she gets across the line because she deserves it.
Kerry-Ann Dooley also used Pregnancy and Infant Loss Day to call abortion the publicly funded killing of the unborn. So that's another pro-life person that's just been elected to the Queensland Parliament, and that's a very difficult caucus for David Chrysler-Foley to wrangle, because he might say one thing, but he doesn't have the majority of his party room agreeing with him.
David Janetsky?
We've ruled it out. We know there's going to be no changes. We've said it repeatedly. I just want to show some good grace to an amazing community candidate that has done a really good job potentially getting elected tonight.
But she wouldn't get a conscience vote on anything to do with abortion?
Well, we've been clear, David. We said it's not part of our plan, and we've ruled it out.
It's part of Robbie Katter's plan, though.
OK, so coming back to those first 100 days, you mentioned there...
if it was such a worry for Labor, why did you preference the Katter Party then?
Well,
if that was your biggest issue, why did you preference the Katter Party over the LNP?
I don't know if you want to look after the preference deals are done weeks out from when this became an issue in week 2 or 3 of the campaign. The timeline of that argument doesn't stack up, and you call it a scare campaign. I think Queensland women have demonstrated very clearly tonight that they are scared about the possibility of this happening. That's a genuine. That's a genuine
women
fear.
were telling me.
Well, they were absolutely telling me that door knocking and pre-polling.
All right, coming back to what changes in Queensland as a result of a change of government, what will be the most noticeable impacts, do you think, in that first 100 days? Yes, there's some reviews that you'll get underway. You mentioned the Olympics review, the Productivity Commission. What actually changes? What will people notice?
I've argued for a very long period of time that we need to have this responsible, mature, methodical approach to the budget, to fiscal discipline. David has talked a lot about setting line ministers' KPIs. So you'll find in the first couple of weeks, those charter letters to ministers setting out targets and key performance indicators.
KPIs is great. What do ordinary Queenslanders notice? What changes?
Well, first things first, making Queensland safer laws by Christmas. There'll be those key areas of service delivery that are focused on. You know, in my part of the world, I'm Shadow Home Ownership Minister as well as Shadow Treasurer. So we're talking about the abolition of a tax. We'll get that in train. We'll abolish Labor's patients tax. There's going to be a whole range of early things that are undertaken to send a clear message that we're going to be calm and methodical. And I expect you'll hear more of that from David when he gets up to speak shortly.
I don't think you've ever heard someone say a weaker, thinner agenda for government than you just heard then. And you're right, David, what will change? I don't think Queensland has got any ideas except the slogans are going to somehow turn into government.
All right, well, let's go back and have another look at the seat of South Brisbane, which it looks like the Greens have lost tonight. Anthony, take us through it.
Well, the reason we're back looking at it again is this gap here between the Labor Party and the LNP. The Greens will be cheering that the LNP increase their vote. Now, on the votes to come, I think that gap will narrow to about 1.5%, and One Nation preferences may also help the LNP rise in that position. If the LNP pulls ahead of Labor, Labor gets excluded and the Greens win. So might be an interesting case there of the Labor Party of the LNP. I don't know what the LNP will do, but it's screwed. Sometimes you get in these sort of situations, scrutineers go in to knock out their own votes to try and change the order of exclusion. But the Greens still have a chance there because of this gap. If the LNP on postal votes gets ahead of Labor, we're projecting they don't, by the way, at the moment. But if they do get ahead, then the Greens would still hold that seat. I may put that seat back into doubt. I'll have a look at it later. But at the moment, let's just look at the change in vote there. What's happened in that seat is the Green vote has gone down, the Labor vote has dropped off through the night, and the LNP has gone up. So it's the rise in the LNP vote, and as the LNP vote has got higher, they have a chance of getting ahead of Labor, and the Greens would then win on Labor preferences. So who's going to win South Brisbane? There's still some doubt, but it's not been a very good result for the Greens.
Okay, interesting. Anthony, thank you. Talissa, let's go back to you at the big board. What have you got for us?
Well, while we wait for David Crisafulli to speak, there's just a couple of things I want to show you. We just heard from Anthony Green then that South Brisbane is dropping off the board. You can see that here. But I also want to show you Bundaberg. So I said a little earlier, and we've been talking about it, is the most marginal seat for Labor Party. It was 0.02% coming into this, held by Tom Smith, who has retained his seat, and he's actually had a swing to him of about 5%. So done well there. We also mentioned a little earlier one of our panellists over there, Toowoomba South, has been retained, David Janetsky. I do want to just say we've also got over here on this side of the board, Woodridge has also lit up. That stayed red. So our other panellists, Cameron Dick.
Talissa made my night. Thanks to everyone in Woodridge. I'm so proud to represent you. It's a great honour. Thank you.
Just need to mention, thanks to Lisa, that the numbers you can see on the bottom of your screen there say that the LNP has now hit 47.
And Dooley.
There you go. Well previewed, Anthony. So is that official now? Have they hit that?
The counter's hit 60%. We're waiting for a pre-poll to come in. So she's on 52.5 now. So she's well ahead.
So she's won that.
Yes.
The LNP has now won a majority?
Yes, they've got a majority.
Okay.
It's not official It's our call. It's a
Okay.
48.
Well, that's pretty good for me at least. So Anthony Green is calling it now a majority for the LNP.
Yes.
All right, there you go. Breaking news. Anthony Green has called it a majority. Maybe that'll hurry up David Crisafulli to come and speak at the podium.
I reckon he's...
looks like, okay,
looks like he's coming
we've got a
back.
shot there.
Have you heard from him?
A couple of times.
So, well, you heard it there, David, and I know you've been looking at that Mount Everest, as you keep calling it, but with Anthony Green now calling it that you've got that majority, how does that feel?
Overwhelmingly humbling. You know, like I said, there's a lot of work that's gone into it and a lot of people that have made a lot of sacrifice, and yeah, it's just, yeah, it's really humbling to be here.
Cameron Dick, at what point does Labor concede?
I'll have to let the leader make that decision ultimately, which is what leaders do. But obviously...
do you reckon we'll hear from him again tonight?
I don't know, David, you know, but it's, you know, Anthony's had a lot of experience in these elections and making the call, but as he says, it's the ABC's determination. It's not the final result, but it's we can't form government.
Well, the final result
I think
is,
that's the reality. We can't form government, and it looks like he's got a majority now.
Well, was it Stephen Miles's call to make that speech when he did? Was that his decision?
Of course, it's always the leader's decision.
You just said, Cameron Dick, you can't form government. The LNP have got a majority.
Looks like it to me, yeah.
So you've conceded defeat.
Well, it's not for me to concede. No. It's always for the leader to concede.
You just said.
Yeah. Well, on
the
those numbers, we're a long way off. What are we? 34. I think we're 34, so that's a long way off. 47.
31
for us. 31. That 31 that Anthony's call for.
So look, we've all
a long way off.
We've all watched politics a long time. This does seem a little strange that we're not seeing a concession of defeat on an election in Australia. Is it not strange?
I have to defer to the leader to do that. It's not my job to do that, and it's not my
responsibility.
I appreciate that.
But do you think it's strange that the leader's
right to do
no?
that?
But do you think it's strange that the leader is not doing that?
Well, Stephen's entitled to make his calls as the leader. He's entitled to make his calls as the leader.
What would you be doing?
Perhaps he's spoken to David in the interim period. You know. So David Crisafulli. So maybe they.
Is anyone aware of that? Has there been contact between the leaders now?
No, I haven't got any more information.
No.
I just knew they hadn't talked when Stephen spoke.
All right, we'll try and find that out. Okay. Rachel, let me get your thoughts at this point, because we are at a little odd moment where Anthony Green's just called it. They've won a majority, the LNP, according to Anthony Green. According to Cameron Dick, the Deputy Premier, the LNP's won a majority. They can't form government, Labor. Do we need to see Stephen Miles again here tonight? This is a little awkward, isn't it?
It
Hold on,
reminds
you're only
me
on
of
46.
in 2020 when Deb Frecklington came out. She conceded but said she would stay on as opposition leader, and then I think the next day or the day after quickly changed. So I think if we don't hear from Stephen Miles tonight, we very much look forward to seeing him tomorrow.
Yeah.
To talk through what happened there.
Has Stephen Miles made a mistake, an error of judgment tonight, Cameron Dick?
I don't think so. I don't think so. You know, leaders are entitled to give the speeches that they think are appropriate for the times and the circumstances, and he wanted to speak.
No,
that's him speaking from his heart.
People will notice that the number, and I might get Anthony Green's
why is it 40?
thoughts.
Going backwards, David. Just hang on, Labor's back on the fight.
Now you're just being sarcastic. But look, the number has dropped back down to 46 for the LNP there.
Pushing it back.
Anthony, what's going on?
We got an update of a big pre-poll centre for Clayfield, and on the numbers we had, Tim Nicholls had 4 behind. But with the minute I looked at the primaries for that pre-poll centre, he's got no difficulty with winning it. So the computer gave it in doubt, and we've just put it back in because Tim Nicholls will be re-elected.
That'll flip back up to 47?
Yeah, in about a minute when it kicks.
Okay. Okay. This is quite a roller coaster.
It really is. It really is.
It's back to 47. There you go.
And at 11:15 at night in Queensland, but now maybe about 15 minutes away, you say, Annika, from when that vote counting will finish up for the season.
Unless there's some plucky returning officers with, you know, a couple of piles left.
And a huge amount of stamina to keep going.
Extra large coffee to keep counting. All right, look, we're doing our best here to keep you up to date with these numbers that are trickling in, but they're pretty important at this point. What's clear is the LNP, as Anthony Green has called it, have got a majority, and that was very much in doubt for the last few hours. At the start of our broadcast this evening, there was certainly optimism within Labor. They were doing better than they thought, but it's turned out to be an LNP majority tonight. And Anthony, you've got a bit more to tell us?
Maiwar. The LNP's on 40.6, Michael Berman 33.8, Labor on 22. Just look at the change in vote. This is this issue of the Green vote down. The LNP and the Labor vote is both are up. Now, our current projection is a 7.1% swing, and we've got the LNP ahead in Maiwar. The Greens are currently ahead on the vote, but when you factor in the postal votes, which normally heavily favour the LNP, there is the chance that the LNP could pick up Maiwar. So that's on the current numbers. There's more counting to come, but that's potentially an extra seat for the LNP.
Anthony, can you just show us the statewide trends?
Certainly. I'm here at your service. The Labor Party's down to 32.6. The LNP is now just under 43, 9.6% for the Greens, 7.7% for One Nation. The change in primary vote is mostly 7% down, 7% up between the two major parties, and the two-party preferred swing is 7.1%, so it's above that 5.7% swing we needed, and they've pushed. That swing has been, if I clear that out, I'll go and have a look at the comparative swings between the regions. If you talk about southeast Queensland, the swing is 5.9%, and the swing in regional Queensland is 9.8%, so much bigger outside of Brisbane. And if I clear them out...
That's a big swing.
And just look at Brisbane itself. Within Brisbane City Council, the swing is 5.4%, and in outer Brisbane, which is the surrounding councils, is 7.9%. Yeah. So that's the sort of swing you see. I mean, the Labor Party has done well to ring fence, to hold on to large parts of Brisbane. It's still the majority party in Greater Brisbane, but it's taken a severe battering up the coast.
Yeah, and I'll get some thoughts from Cos in a tick, but just when you mentioned Maiwar there, does this mean the Greens might not have a single seat?
It is possible the Greens will have no seats after this election. Possible. I'm not predicting that.
They were hoping to pick up, how many? Was it?
I think they said there was some exciting results in there tonight.
Well, we've been talking tonight about a difficult night for the Greens, but it's just got a lot more difficult if they have no seats in the Parliament. We'll see, but they're just clinging on.
David, can I just add here? I spent the morning in Maiwar because this has been my sleeper seat for the campaign.
Right.
The candidate has worked incredibly hard. She is a very brave woman, and the Jewish community came out behind her after her work standing up at the University of Queensland. After the protest there, she had volunteers speaking in Mandarin to Chinese voters. I mean, they have thrown everything at this, and so Tash Winters has worked against the odds in a place that nobody's been watching. Now, we don't know what's going to happen at the end of the night, but I just want to shout out to her because I think she is an exceptional candidate.
Susan, we're starting to see some movement over at LNP headquarters. I'm told that the Deputy LNP leader, Jared Blay, has arrived. Also, Lawrence Springborg, the state president and former parliamentary leader as well of the LNP leader. So certainly looks like the atmosphere is starting to build, a certain amount of anticipation around when David Crisafulli is going to be arriving. We're starting to see the clapping. Here comes Jared Blay, the deputy leader of the LNP, arriving at LNP headquarters at that hotel in Brisbane City.
Cos, just while we wait for this, looking at Anthony's numbers there, the prospect of no Greens in the Parliament, the swing against Labor in the outer metro parts. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, it's a continuation of the trend we're seeing across the country, but what I want to do is focus on the state seat of Mansfield, because there was a mention of Chinese Australians voting for the LNP. Well, Mansfield is one electorate that we thought the LNP should win tonight, and it hasn't. And it's, if you look at it, it's one of the most diverse state electorates in the state, and it's primarily also has very significant Chinese Australians.
Cos, we've just got the Deputy LNP, Jared Blay, taking to the podium.
Okay. Which means the
but we
leader won't
will
be too
hear-
far off.
Yeah,
We'll
exactly.
hear from
Have you
David
heard
Christopher.
Jared speak? He could be there for an hour.
All right, we'll it's getting late in the night. All right.
It's too late in the night to speak for an hour.
It certainly is. But I assume...
And David, I would just say, added to what Cos said, Mansfield is a traditional bellwether. It's only been held by the opposition party out of government once since 1972. So normally it goes with the change of government, and tonight it doesn't look like it has. So Cos is right there.
And an incredible campaign on the ground there. Like that's probably one of our leading seats for direct voter contact, and this has demonstrated the impact of if you run an effective local campaign, talking to people, you get the result.
All right, now we're starting to see some movement. Here's David Christopher on screen now. He's actually having a little chat. I'm not sure if we can pick that up.
What can Queenslanders expect from you as Premier? That victory speech yet? You said all week. What's in it? You'll see in 2 minutes.
All right, as he makes his way through, you can't hide the grin on his face either, and he'll be glad, I'm sure, that he's waited that extra, what is it, half hour or so since Stephen, probably more than that, since Stephen Miles spoke, because the numbers have firmed up. Certainly based on what Anthony Green's told us, they've got the majority, the LNP. They will form government.
And arriving there with his wife Tegan as well. And just to come back to the point, David Janetsky, that you've been making all night about Mount Everest. I mean, this is a significant moment for the LNP, isn't it? After so long on the opposition benches, after such a long period of time with Labor dominating in Queensland.
David Christopher has made history tonight, and he's done it in the face of an almighty scare campaign, deeply abusive personal attacks against his character, and you know he's seen it through, and he's proven his resilience. He's proven he's ready. And he's proven he's ready to lead Queensland.
And his political backstory, Jess, he was in Parliament for a term and then out. And
that's right, up in Mundingburra in North Queensland, got booted out, contested the seat of Broadwater on the Gold Coast, won that one. David Christopher grew up on a cane farm in Ingham up in North Queensland. He was a journalist. Worked in broadcast TV at Win News before getting into council politics in Townsville City Council, where we've seen the LNP picking up seats tonight. He was Deputy Mayor of Townsville as well before entering the Parliament. And now, it would seem, on track to be the 41st Premier of Queensland.
And let's not forget the LNP have been out of government for 30 of the last 35 years. So a brief stint for the Newman government, but
here he comes.
A long time in opposition. Let's listen to the man who's to be the 41st Premier of Queensland, David Christopher.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, tonight Queenslanders have voted for hope over fear. They have voted for a fresh start, and they have voted for a majority LNP government. I want to start by thanking Premier Stephen Miles for his service as the Deputy Premier of this state, and indeed as the Premier. And to think that a son of a factory worker could be the 40th Premier of this state tells you everything you need to know about how great Queensland is. And I want to thank Stephen and his wife Kim for their service to Queensland. I want to thank the members of his team who have lost their seat tonight. Politics is a really, really tough game, and it's the families who bear the scars of that. And tonight, to those members who have lost their seat, I wish them well in the future, and I certainly wish their families even better. To the people of this great state, I've lived and I've worked at both ends of it, and I love every inch of it. And I want to let them know that we'll be serving them with every ounce of fibre we have, and we are determined to make sure that this state returns to the powerhouse we all know it can be. This result is a vindication of a hell of a lot of hard work and a hell of a lot of strategy, and I want to outline just how large this achievement is. Of the last 12 general elections in this state, we've only won one on election night, and tonight we get to celebrate the biggest achievement we've had in over a decade. But that is not what is important about elections. Elections are about people, and it's about doing good for those who don't have a voice. And what history will show is that tonight was the turning corner of the youth crime crisis. And it'll be the turning corner to mean that there are fewer victims in this state, and by Christmas, adult crime, adult time will be law. And we're going to work on early intervention and rehabilitation with purpose to give kids the opportunity to turn their life around as well. History will show this is the turning point in the Queensland health crisis, and ambulance ramping will not remain the highest in the country at 45%. And you'll know that because within 100 days you will see what's happening in your hospital in real time, and you will have doctors and nurses back in charge of those hospitals. And history will show this is the night we began turning the corner in giving young people hope of owning their home again. And vulnerable Queenslanders to have a roof over their head. And we get to work on that in delivering supply, and we intend to remove a tax to do so for young Queenslanders. And history will show this is a turning point to make sure that government does all it can to lower those structural cost of living challenges, and to make sure that working Queenslanders can keep the lights on, to make sure that working Queenslanders can afford to dream, to make better for their children. And we're determined to make sure that we have respect for your money, and that means a culture of budget blowouts will end. Now it's going to take every day of those 4 years to deal with those big four crises: youth crime, health, housing and cost of living. But allow me to map out a vision for the next decade for this state. My vision for Queensland is one where we get on with building the kind of infrastructure we once did in this state. Roads and rail and dams and schools and hospitals, the generational infrastructure to open up opportunities. I want to look at Queensland again being a place where people look to invest, where people can afford to live, and where this state returns to the economic powerhouse of the country. I want to see those in mining and agriculture and tourism look to invest here again. I want to see the high-end medical and educational research come to Queensland. And I want to see businesses relocate here to give opportunities for our people, and we intend to give every opportunity for Queensland to be the economic powerhouse of the nation. And in doing so, we will create a state that benefits working people, many of whom voted for us today for the first time in a long time. A state where we have a great tolerance, where we're a compassionate society, where people who come here from other nations come as strangers but become family. Just like just like my late grandfather did in 1960. To do this, we will need a world-class public service, and I intend to make sure that we govern with a focus on delivering services for every Queenslander. And to those public servants, I want you to know we intend to give vision and direction and leadership, but advice will be fearless and frank. The culture of entrenched fear will be over, and together we can deliver the services that Queenslanders deserve. I'm mindful that many of those public servants and indeed other Queenslanders may have not voted for us tonight, were distracted by a scare campaign. And to that I say, the good news for us as a political movement, but indeed a state, is that scare campaign won't be able to be run in 4 years' time. When all of those allegations, when all of the scare, when all of the fear doesn't come to fruition, well then we can look to deliver a second-term LNP government. Because friends, this isn't America. This isn't America. We don't pander to extremes. We deliver extremely good outcomes for everyday people. And now the part of the speech that I really want to deliver, and that's the thank yous to the people in this room and those watching at home. Firstly, to every single Queenslander, thanks for backing us. Thanks very much for backing us. To my team, the most loyal, tenacious, hard-working deputy leader you could ever hope, and he's going to make a fine deputy premier. To the three former leaders in my political movement who will get the opportunity to serve again as ministers of the Crown. And I want to thank Tim and Deb and John Paul. And in doing so, their strength and their resilience and their assistance of me has been incredible in a really long 4-year term. And I'm going to read just 3 of the texts that I've received from them, and these are from each of them. Keep going, stay focused, you're nearly there. That's the kind of team that we've created. And that's why for 4 years you've seen discipline and focus and a relentless desire to create a little piece of opportunity for our political... To our members returning, congratulations to all of you. You've been great servants of your communities. To the newly elected team members spread throughout the state, we really look forward to welcoming you to the Parliament, and I know your communities will embrace the opportunity for a fresh face as part of fresh government. Thanks. To one of the sharpest minds in politics, Ben Riley. You've pulled off what we were told 4 years ago wasn't possible, and I want to thank you for delivering this result. To Lawrence Springborg. Well, you all know he's the father of this movement, but we wouldn't be here if he didn't answer a call 4 years ago. And we rang him and we asked him to bring his trademark calm and poise and grace And the way, Lawrence, that you have enabled the relationship between the two arms of our movement has been something that I will forever be grateful, mate. You've given us a great opportunity. To my Chief of Staff, Richard Ferret, and the most amazing and the humble 23-person opposition office, many of whom came across on day one and took significant pay cuts to leave a job to come and join me on this journey. Oh, guys, I'm really, really grateful, I can tell you. To the people that keep the home fires burning, to Jen and Lisa in my electorate office, to Brett and the two Garys for what you do for my Broadwater community. And I want to thank immensely the people of Broadwater for their endorsement of me again. No one can do this job without being a local member, and I'm really, really grateful for that opportunity as well. And now the tough bit, to my family. Tonight is really, really special, but it runs a distant second to the achievement of being a dad. And we've done a lot to shield our two girls from public life, and it's been really difficult for them as young women. But we've made that decision to keep them out of the spotlight because we want them to be their own women, and we want them to be successful in life, and we just couldn't be more proud of who they have become. Sadly, next week I will be elected as the Premier, but I'm not even the best parent in my house. To Tegan. You have been on this journey with me for a lifetime, and like the girls, you're not as comfortable in front of the camera as you are behind it. And your support and what you have done for the family when I've been away, when you make sure that when I'm home, those special moments, you've kept me real, and I'm forever grateful. Rightio. In closing, we asked Queenslanders to choose hope over fear, and they did. We asked Queenslanders to vote for a fresh start, and they did. And now tomorrow we get to work. Not the day after, tomorrow. Tomorrow we get to work. And we do what we say we were going to do. We don't do what we say we wouldn't do. And we have a contract with Queenslanders, and we intend to honour it. And finally to the future. We haven't won back-to-back elections in this state since 1986. And you need to understand how important it is if you believe in the values of your political movement and you believe in the people of your state. It has to be about generational government. So we govern with humility and decency and vision and tenacity, and in doing so we get the opportunity to govern for a longer period of time. And if we get that opportunity, we can do great things for our party, for our kids, for our state. To borrow a phrase from a different era and a different political movement, it's time. It's time.
Yes, it is.
It's time for a fresh start for Queensland. Thanks very much.
There you have it. David Crisafulli, the LNP leader, the man to become the 41st Premier of Queensland, wrapping up his speech to a very celebratory crowd at that hotel in Brisbane City, and already casting his eye towards a second term in government. Ending his speech the way he started the campaign, calling for hope over fear, calling for a fresh start, but also thanking the Premier Stephen Miles for his service to Queensland as well.
It's time, he said, quoting Gough Whitlam at the end there, but certainly the time for change. Let's just listen in here, whether we can pick up what he's saying. Just some brief remarks there by the looks of it from David Crisafulli. We were wondering whether he would declare victory after Stephen Miles did not concede defeat. Given he waited that extra little bit of time, he was able to do so. The numbers have continued to track in the LNP's direction, and if you look on the bottom of your screen now, they're sitting on 49. That majority is looking a little more comfortable than it was when he began the speech. And so David Crisafulli very much claiming victory, straight down to work tomorrow, and he will be sworn in, you would assume, at some point next week as Queensland's 41st Premier.
A historic moment for the LNP, ending almost a decade of power for Labor in Queensland.
And they are going to celebrate, it looks like, well into the night. But it reminds me of Kevin Rudd winning in 2007, where it was time for a cup of tea, an iced Vovo, and then straight back to work. And it's that sort of vibe that David Crisafulli wants to project here as well, I think, that it's not going to be endless parties, that it's going to be straight down to work for him and the team. And look, they do have a task ahead of them to deliver on the safer, tackling youth crime, dealing with cost of living, all these things they've said they'll do.
That's right.
We saw what happened with the Newman government. He won't want a repeat of that.
No, for sure. Let's get some final thoughts as we come to a close. Cameron Dick, can I start with you, please?
Well, it's an incredible honour to serve in high office in Queensland, and I've had that privilege now for 10 years. And so I want to wish David all the best. I thought that it was a speech that covered all the bases from his perspective, but he also spoke from the heart too about his family and about the things that mattered to him. So I wish David well as well. It's a great. There's three great offices in Queensland: Premier, that's continued since we got our independence from New South Wales. That's Premier, Treasurer, and Attorney General. And David's going to fill one of those offices, and I wish him well in that as well. You know, we fought hard. We didn't want to give up. It was a hard-fought win, and I want to acknowledge that tonight. It was a hard-fought win by the LNP, but the numbers aren't with us. They're with the LNP, and they're going to form a majority government in Queensland by the looks of it tonight.
Is opposition leader one of those jobs that you'd list as a good job?
I just think it's a hard night, and when you lose something, you got to mourn that loss.
All right, some final thoughts, David Janess.
David, just want to recognise Cameron's contribution in his roles as Deputy Premier and Treasurer. They're high office, and he's performed them admirably. I just want to... David Crisafulli's created history here tonight, and that is, if I bring to a conclusion my tortured metaphor for the night about climbing Everest, perhaps.
How's the view?
Maybe we've just reached base camp. Maybe we've just reached base camp, hey? And David Crisafulli has set us a target to provide more and better services and run better government. And that hard work begins tomorrow. And, he's irrepressible, indefatigable, pragmatic, solutions-focused, and I can't wait for us to get to work under his leadership.
Annika Weld, some final thoughts from you?
I think around the grounds, the Greens are the big losers tonight. They've dipped their hands too deeply into the honeypot, going after 10 seats, and they might end up with nothing. It's extraordinary. I think the LNP are on notice. They haven't delivered the big victory that they said they would, and Queenslanders are sceptical. And as for Labor, from where they were at the March by-elections, this campaign has exceeded all expectations, and I think we've demonstrated that the Labor campaign operations, fighting fit, never says die, and is ready to go for the federal election.
Susan.
I think this has been a terrific result for Queenslanders. I've still not heard Labor say anything that makes me think that I've heard what Queenslanders have said tonight. And I agree with David Janetsky. David Crisafulli is incredibly energetic, disciplined, passionate about the state, and his time losing his seat, being in opposition. He's had a term as opposition leader. He's demonstrated that he is a great team player and leader of people. And I'm looking forward to what he's going to do for Queensland and Queenslanders. And it has been a really significant evening. But I should just flag that it has been in the face of Labor continuing to change the electoral laws, optional preferential voting, the disclosure laws, the caps on spending, everything that has disadvantaged the LNP, and still Queenslanders have said they want change.
State political reporter Rachel Stewart, your final thoughts tonight?
Well, it is history. Queensland doesn't like to change government. Labor has governed for 30 of the past 35 years. But I think that result from the Greens, they're going to have to do a lot of soul-searching after that. Not too sure what caused that result. So that will be interesting to see further what happened there.
Cos, Samaras, we know at the start of the night you were talking about where your focus would be, those outer metropolitan areas. What are your thoughts at the end of the night?
Yeah, I call them the canaries in the coal mine for Labor. That isn't just a Queensland problem, it's a national problem. So Rockhampton, for example, Labor's held it since 1912. That's gone. Mackay, for 100 years, with a small little gap in the mid-70s. That's gone. Very big swings in seats like Logan, Ipswich West, although it's come back in the as a result of the recalibration of the by-election. These are trends that are occurring across the country. And I always refer to it as a warning sign to Labor that it needs to start working out how to actually appeal to these communities, because as we can see, particularly in Queensland, you only get to 31 seats if you only focus on inner urban parts of our country, and particularly in this case, Brisbane.
Tony?
Yeah, I think while Stephen Miles is still moving around imaginary Labor seats on the map, I think the LNP will probably get to 50. Maybe 51. There's a few seats that are still in play. Morani, the vote pattern is very fragmented, too hard to call that. But then you've got Mawa, Mulgrave, Pine Rivers, Cook. So they could pick up one, maybe two of those, hit 51.
Thank you so much to everybody on our panel this evening. Talissa, how's the big board looking at 20 past 11 here in Queensland?
Well, let's have a final look at where things have landed. For the LNP, they've managed to hang on to most of their seats, except that one in Ipswich West. That meant the loss of that seat meant that they needed to pick up 13 from this side of the board. And if we have a look, they've done that. They've picked up 15 that are lit up. They've gone from red to blue. Most of those are in this marginal section here, the most marginal that we talked about earlier in the night. But there's been a few in this second column as well. And if we look at where they are ahead, they're still ahead in Mulgrave, Cook, Pine Rivers, and even on the crossbench, we've got potentially Mawa here. Now, the loss of that seat, as we heard, in addition to the loss of South Brisbane, could mean no Greens members in the Parliament. But certainly, we've got over 47 now. There is enough blue, Jess and David, on this board for the LNP to form a majority.
Indeed. Talissa, thank you. And a smaller crossbench in the next Parliament. Anthony, give us your wrap-up of where the night ends.
Look, I got a few things to say. Rockhampton is one of the century seats. Someone's just saying, from before the First World War, this has been a Labor seat. And it's gone. It's gone to Donna Kirkland from the LNP, an 11.1% swing. Mackay, another century seat. It was won in 1915 by Forgan Smith, who went on to be Premier of the state. It's been held by Labor continuously, apart from the Ed Casey period, when they briefly expelled expelled him and then brought him back to make him leader. Nigel Dalton is romping, and just look at the swing here in Mackay, 17.8%.
Wow.
Something has gone seriously wrong there. Now let's have a look at the overall election result. The primary votes, those numbers continue to drift, 32.5, 42.9, just under 2/3 of the vote counted, or as a proportion of enrolment. The Greens 9.6, and the change in vote, again, it's all in that first preference shift from one side to the other. If we look at the chamber, the seats which are definitely won, we've now got the LNP up to 49, 3 Katter, 1 other. We haven't got any Greens at this stage. 31 for the LP. The Greens could still win a seat, but they are not ahead in any of the ones they've got at the moment. And if we look at likelies, I think we get the LNP up to 51. So that's possible. Now, a couple of things to talk about. Changing members. Let's, not changing, I wanted members, new members. We've got Amanda Cooper, transferred from Brisbane City Council at a second attempt. Bree James up in Barron River. Herman Vorster, he succeeds Michael Hart in Burleigh. A new member for Kendall Morton in Caloundra. You can see Russell Field, who won on that Law and Order campaign very strongly in Capalaba against Don Brown. Sean Dillon replaces Mr. Miller, Lachlan Miller in Gregory. Harvey Bay wins. David Lee wins that back for the LNP. Wendy Bourne's one of the new members. She having lost the by-election, and then I won't. There's a lot of them. A lot of new members. Marty Hunt returns after losing at the last election, and Amanda Stoker, who's one of the higher-profile new members. And mentioned Ariana Doolan, who's just 22 years old and will be the youngest woman ever elected to the Queensland Parliament. It's a part of Northern Brisbane elected Wyatt Roy. They seem to like their members young up there. Redcliffe, Kerry-Ann Dooley at a 6th attempt, as we've discussed. Bisma Asif is one of the new members. New member for as was mentioned earlier. Bisma Asif has won that, and 2 new members there from the Townsville area. Let's look at who's been defeated. Let me see, members defeated. Quite a few. Bart Mellish as a minister has gone. Craig Crawford in Barron River. Jason Hunt was a 1-term member. Don Brown, as mentioned. Harvey Bay, another member elected for the first time last time. Brittany Lauger just couldn't withstand the swing in Central Queensland. Les Walker's out after 1 term, as is Rob Skelton. Ali King is defeated. I think she's a minister. Kim Richards out in Redlands. And Aaron Harper in Townsville. And what remains in doubt at the end of the evening, at this stage, we've got the LNP ahead in Cook. That one's gone backwards and forwards. Labor's ahead in Gaven and McAllister. The LNP ahead in Maywar. A lot more counting to come there in the Green seat. Labor's ahead in Maryborough. Morani, the Catter's party's ahead. That's a very difficult count to work out. The LNP ahead in Mulgrave and Pine Rivers. Though, as I said, Mulgrave's a very divided-looking count. And South Brisbane, the Labor Party's ahead, with that caveat about which order the candidates finish. So, all up, it was a slow start. I mean, clearly, as we flagged earlier on, was there going to be a change in the pre-poll votes? It looks to me like the votes of the pre-polls were much stronger for the LNP than they were at the last election, and I think that might reflect the way the campaign unfolded, that the Labor Party grew during the campaign, and so their vote on the day was quite good, but their pre-poll vote wasn't nearly as good, and I suspect that might reflect that change in support. So, all up, it's been a far longer night than I expected.
Well, you've navigated it through it masterfully for us, Anthony Green. Thank you so much.
And just one other thing, I would say what Cossy's saying there. There's a really different divide developing in Australia between the city and the country, as you're saying. That's much more important in Queensland because it's got a much larger proportion of the electorates in the country. If that flows through to the other states, it may not be. It's certainly Labor has to worry about its vote in the bush, but it's maybe less important when we come to the federal election because it's less important in New South Wales and Victoria. But certainly, as we've seen in America, if you follow the American election at all, there's a clear divide between the party of the left is now entirely an urban party, and the rural areas, that party is diminishing. The same is occurring in Australia between the Labor Party and the coalition.
Anthony Green, thank you so much for your incredible expertise and knowledge tonight as you have guided us through the 2024 election here in Queensland. And that is Queensland votes for 2024. The state has voted for change. David Crisafulli will become Queensland's next Premier after he led the LNP to victory off the back of big swings in the outer suburbs of Brisbane and across regional Queensland.
The ABC is projecting the LNP will form a majority government. At the close of counting, the LNP looks to have won 49 seats, the minimum required for majority government being 47. Labor currently holds 31 seats, 9 remain in doubt. The Greens were hoping to pick up seats, but Jess, not to be.
No, instead it's looking like they've gone backwards. They might not win any. Katter's Australian Party has won at least 3 seats, while One Nation will not be represented in the next parliament. Thank you at home for choosing the ABC.
It's been great fun, Jess. Thank you as well. Join me for Insiders. We're going to be live here in a matter of hours, live from Brisbane tomorrow morning. The counting will continue over the coming days. You can stay up to date at news.abc.net.au.
You'd better get home to bed from all the team.
Good night. Good night.